Hey my lovely friends. Let's travel back to a time when weather forecasts didn't exist, and people had to read the sky like a book written in a language they were still learning. Because tonight's story is about the most extraordinary storm Europe has ever witnessed, a tempest so powerful and peculiar that 3 centuries later, meteorologists still shake their heads in wonder. So before we begin, as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe, as it helps us, and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to relax as we examine something boring. Imagine you're living in England in the autumn of 1703, and your life moves at the pace of a horse-drawn cart. There are no weather apps on your phone because there are no phones. No meteorologists are tracking pressure systems because the barometer has only recently been invented, and most people think it's some kind of scientific curiosity rather than a practical tool. Queen Anne sits on the throne, having recently succeeded her brother-in-law William III. The country is embroiled in the War of Spanish Succession, which is one of those complicated European conflicts where everyone seems to be fighting everyone else over inheritances and territory. But for ordinary people, war is something that happens far away, while the real concerns are much closer to home, bringing in the harvest, fixing the thatch on the roof before winter, and making sure there's enough firewood stacked for the cold months ahead. November in England means the farming season is winding down. The fields have been harvested, the animals are being prepared for winter, and people are settling into that cosy rhythm of shorter days and longer nights. It's the time of year when you're grateful for a solid roof, a warm hearth, and walls that keep out the wind. The houses of 1703 would seem almost impossibly fragile to you now. Most buildings outside major cities are timber framed with walls made of wattle and daub, basically sticks and mud with some hope mixed in. Roofs are thatched with straw or reeds, held down by wooden pegs and prayer. Even in London, which is rebuilding after the Great Fire of 1666, many structures are still partially wooden. Glass windows are expensive luxuries. So many homes make do with oiled paper or wooden shutters. The English countryside is dotted with windmills that grind grain into flour. These tall wooden structures turn their sails to catch the wind, like patient sentinels watching over the fields. There are hundreds of them, essential to feeding the population, standing on hilltops and in valleys where the wind blows strongest. They're marvels of engineering for their time, though they have one significant vulnerability that nobody has quite solved. They're extremely susceptible to strong winds. Churches rise above most villages, their stone towers and wooden steeples pointing toward heaven like fingers in prayer. These spires can be seen for miles around, helping travellers navigate and reminding everyone of the central place religion holds in daily life. The church bells mark the hours, call people to worship and warn of danger. They're the communication system of the age, ringing out messages across the landscape. Along the coasts, maritime life pulses with constant activity. The Royal Navy maintains dozens of warships in various ports, while merchant vessels crowd the harbours, loading and unloading goods from around the world. Portsmouth, Plymouth and the Thames estuary are forests of masts and rigging. Sailors live lives that alternate between the tedium of port maintenance and the danger of sea voyages, where storms are an accepted occupational hazard. The weather in late 1703 has been odd. Not dramatically so, but enough that people notice. There have been unusually strong winds throughout November, the kind that make you lean into your walk and hold onto your hat. Trees have been shedding their leaves earlier than usual, as if they know something the humans don't. Old-timers, the kind who claim to feel storms in their bones, have been muttering about the signs. Red skies at odd hours, birds behaving strangely, and an unsettled feeling in the air itself. But England has weathered storms before. This is an island nation after all, surrounded by temperamental seas and subject to whatever weather the Atlantic decides to send its way. People have learned to bend with the wind, to secure their belongings and to wait out whatever nature throws at them. They've survived Norse raiders, the Black Death, Civil War and the Great Fire. How bad could a little wind be? This sense of resilient confidence, this very British attitude of muddling through, is about to be tested in ways no one can imagine. Because the storm that's gathering out in the Atlantic isn't a normal autumn gale, is not even an exceptional storm by the usual standards. It's something else entirely. A meteorological monster that will make weather history and haunt European consciousness for generations. The last week of November 1703 feels like nature is taking a deep breath before screaming. You step outside on November 24th, and the air has that peculiar quality that makes the hair on your arms stand up. It's not just cold, it's charged, electric, as if the atmosphere itself is holding tension like a drawn bowstring. The sky takes on colours that don't appear in normal weather. There are brassy yellows near the horizon, deep purples in the clouds, and that particular shade of green that experienced sailors know means trouble. The clouds themselves seem to be moving in several directions at once, low scud racing across the sky, while higher formations lumber along at different angles. It's like watching a badly choreographed dance, where none of the performers can agree on the music. Birds are acting strangely, and if you were the noticing type, this would concern you. Seagulls, those perpetual optimists of the avian world, have moved inland en masse. Crows gather in unusual numbers, making a racket that sounds almost like warnings. Even the farm animals seem unsettled. Horses stamp and whinny in their stables, cows refuse to go into their barns, and dogs pace nervously, whining at their owners. The barometer, in the few places where such newfangled instruments exist, is doing something unprecedented. It's falling, but not in the gradual way that suggests an approaching storm. It's plummeting like a stone dropped in water, faster than anyone has seen before. Daniel Defoe, who will later document this storm in extraordinary detail, owns one of these instruments. He watches it drop and wonders if perhaps the device is broken. Surely the air pressure can't actually be falling this rapidly. November 26th dawns with an eerie calm. The wind that has been bothering people for weeks has died down to almost nothing. The air feels heavy, thick, like trying to breathe through a damp wool blanket. This is the kind of stillness that precedes something significant, though most people interpret it as a relief. Finally, they think, the winds have stopped. Perhaps they can get some repairs done, secure their properties properly, and maybe even sleep without the constant whistling and rattling. But seasoned sailors and shepherds, people whose lives depend on reading weather, know better. This isn't peaceful calm. This is nature pausing for effect, like a storyteller taking a breath before the climax. The old maritime saying comes to mind, calm before the storm, though in this case, storm is going to prove a grossly inadequate word for what's approaching. By the evening of November 26th, the wind returns, but it's different now. It's no longer the blustery autumn breeze people have grown accustomed to. It's purposeful, building with an almost conscious intent, like something that has decided to stop playing around and get serious. The sound changes too, from the familiar whistle and moan to a deeper, more ominous roar that seems to come from everywhere at once. People begin their evening preparations with growing uneasiness. You secure your shutters, bring in anything from the yard that might blow away, and double-check that the animals are safely housed. In coastal towns, sailors look at their moored vessels with worried expressions, wondering if the ropes and chains will hold. Ship captains who can put out additional anchors and say prayers to whatever saints specialise in maritime protection. As darkness falls on November 26th, the wind continues to build. It's no longer just moving air, it's becoming a physical presence, something you can lean against, something that pushes back. The sound grows from a roar to something that resembles continuous thunder, a bass note that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. Inside homes across southern England, families gather close to their fires, trying to ignore the increasingly alarming noises from outside. Shutters begin to rattle despite being latched. The wind finds every gap in the walls, every crack around doors and windows, creating whistling harmonics that would sound almost musical if they weren't so unsettling. Thatch roofs start to lift and settle, like the building itself is breathing heavily. Around midnight, the storm stops building and simply arrives in its full fury. It's as if someone has flipped a switch from very bad weather to apocalyptic nightmare. The wind doesn't just blow anymore, it hammers, it screams, it attacks. The sound becomes so overwhelming that it's almost impossible to think clearly. Imagine standing next to a jet engine and you're getting close to the volume and intensity of what people are experiencing. And here's the thing that makes this storm so strange, so different from normal tempests. It's not coming from a single direction. The wind seems to swirl and eddy, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. This isn't a weather pattern people understand. Storms have directions, they have fronts, and they move in predictable ways. This storm seems to be everywhere at once, a circular fury that defies normal meteorological behaviour. What nobody realises yet, because the science doesn't exist to understand it, is that they're experiencing something exceptionally rare. A bomb cyclone, what modern meteorologists call explosive cyclogenesis. The atmospheric pressure is dropping so rapidly that the storm is intensifying at a rate that occurs perhaps once or twice a century. The rotating winds are reaching speeds that won't be scientifically measured for another 150 years, when someone invents proper instruments for such things. As the night of November 26th deepens into the early hours of November 27th, everyone in southern England is about to experience the longest, most terrifying night of their lives. And the truly horrifying part, the storm is still intensifying. Picture yourself huddled in a stone cottage somewhere in Kent as the clock approaches 2 a.m. on November 27th. The fire in your hearth is being sucked up the chimney by the incredible draught, sending sparks and smoke into the room. Every few seconds, the entire building shudders as if being struck by a giant's fist. The noise is beyond description. Imagine a freight train, a waterfall, and continuous thunder all happening at once, and you're still not quite there. The thatch roof above your head is now lifting in sections. You can actually see it moving and feel the sudden drafts of freezing air as gaps appear, and then close again. Bits of straw are falling into the room like strange snow. You're making calculations about whether it's safer to stay inside a building that might collapse, or venture outside into wind that could literally knock you off your feet and blow you across the countryside. Across southern England, roofs are now leaving buildings entirely, not being damaged, leaving. Whole thatched roofs lift off like birds taking flight, sailing through the air in one piece before disintegrating into golden clouds of straw that scatter across the landscape. Tiles and slates become projectiles, flying through the air with enough force to embed themselves in walls or, tragically, in anything living that happens to be in their path. The windmills that have stood sentinel over the countryside are experiencing catastrophic failures. Their sails, designed to catch the wind efficiently, are now catching far too much of it. Unable to be shut down or furled fast enough, the mills begin spinning at impossible speeds. The wooden gears inside, never meant for such rotation rates, start smoking from friction. Some mills simply explode from the centrifugal force, sending massive wooden beams flying through the air like enormous javelins. Others catch fire from the friction of their overspinning machinery, becoming bizarre torches in the storm-racked night. Church steeples, those proud fingers pointing to heaven, are toppling. The spire of St Mary's in Somerset goes first, crashing through the roof of the church itself. Then dozens more across the south follow suit, their lead-covered wooden frames no match for winds that are essentially trying to tear England apart. Each falling steeple makes a sound like a forest tree being felled, a groaning crack followed by an enormous crash. For deeply religious people, seeing churches destroyed feels especially ominous. If God's houses aren't safe, what hope do ordinary buildings have? In London, the scene is apocalyptic. The city, still recovering from the Great Fire of 1666, is being battered by winds that are methodically undoing decades of reconstruction. Roof tiles fly through the streets like deadly frisbees. Chimneys topple, sending bricks raining down onto cobblestones below. Anyone foolish or desperate enough to be outside quickly realises their mistake, as the wind shoves them against walls or literally lifts them off their feet. The Thames is behaving in ways nobody has seen before. The wind is so powerful that it's actually pushing water upstream, reversing the river's flow. Waves are forming on the river's surface. Waves on a river in central London. Barges and small boats moored at the docks are being tossed like bath toys, breaking their moorings and crashing into each other or smashing against the embankments. Daniel Defoe, future author of Robinson Crusoe but currently a somewhat controversial political writer, is in his London home watching what he describes as tiles flying past his windows like autumn leaves. He's making mental notes for what will become the world's first real investigative journalism piece about a natural disaster. Between flinching at each new crash and bang, he's already planning how to document this night for posterity. But the truly catastrophic scenes are playing out along the coast and at sea. At the Eddystone Lighthouse, perched on rocks 14 miles off the coast of Plymouth, the situation is beyond desperate. This is the first lighthouse ever built on these treacherous rocks, completed just 5 years earlier. It's a wooden structure, which seems insane now, but was considered reasonable engineering at the time. The lighthouse keeper, Henry Winstanley, is actually at the lighthouse, having gone out to perform repairs just days before. The lighthouse is flexing and swaying in ways that wooden structures should never flex and sway. Around 2 a.m, a wave larger than any in recorded memory hits the lighthouse. When dawn eventually comes, the lighthouse is simply gone, vanished as completely as if it never existed. Henry Winstanley, his crew, and the entire structure have been erased from the ocean. Not a single piece of wreckage will ever be found. In Portsmouth Harbour, the Royal Navy is experiencing its worst peacetime disaster in history. Dozens of warships are moored here, and as the storm intensifies, their anchors begin to drag. These aren't small boats. Some are 3-decked ships of the line, massive wooden castles that carry hundreds of men and dozens of cannon. But in this wind, they're as helpless as children's toys. Ships begin colliding with each other in the darkness. The sound of wooden hulls grinding together is audible even over the storm. Masts snap with cracks like cannon fire. Rigging tangles between ships, creating a chaos of rope and canvas that makes it impossible to separate vessels even if anyone could work on deck, which they can't. The wind is strong enough to blow men off their feet and over the railings into the churning water below. Some ships are being driven onto the shore despite their anchors. The HMS Association, a 90-gun ship of the line, drags her anchors and grounds near the Isle of Wight. The HMS Restoration snaps her anchor cables and is driven onto the mudflats where she'll eventually sink. All across the southern coast from Bristol to Kent, ships are meeting similar fates. Merchant vessels, fishing boats, and naval ships are all equally helpless before the storm's fury. The human cost at sea is staggering. Sailors who have survived battles, storms, and years of hard service are drowning within sight of their home ports. Some are trapped below decks in ships that are flooding. Others are washed overboard into water so violent that rescue is impossible, even if anyone could mount an attempt, which they can't. The Navy alone will lose over 1,000 men this night, more than most naval battles of the era. Inland, trees that have stood for centuries are falling by the thousands. Ancient oaks that were already old when Shakespeare was born topple like dominoes. Entire forests are being flattened, creating lunar landscapes of fallen timber that will take decades to clear. The new forest loses an estimated 4,000 ancient trees in a single night. Deer, foxes, badgers, and birds that depend on these trees are being crushed or left homeless. Agricultural damage is catastrophic. Barns and storage buildings collapse, crushing livestock and destroying the winter food supplies that farming families depend on. Haystacks that represent months of labour scatter across the countryside. Sheep and cattle, terrified by the noise and unable to find shelter, huddle in fields, where some are actually blown over and killed by the force of the wind. A detail so bizarre that people will initially refuse to believe the reports. As the storm rages through the early hours of November 27th, People huddle in whatever shelter they can find, listening to their world being torn apart. Every crash, every splintering sound, every moment when the wind seems to increase impossibly beyond what it already was, it all contributes to a growing certainty that this isn't a normal storm. This is something unprecedented, something that's revealing just how fragile human civilization really is when nature decides to stop being cooperative. And still, remarkably, the storm continues to intensify. Let's focus on individual moments within this catastrophic night, because statistics and general descriptions can't quite capture what it means to live through something like this. These are the human stories, the small dramas playing out across southern England while the great drama of the storm rages on. In a small village in Sussex, a family of 7 huddles in their cottage as the walls begin to crack. The father, a farmer named Thomas, has moved everyone into the oldest part of the house, the stone section that his grandfather built 60 years ago. The newer timber-framed rooms are already showing alarming signs of stress, with beams visibly shifting and walls leaning. Around 3 a.m. the decision makes itself. With a sound like 1,000 trees breaking at once, the timber section of their home simply disintegrates. One moment it's there, the next it's gone, scattered across the countryside in 1,000,000 pieces. The family packed into the stone room survives because of a building decision made 2 generations earlier by a careful craftsman who mixed his mortar properly and chose good stone. In the morning they'll walk out to find that everything they owned except what's in this one room is gone, spread across 3 counties. Meanwhile, in Bristol, a midwife named Eleanor is facing an impossible decision. A woman has gone into labour and complications mean Eleanor needs to reach her quickly. But going outside in this storm is madness. The streets are rivers of flying debris and the wind is strong enough to make walking nearly impossible. Eleanor looks at the storm, looks at her bag of instruments and herbs, thinks about the woman and unborn child and makes the choice. She wraps herself in every piece of heavy clothing she owns and sets out into the tempest. Her journey of less than half a mile takes over an hour. She crawls part of the way, holding onto walls and fences, moving between buildings when the wind briefly lessens. A roof tile strikes her shoulder, leaving a bruise but fortunately not breaking a bone. At one point, a gust simply lifts her off her feet and deposits her 10 feet away. But Eleanor keeps going, driven by professional duty and sheer stubbornness, until she reaches her patient. The baby will be born healthy just after dawn, and Eleanor will later say that bringing life into the world during history's deadliest storm gave her a perspective on resilience that she never lost. Out at sea, the situation is a pure nightmare. On the HMS Mary, a 4th-rate ship with 50 guns, the crew has done everything right. Anchors are down, sails are furled, and hatches are battened. But the wind is so strong that the ship is dragging her anchors anyway, moving slowly but inexorably toward the rocky shore of the Isle of Wight. The captain knows what's coming. He can feel it through the ship's timbers, that subtle change in motion that tells an experienced seaman that his vessel is doomed. He can't save the ship, but perhaps he can save the crew. He orders everyone into the rigging, counterintuitive, but it gets them high above the deck before the ship grounds. When the Mary finally strikes the rocks around 4 a.m, the impact is so violent that it tears the bottom out of the hull. The ship floods in minutes, but most of the crew, clinging to the masts and yards, survive until dawn, when rescuers can reach them. Not everyone is so fortunate. The HMS Northumberland, a large merchant vessel pressed into Navy service, breaks free of her moorings in Portsmouth and is driven directly into the path of the HMS Mary. The 2 ships collide in the darkness with a grinding, splintering crash that can be heard on shore over the wind. The Northumberland's masts fall like trees, crushing men who have no time to escape. The ship begins taking on water immediately, and in the chaos and darkness, rescue is impossible. Of her crew of 200, fewer than 20 will see the dawn. In Kent, a shepherd named William has been caught away from home when the storm truly hit. He's taken shelter in a small stone hut used for storing tools, basically 4 walls and a solid roof, no windows and 1 door. It's cramped and cold. but it's stone, and it's holding. William settles in to wait out the storm, listening to the unbelievable fury outside, and probably thinking about every poor decision that led to him being here instead of home in his own bed. Around midnight, William hears something over the storm, an odd bleating sound. Opening the door slightly, he finds a ewe from his flock terrified and pressed against the wall. He pulls her inside. Within an hour, 3 more sheep have found his shelter. Then a fox appears, and William's first instinct is to drive it away. But something about the absolute terror in the animal's eyes makes him hesitate. The fox slinks into a corner as far from the sheep as possible and lies there shaking. They'll all survive the night together in that tiny stone hut. Predator and prey united by fear of something worse than each other. Back in London, Westminster Abbey is suffering devastating damage. This isn't some wooden structure, but a massive stone building that has stood for centuries. Yet the wind is finding weaknesses that nobody knew existed. Lead sheets on the roof are peeling back like paper. Flying debris has broken several ancient stained glass windows. Most dramatically, the Abbey's roof, which weighs several tons, actually lifts and shifts, dropping back down at a slight angle. The architectural damage will take years to properly repair. The Tower of London, that ancient fortress that has withstood sieges, fires and political upheavals, is experiencing something new. The wind is so strong that it's actually pushing in the leaded windows. The famous ravens that live in the tower, who according to legend protect England by their presence, have all taken shelter in the deepest, most protected corners of the fortress. Even birds that are essentially carrion eaters, built to handle harsh conditions, know when to admit defeat. In Portsmouth, a naval officer named Samuel Pepys, not the diarist but a distant relative, is trapped aboard his ship making impossible decisions. His vessel has dragged anchor and is heading toward the rocks, but the storm is so violent that he can't order men on deck without essentially sending them to their deaths. He watches 3 ships collide nearby, sees masts fall, and hears the screams of men going into the water. There's nothing he can do. Command in this storm is meaningless. Nature is in charge now, and all human authority is temporarily suspended. Around 4 a.m, something shifts in the storm's character. It doesn't weaken, if anything, this is the peak of its fury. But the wind begins to change direction, swinging around from the southwest to the west and then northwest. This rotation means that places that had been somewhat protected by geography now get hit with full force, while areas that had borne the brunt for hours get brief, relative respites. This wind shift causes a new wave of destruction. Buildings that had survived by facing away from the wind now have it hitting them from unexpected angles. Ships that had positioned themselves carefully for southwest winds find themselves broadside to northwest gales. The wind shift feels almost malicious, as if the storm is making sure nothing escapes its attention. On the coast of Hampshire, a small fishing village experiences what locals will later describe as the most terrifying hour of the night. The wind had been bad but survivable. Then the shift happens, and suddenly the wind is coming straight off the ocean with nothing to block it. The entire village's fishing fleet, 20 small boats drawn up on the beach, is picked up and thrown against the seawall. Houses nearest the water are struck by waves that have no business being that large. 3 cottages simply collapse into the sea, which is now reaching places it has never reached before. The village church, which sits on a slight rise and has been a landmark for 200 years, loses its entire roof in one piece. The roof simply lifts off, sails several hundred yards inland, and lands in a field where it will remain largely intact. The church bell falls from the tower and rolls down into the village square, where it will stay for weeks because it's too heavy to move easily, and there are far more pressing concerns. As the first hints of grey light begin to appear in the eastern sky, though light is a generous term for the murky dimness that passes for dawn on November 27th, people begin to realise that they might actually survive this. The storm is still raging, but there's a subtle lessening of intensity, a sense that perhaps the worst has passed. Of course, nobody can be sure. The storm has already defied every expectation and broken every rule. Who's to say it won't suddenly intensify again? But slowly, gradually, the wind does begin to decrease. Not quickly, this isn't like a switch being flipped off, but measurably. By 6 a.m, it's possible to stand outside without being knocked down, though you still need to lean into the wind and watch for flying debris. By 7 a.m, the wind has dropped to what would normally be called gale force, which after the horrors of the night feels almost calm by comparison. The storm isn't over. It will continue to batter parts of England and move on to ravage sections of Europe for another day. But the absolute peak, that nightmare period between midnight and dawn, is finally ending. People begin to emerge from whatever shelter they found, stepping out into a world that has been fundamentally transformed. Imagine stepping out of your shelter as the grey light of November 27th grows strong enough to actually see by. The wind is still blowing hard, but compared to the night's fury, it feels almost gentle. The first thing that strikes you is the smell. Fresh wood from thousands of broken trees, salt spray carried miles inland from the sea, disturbed earth from buildings that have collapsed, and smoke from fires that have broken out in the chaos. The second thing you notice is the sound. After hours of continuous roaring wind, the relative quiet is almost disorienting. Your ears are ringing from the sustained volume, but there are new sounds now. The crash of delayed structural collapses as buildings that were weakened during the night finally give up. The calls of people searching for family members and neighbours, and the creaking of damaged structures that are still partially standing. Then you look around and your mind struggles to process what you're seeing. The landscape has been transformed so completely that it takes a moment to orient yourself. Trees that were landmarks, that you've used your entire life to navigate, are gone. Buildings that define the skyline have vanished or are now unrecognisable ruins. The village or town you've lived in your whole life has become a foreign country overnight. In the countryside, the devastation is staggering, but at least it's spread out. Entire forests are flattened, yes, but forests were going to be cut down eventually anyway for timber. It's shocking, but it's not as immediately heartbreaking as what's happening in population centres. In towns and cities, the destruction is intimate and immediate. This pile of rubble was the Baker family's house, where Mrs. Baker made the best bread in the village. That scattered timber was the smithy where horses were shod and tools were mended. The church where you were baptised, where your parents were married, and where your grandparents are buried. It's now missing half its roof and its entire steeple. The community's physical memory has been partially erased overnight. People are emerging slowly and cautiously, many of them in shock. You see a woman standing in front of where a house used to be, just standing there staring at the rubble, not moving, not speaking. A man is walking in circles in his yard, picking up random objects, a cooking pot, a child's shoe, a book, holding each one for a moment before setting it down and picking up something else, as if he's lost the ability to decide what's important. Children are crying, some from fear, some from exhaustion, and some from that peculiar distress that comes from having their entire world revealed as less safe and stable than they believed. Dogs are barking frantically, trying to find their owners or protect property that no longer exists. Cats are nowhere to be seen. They've all hidden in whatever deep, dark places they could find and won't emerge for days. The death toll becomes apparent gradually. Someone finds a body under rubble here. Another is discovered in a collapsed building there. A family didn't make it out when their house collapsed. An elderly person, too frail to evacuate to stronger shelter, was crushed when a beam fell. The numbers start to accumulate, and with each discovery the community's shock deepens. In London, the scene is apocalyptic. Streets are impassable, blocked by fallen chimneys, collapsed walls, and debris. The lead merchant's warehouse near the Thames has collapsed, spilling thousands of sheets of lead roofing material into the streets. Tiles and bricks lie everywhere, mixed with broken glass, splintered wood, and scattered belongings from homes that no longer have roofs to protect their contents. Westminster Abbey looks like it's been hit by artillery. The roof damage is extensive, exposing the interior to the elements. Several pinnacles and decorative elements have fallen, smashing into the streets below. The clock tower has stopped working, its mechanism jammed by the building's structural shifts. The Queen will later be told that the damage to the abbey alone will cost thousands of pounds to repair, a fortune in 1703 money. Daniel Defoe, having survived the night with his family, begins what will become the world's first systematic disaster investigation. He places advertisements in London newspapers asking people to send him their observations and experiences. He's going to collect data, compile statistics, and create a comprehensive account of the storm. It's revolutionary journalism, using systematic investigation and eyewitness testimony to document a natural disaster. His eventual publication, The Storm, will become a historical document of immense value. Along the coast, the maritime disaster is beyond anything the Royal Navy has experienced in peacetime. Portsmouth Harbour looks like a battlefield. Ships are piled on top of each other, masts are broken and trailing in the water, and hulls are stove in and sinking. Bodies are washing up on shore, sailors who went into the water during the night and never made it out. The Eddystone Light, which stood as a symbol of human engineering triumphing over nature, has vanished completely. Search ships will eventually find the rocks where it stood, but not a single piece of the structure remains. Henry Winstanley, who designed and built the lighthouse, and who famously said he wanted to be inside it during the greatest storm to prove its strength, got his wish in the cruelest way possible. His confidence in his engineering has cost him everything. Merchant ships from around the world have been destroyed. A vessel from the East Indies carrying spices and silk worth a small fortune has sunk in the harbour. A ship from the Americas, loaded with tobacco and sugar, has been driven onto the rocks and broken apart. Insurance companies in London will face bankruptcy from the claims. The financial impact of the storm will ripple through the economy for years. The total ship losses are difficult to calculate initially because ships keep being found wrecked in unexpected places. The wind was strong enough to blow vessels miles from where they should have been. One merchant ship is found several miles inland, blown up a tidal creek and deposited in a farmer's field, like some bizarre sea monster that lost its way. It will stay there for years because moving it is impractical. Eventually, it will just rot in place, becoming a landmark and a reminder. Bishop's Palace in Wells, Somerset has lost most of its roof. Tiles that have protected this building for centuries are gone, scattered across the countryside. Rain is now falling into rooms that haven't been wet since they were built. Ancient manuscripts and documents are being hastily moved to try to save them from water damage. It will take months to make the palace weatherproof again. Canterbury Cathedral, one of the most important religious sites in England, has suffered damage to its Bell Harry Tower. Stonework that has stood since the 1400s has been weakened or destroyed. Lead sheets have been torn from the roof. The Archbishop will later calculate that the storm has done more damage to the cathedral than was inflicted during the entire Reformation. As people begin to assess the damage and start the overwhelming task of recovery, stories emerge that strain credibility. A woman in Kent claims that her chickens were blown 2 miles from her farm and landed, alive but extremely confused, in a neighbour's yard. A farmer insists that the wind was so strong it blew the fleece off several of his sheep, a claim that seems impossible until you see the sheep in question, partially sheared by wind and flying debris. Someone finds a haystack from Sussex sitting intact in a field in Kent, blown 20 miles from its original location. A weather vane from a church steeple in Hampshire is discovered embedded in a tree in Dorset, 40 miles away. These objects aren't just blown around, they're becoming projectiles that travel distances that seem to violate the laws of physics. The task of clearing the debris and beginning repairs is overwhelming. In every village, in every town, people are looking at months or years of work. Roofs need to be rebuilt, walls need to be repaired, and trees need to be cleared. And winter is coming. Damaged buildings need to be made weatherproof before the real cold arrives. There's a desperate urgency to the work, driven by the knowledge that another storm, even a normal one, could be catastrophic for buildings that are barely standing. Help begins to arrive from areas that were less affected. The northern counties, which experience strong winds but nothing like the destruction in the south, send workers and materials. The Queen opens the royal purse to help with repairs to churches and public buildings. Wealthy landowners organise relief efforts for their tenants. It's not enough. It can't be enough. But it's something, and in the aftermath of disaster, something is infinitely better than nothing. As the day progresses and the wind continues to die down, people start trying to understand what happened. This is the beginning of a collective attempt to make sense of something that defies comprehension. In an age before modern meteorology, before weather science as we know it, people are reaching for explanations that make sense within their worldview. In the days and weeks following the Great Storm, people across England are asking the same question: what just happened? You have to remember that in 1703, the scientific understanding of weather was primitive at best. The barometer exists, yes, but it's a novelty. The concept of air pressure is understood in abstract terms by a few scientists, but the connection between pressure systems and weather is still being debated in academic circles. Most people's understanding of weather comes from centuries of folk wisdom and religious interpretation. Storms are sent by God, either as punishment for sin or as tests of faith. Weather patterns are influenced by the moon, by the stars, and by various signs and omens that experienced people learn to read. It's not scientific, but it's the framework people have for understanding their world. So when a storm of unprecedented violence strikes without warning and causes unimaginable destruction, the search for meaning becomes urgent. Religious leaders, who serve as the primary interpreters of major events, immediately frame the storm in theological terms. Sermons across the country describe it as divine judgment, though what exactly England is being judged for varies depending on the preacher's particular theological emphasis. Some ministers point to the ongoing war with France, suggesting that God is displeased with the bloodshed. Others focus on moral decay in London, claiming that the storm is punishment for the theatre, gambling, and other vices flourishing in the capital. Still others take a more political angle, suggesting that religious divisions between Anglicans and dissenters have angered the Almighty. These explanations provide comfort in their way. If the storm is divine judgment, then it's not random, it has meaning, purpose, and cause. And if it has a cause, then perhaps it can be prevented next time by improving moral behaviour, reforming religious practices. It's a way of restoring a sense of control in a situation that revealed how little control anyone actually has. Queen Anne, who is deeply religious, orders a national day of fasting and prayer to be held in January. It's both a religious observance and a political statement, acknowledging the disaster while demonstrating royal concern for the nation's welfare. Churches across England will hold special services, and people will pray for the souls of the dead and for protection from future disasters. But not everyone is satisfied with purely religious explanations. A small but growing number of natural philosophers, the term scientist won't be coined for another century, are approaching the storm from a more analytical perspective. They want to understand the physical mechanisms that could produce such extraordinary winds. Daniel Defoe's investigation represents this new way of thinking. He's collecting data systematically, comparing accounts from different locations, and trying to map the storm's path and intensity. He's asking questions like, how fast were the winds? Nobody knows, because instruments to measure wind speed won't be invented until the 1800s. What was the air pressure? The few people with barometers report unprecedented lows, but there's no standard measurement system. Did the storm follow a predictable path? The accounts suggest something strange, a rotating storm system that moved across southern England, but the concept of cyclonic rotation won't be understood for over a century. Robert Hooke, the brilliant but often overlooked scientist who serves as curator of experiments for the Royal Society, has been keeping detailed weather records for years. He reviews his observations from late November and notes the unusual barometric pressure readings. He suspects there's a connection between the rapid pressure drop and the storm's intensity. but he lacks the theoretical framework to explain it properly. The Royal Society, England's premier scientific institution, holds several meetings dedicated to discussing the storm. Members present observations, theories, and speculations. Some of their ideas are surprisingly close to modern understanding. They correctly identify that the storm involved rotating winds and moved from west to east. Other ideas are completely wrong, including suggestions that earthquakes under the Atlantic somehow caused the storm or that unusual planetary alignments influenced atmospheric conditions. What makes the discussion interesting is that they're trying to apply empirical observation and logical reasoning to a natural phenomenon, rather than simply accepting supernatural explanations. This represents an important moment in the development of meteorological science, even if the actual understanding is still primitive. One observation that particularly puzzles natural philosophers is the storm's extraordinary wind speed. Several people report seeing objects blown at velocities that seem impossible. Tiles flying like birds, pieces of roof travelling for miles, people actually being lifted off their feet. These accounts suggest wind speeds far beyond what anyone has measured or documented before. Modern meteorological analysis, conducted centuries later using Defoe's collected accounts and other historical records, suggests that wind speeds during the storm's peak may have reached 120 to 130 miles per hour, possibly higher in gusts. That's Category 3 hurricane strength, but occurring in a latitude where such storms essentially never happen. It's the equivalent of a major Caribbean hurricane somehow appearing in the English Channel, meteorologically bizarre and historically unprecedented. The storm's path is also unusual. Most Atlantic storms that reach England come from the southwest and weaken as they approach land. This storm seems to have intensified as it approached, which violates normal storm behaviour. It also maintained its strength far longer than normal, battering southern England for over 12 hours at peak intensity. Everything about it is exceptional, anomalous, and wrong according to the typical patterns that experienced observers recognise. Agricultural communities are particularly concerned with understanding what happened, because they need to know if it could happen again. If this was a one-time divine judgment, that's one thing, but if it's a weather pattern that might recur, then building practices need to change, farming strategies need to adapt, and communities need to prepare differently for winter storms. The answer, frustratingly, is that nobody knows. This could be a once-in-a-millennium event that won't recur for centuries. Or it could be the first of a new pattern. Maybe the climate is changing. Maybe some fundamental shift in atmospheric conditions has occurred. Without historical records going back more than a generation or two, and without scientific instruments to measure conditions properly, it's impossible to put the storm in proper context. What people do know is that their understanding of what weather can do has been fundamentally revised. Before the storm, people thought they knew the limits of wind strength, the maximum height of waves, and the worst that nature could throw at England. The storm has demonstrated that those limits were imaginary, that nature is capable of violence far beyond what anyone considered possible. This realization is both terrifying and, in an odd way, liberating. If the old certainties about weather are wrong, then perhaps other certainties are also questionable. Maybe the world is more dynamic, more changeable, and more surprising than traditional wisdom suggests. It's an uncomfortable thought, but it's also the kind of thinking that drives scientific progress. Insurance companies are also trying to understand the storm, but for purely practical reasons. They need to calculate risks and set premiums, which requires some ability to predict the likelihood of future disasters. The losses from this storm are bankrupting several insurance firms, and the survivors need to figure out how to price policies in a world where apparently impossible disasters can actually occur. This leads to some of the first attempts at actuarial science applied to weather, trying to use historical records and mathematical probability to estimate storm frequency and intensity. It's crude by modern standards, but it represents the beginning of treating weather disasters as calculable risks rather than simply unpredictable acts of God. As weeks turn to months and England slowly recovers from the great storm, the ways it has changed the country begin to emerge. Some changes are obvious and immediate. Thousands of buildings have been rebuilt with stronger construction methods, for instance. Other changes are more subtle, working their way through culture and consciousness in ways that will influence British society for generations. The most immediate legacy is architectural. The storm has provided a brutal lesson in what works and what doesn't when it comes to withstanding extreme winds. Thatched roofs, while traditional and relatively inexpensive, have proven catastrophically vulnerable. In the reconstruction that follows, you can see a shift toward tiles and slates, toward heavier roofing materials that won't simply blow away. Building techniques change too. Timber framing gets reinforced, buildings are anchored more securely to their foundations, and walls are built thicker. There's a new appreciation for stone construction, even though it's more expensive. The storm has essentially provided free but extremely harsh testing of construction methods, and builders are learning from the results. The windmill industry undergoes a complete redesign. The catastrophic failures during the storm, mills spinning themselves to destruction, catching fire or simply exploding, have made it clear that current designs are inadequate. Engineers develop better brake systems, stronger gearing and emergency shutdown mechanisms. Future windmills will be built lower and sturdier, trading some efficiency for much better storm survival. Lighthouse construction sees even more dramatic changes. The complete obliteration of the Eddystone Light makes it clear that wooden structures, no matter how cleverly designed, simply cannot withstand the worst the ocean can throw at them. When the lighthouse is rebuilt, it will be stone, and when that proves insufficient and is replaced again 50 years later, it will be even heavier stone with innovative engineering. The storm effectively ends the era of wooden offshore lighthouses. The Royal Navy learns hard lessons about harbour management and ship security. New mooring systems are developed, harbour configurations are redesigned, and procedures for securing ships during extreme weather are completely overhauled. The loss of so many ships in harbour, where they should have been safe, is an embarrassment that the Navy is determined not to repeat. But beyond these practical changes, the storm leaves deeper marks on British culture and psychology. It becomes a reference point, a benchmark against which all future storms are measured. For generations afterward, people will say things like, "the worst storm since 2003, or "not as bad as the Great Storm." It enters the national memory as a shared trauma that defined an era. The storm also contributes to a slowly growing sense that the world is more knowable and less mysterious than previous generations believed. The fact that someone like Defoe could systematically investigate a natural disaster, collect data, and produce a comprehensive account. This represents a new way of understanding the world, not through divine revelation or ancient authority, but through observation, documentation, and analysis. Defoe's The Storm, published in 1704, becomes a bestseller and remains in print for decades. It's part disaster account, part investigation, and part meditation on human vulnerability in the face of nature. But more importantly, it's proof that complex natural phenomena can be studied systematically and understood rationally. This approach will influence everything from how future disasters are documented to how scientific investigation is conducted. The insurance industry, forced to reinvent itself after the storm's financial devastation, becomes more sophisticated and more mathematical in its approach. The disaster accelerates the development of actuarial science and risk assessment. In a very real way, the modern insurance industry, with its complex calculations of risk and probability, has roots in the attempts to understand and price the risk of another great storm. Weather observation becomes more systematic in the storm's aftermath. More people invest in barometers, detailed weather logs are kept, and patterns are noted. The Royal Society encourages this systematic observation, collecting data that will eventually contribute to the development of meteorology as a proper science. It will take another century and a half before weather forecasting becomes reliable, but the Great Storm marks an important step in that direction. The religious response to the storm also has lasting effects, though perhaps not the ones the clergy intended. While sermons frame the disaster as divine judgment, the fact that the godly and ungodly suffered equally raises uncomfortable questions. Why would God destroy churches while sparing taverns? Why kill pious sailors while sparing sinful merchants? These questions don't shake religious faith. England remains deeply Christian, but they contribute to a gradually developing sense that maybe natural events have natural causes rather than being direct expressions of divine will. This is part of a larger intellectual shift happening across Europe, the Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, observation and natural law. The Great Storm doesn't cause this shift, but it provides dramatic evidence that supports the new way of thinking. If even the weather follows natural laws rather than being directly controlled by divine intervention, then perhaps the entire universe operates according to predictable principles that humans can discover and understand. In literature and culture, the storm becomes a symbol of nature's power and human vulnerability. It appears in poems, plays and novels. Artists depict the devastation in engravings and paintings, the image of ships being torn apart in harbour, of ancient trees toppling, of churches losing their steeples. These become powerful metaphors for the fragility of human achievements in the face of natural forces. The storm also influences British maritime culture and the national self-image. Britain sees itself as a naval power, as a nation connected to the sea. The fact that the sea could strike so devastating a blow right in the heart of British naval strength is sobering. It reinforces the respect for the ocean that is central to British maritime tradition. The understanding that the sea is never fully tamed, never completely safe, and always demands respect. For the families who lost loved ones in the storm, the legacy is more personal and more painful. Approximately 8,000 people died, most of them sailors who drowned when their ships went down. That's a staggering number for a country with England's population in 1703. Nearly every coastal community lost someone. Every port town has widows and orphans. The human cost ripples through society for a generation. There's also an economic legacy. The destruction of property, the loss of ships and cargo, and the cost of reconstruction, all of this represents an enormous financial burden. England in 1703 is already fighting an expensive war with France. Adding a massive natural disaster on top of that strains the national economy. Taxes are raised to fund reconstruction of government buildings and churches. Insurance premiums skyrocket. Some businesses never recover. But there's also resilience in the response. Communities come together to rebuild. Neighbours help neighbours clear debris and repair homes. The nation as a whole demonstrates a capacity to absorb a devastating blow and keep functioning. This resilience becomes part of Britain's national character, part of the story the country tells about itself, that British people endure, persist and carry on regardless of circumstances. The Great Storm becomes part of the cultural mythology that helps define what it means to be British. It's invoked during World War II when the Blitz is compared to natural disasters of the past. It's referenced during subsequent hurricanes and floods. It becomes one of those foundational stories that help a nation understand itself. A reminder that Britain has faced catastrophe before and survived. From a modern perspective, knowing what we now know about climate and weather systems, the Great Storm of 1703 remains meteorologically fascinating. Computer models attempting to recreate the storm based on historical accounts suggest it was essentially a bomb cyclone, an extratropical storm that underwent explosive intensification, with pressure dropping at unprecedented rates. These storms are rare but not impossible, and when they occur in the North Atlantic, they can produce conditions similar to major hurricanes. What makes the 1703 storm exceptional is that it struck at peak intensity, maintained that intensity for many hours, and hit the most populated and developed part of England directly. It was a perfect storm in the literal sense, the perfect combination of meteorological conditions, timing and geography to produce maximum devastation. Modern climate science can't say with certainty whether the storm was a pure anomaly or whether it reflected broader climate patterns. The early 1700s fall within what's called the Little Ice Age, a period of cooler than average temperatures in Europe. Some climate historians speculate that the unusual temperature patterns of this period might have contributed to unusual storm patterns, but the evidence is inconclusive. What we can say is that storms of similar intensity are possible today. The technology and infrastructure of modern Britain are better equipped to handle extreme weather than the wooden buildings and sailing ships of 1703. But a storm of truly equivalent intensity, sustained winds of 120 plus miles per hour striking southern England, would still cause catastrophic damage despite all our modern advantages. As you settle deeper into your blanket and the story winds toward its end, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Storm of 1703 can teach us more than 3 centuries later. Because while the specifics are historical, the themes are eternal. Nature's power, human vulnerability, resilience in the face of disaster, and the ongoing challenge of understanding forces beyond our control. The people of 1703 lived in a world that was in many ways utterly different from ours. They travelled by horse and sailing ship, lit their homes with candles, and had no electricity, no engines, and no synthetic materials of any kind. Their entire technological civilization was based on wood, stone, metal, and muscle power, human and animal. Yet their emotional responses to the storm would be immediately recognisable to anyone who has lived through a natural disaster. The fear as the winds intensified, the uncertainty about whether shelter would hold, the shock of seeing familiar landscapes transformed into unrecognisable devastation, the grief of loss, the overwhelm of recovery, and the gradual emergence of resilience and determination to rebuild. These human experiences transcend technology and time. The storm also reminds us that nature operates on scales, and with forces that dwarf human power. For all our modern technology, our reinforced buildings, our weather satellites, our computer models, we remain fundamentally vulnerable to natural forces. We've gotten better at predicting disasters and surviving them, but we haven't eliminated the vulnerability. A storm strong enough can still overwhelm our preparations. This isn't a depressing thought, or at least it doesn't have to be. There's something almost comforting about the reminder that humans aren't in complete control, that there are forces in the world larger than our politics, our economies, and our personal concerns. The wind that blew through England in 1703 didn't care about national boundaries, religious differences, social class, or individual achievement. It treated everyone equally, which in its way was a form of justice. The Great Storm also demonstrates the importance of systematic observation and record keeping. Without Daniel Defoe's investigation, without the detailed accounts he collected, our understanding of the storm would be much more limited. We'd have scattered references in letters and diaries, but not the comprehensive picture that Defoe's work provides. This has relevance for how we approach modern challenges. Climate change, for instance, requires exactly this kind of systematic, long-term observation and documentation. We need people willing to do the patient, unglamorous work of collecting data, comparing accounts, and building comprehensive records. Defoe's work in 1703 was pioneering in this regard. He essentially invented disaster journalism and established a model for investigating natural catastrophes that we still use today. The storm also illustrates how disasters can accelerate change. The architectural improvements, the advances in maritime safety, the development of insurance practices, and the progress in weather observation. All of these might have happened eventually, but the storm compressed years or decades of gradual development into a few months of urgent necessity. Sometimes it takes a crisis to overcome inertia and implement improvements that people had been discussing but not acting on. This pattern repeats throughout history. The Great Fire of London in 1666 led to improved building codes and the first organised firefighting services. The Titanic sinking in 1912 revolutionised maritime safety regulations. Hurricane Katrina in 2005 transformed emergency management planning. Disasters, for all their tragedy, can be powerful catalysts for positive change, assuming we're willing to learn from them. The religious responses to the storm are also instructive, not because they were correct in their attribution of divine judgment, but because they show how people seek meaning in natural disasters. Humans seem psychologically wired to find patterns and purposes even in random or probabilistic events. When something terrible happens, saying, "It's just bad luck," or "It's a statistical inevitability," doesn't provide the same psychological comfort as finding meaning in the event. Modern secular society has largely replaced religious interpretations with scientific ones, but the underlying need to understand and contextualize disaster remains. We explain hurricanes in terms of sea surface temperatures and atmospheric pressure gradients, which is more accurate than explaining them as divine judgment. But the psychological function is similar, to make the incomprehensible comprehensible, and to restore a sense of order and understanding to chaotic events. The storm also reminds us about the power of community in recovery. The immediate aftermath saw people helping each other, sharing resources, and working together to clear debris and repair damage. This spontaneous cooperation wasn't organised by government or mandated by authority. It emerged naturally from people recognising their mutual vulnerability and mutual dependence. This pattern appears in virtually every disaster, ancient or modern. When catastrophe strips away the normal social structures and economic systems, people tend to cooperate rather than compete. The popular image of disaster survivors descending into chaos and violence is largely myth. The reality is usually mutual aid and solidarity. The Great Storm of 1703 demonstrated this, and every disaster since has confirmed it. There's something deeply optimistic in this pattern. It suggests that beneath all our divisions and differences, humans retain a fundamental capacity for empathy and cooperation. When things are really bad, when survival is uncertain and the normal rules don't apply, people tend to help each other. This capacity for mutual aid might be one of humanity's most important survival traits. The storm's legacy also includes all the stories that have been passed down through generations. The grandmother who survived by hiding in a stone cellar, the sailor who was washed overboard but managed to grab floating debris and was rescued at dawn, the village that lost its church but rebuilt it stronger. These stories become part of family histories, local traditions, and the narrative fabric of communities. These oral histories serve important functions. They preserve memory, they transmit lessons, and they connect generations. They remind people that their ancestors faced catastrophes and survived, which provides perspective during current difficulties. When your own world feels like it's falling apart, knowing that your great-great-great-grandparents survived the Great Storm of 1703 can be genuinely comforting. As weather patterns become more extreme due to climate change, the Great Storm takes on new relevance as a historical benchmark. It reminds us that even without human-caused climate change, nature is capable of producing extreme events. It provides a calibration point. If storms like this were possible in the Little Ice Age, what might be possible in a warming world? This isn't to minimise climate change or suggest that extreme weather is nothing new. Rather, it's to acknowledge that we're not starting from a baseline of calm, predictable weather. Earth's climate has always produced extremes, and human civilization has always had to contend with nature's capacity for violence. Climate change is making this worse, potentially much worse, but the underlying vulnerability was always there. The Great Storm of 1703 stands as a testament to both human vulnerability and human resilience. It showed how quickly the comfortable, familiar world can be torn apart by natural forces, but it also showed how people respond, with courage, with mutual aid, and with determination to understand what happened and to rebuild better than before. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the wind that blew through England on that November night in 1703. It started as disturbances in the atmosphere over the Atlantic, subtle differences in temperature and pressure that gradually amplified into something monstrous. It travelled thousands of miles across the ocean, gathering strength, until it struck a small island with unprecedented fury. The wind itself was just air in motion, molecules responding to physical laws with no consciousness or intent. Yet the people who experienced it described it in almost personal terms, as if the wind had will, had purpose, had rage. This is how humans make sense of forces beyond our control, by anthropomorphizing them, by creating narratives that turn natural processes into stories we can understand. That wind is gone now, its energy long since dissipated, its molecules scattered across the atmosphere and cycled through countless other weather systems over the past 3 centuries. But its effects ripple forward through time. The buildings that were redesigned because of it still stand, incorporating lessons learned on that terrible night. The maritime safety procedures it inspired still protect sailors. The systematic approach to disaster investigation that Defoe pioneered still guides how we respond to catastrophes. The people who experienced the storm are gone too, of course. The last survivor died sometime in the late 1700s, and with them died the immediate memory of that night. But they left records, stories, and descriptions that allow us to reconstruct their experience. Daniel Defoe's investigation preserved hundreds of accounts that would otherwise have been lost. Parish records documented the deaths. Insurance claims recorded the property damage. Letters and diaries captured personal reactions. These records allow us to touch, across 3 centuries, the experience of people who face something overwhelming and terrifying. We can read their words, follow their logic, and share their fear and grief and eventual determination. History isn't just dates and facts, it's the accumulated experience of countless individuals, preserved in fragments that we can piece together into something like understanding. If you visited southern England today, you could still find traces of the Great Storm if you knew where to look. There are ancient trees whose trunks show damage from 1703 and limbs that were torn away and never quite grew back properly. There are buildings that incorporate salvaged timbers from structures destroyed in the storm. There are graveyards where unusual clusters of burials from November and December 1703 tell silent stories of loss. The storm has become part of the landscape's deep history, part of the accumulated memory that makes a place what it is. Every location has these layers, events that shaped the land and the people, that influenced how communities developed, that left marks both physical and cultural that persist long after the events themselves have faded from living memory. And somewhere in the Atlantic right now, air is moving, pressure systems are forming, and weather is being made. The same physical processes that created the Great Storm of 1703 are still operating. The same equations govern how storms form and intensify. The same ocean that bred that ancient tempest still breeds modern ones, and still occasionally produces conditions that create extraordinary violence. We're better prepared now than people were in 1703. We have warning systems, sturdy buildings, and weather forecasts that can predict storms days in advance. But we're not invulnerable. Nature still has the capacity to surprise us, to produce events at the edge of probability that exceed our preparations and assumptions. This is both sobering and in a strange way exciting. It means the world retains its capacity to astonish us, to remind us that for all our knowledge and technology, we remain part of natural systems that operate on scales beyond our control. We're passengers on a planet spinning through space, protected by a thin layer of atmosphere that sometimes moves in ways that can tear our civilization apart. But we're passengers with memory, with records, with the accumulated wisdom of generations who faced disasters and learned from them. The Great Storm of 1703 is part of that accumulated wisdom, a reminder of what's possible, a lesson in vulnerability and resilience, and a story that connects us to people long dead who faced their darkest night with whatever courage they could muster. As you sleep tonight, safe in a building that incorporates 3 centuries of improved understanding of wind resistance and structural engineering, you're benefiting from lessons that were purchased with great suffering in 1703. Every secure roof beam, every well-anchored foundation, every building code and safety regulation, They all rest on the accumulated experience of people who faced disasters and said, "Never again, or at least not like this." Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing human story of learning from catastrophe, of building better after disaster, of facing an indifferent universe with determination and ingenuity. The wind that blew in 1703 is gone, but the lessons it taught remain, woven into the fabric of how we build, how we prepare, and how we understand our place in the natural world. And tomorrow, when you check the weather forecast, a routine action that would have seemed like magic to someone in 1703, remember that you're benefiting from centuries of careful observation that began in part with people trying to understand the incomprehensible storm that struck on a November night 300 years ago. The great storm of 1703 is over, but its legacy continues. It lives in our buildings, our institutions, our scientific understanding, and our cultural memory. It reminds us that history isn't just about kings and wars and political events. It's also about ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances, about human vulnerability and resilience, and about the ongoing conversation between human civilization and the natural forces that shaped the planet long before we arrived, and will continue long after we're gone. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as peaceful as that November night was violent. The storm has passed, the wind has settled, and morning always comes, even after the longest, darkest night. You know how it feels to feel so tiny while you're lying on your back in the grass and gazing up at the stars? Congratulations! You're experiencing exactly the same thing that, most likely some 40,000 years ago, ignited human astronomy. Imagine that as an early human, your main worries are avoiding being eaten by an animal with larger teeth than you, and determining where you will get your next meal. However, as night falls, there it is, this breathtaking light display above your head, totally free of cost and without the need for a subscription service. You might initially assume that these prehistoric people were too preoccupied with survival to be interested in celestial mechanics. The interesting part, though, is that they were compelled to become the first astronomers in history. You see, the sky becomes your ultimate scheduling tool when you don't have a calendar to remind you when it's time to plant crops, or a smartphone to alert you when spring is approaching. The stars weren't haphazardly strewn up there like glitter on a black tablecloth, as those early stargazers noticed. Like a cosmic clock that never needed to be wound, they moved in predictable patterns. Eventually, the same stars that had emerged over the eastern horizon would march across the sky and vanish in the west, only to reappear the following night with a slight shift. Then came the sun, which was as dependable as a Swiss watch, rising in the east and setting in the west each and every day. Aside from... hold on a second. It appeared to travel a much slower, lower route across the sky in the winter, hardly bothering to reach very high before deciding to call it a day. It jumped high overhead and stayed out until what felt like bedtime in the summer, practically bouncing out of bed. This was survival information, not just idle curiosity. You knew it was time to start searching for certain plants that would soon be ripening when that specific cluster of stars appeared shortly before dawn. You could tell winter was easing when the sun began to shine for longer periods of time each day. Even more fascinating was the moon. The moon appeared to have a personality disorder, in contrast to the sun, which essentially followed a predictable routine. At times, it was a perfect circle that was visible to hunters. At times, it resembled a cosmic smile, a thin crescent. At times, it vanished completely, leaving the night as dark as a cave's interior. The moon, however, had a rhythm despite its seeming moodiness. Humanity's first calendar system was based on the dependable pattern of roughly 29.5 days between full moons. When you could simply look up and see what phase the moon was in, you didn't need to count days. These early astronomers, let's call them that, because even without fancy degrees or telescopes they were unquestionably astronomers, started to notice something else. Night after night, year after year, the majority of stars remained in the same relative positions. That group continued to appear like a Big Dipper. It appears that ancient people had very active imaginations when it came to connecting dots, because that row of stars that someone thought looked like a belt remained a belt. The troublemakers, however, were a few luminous objects that roved the sky as if they were unsure of their destination. Later the Greeks would refer to them as planets, which means wanderers, and that is what we still call them today. 5 of these roving stars, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, were visible to ancient observers even in the absence of telescopes. Venus was especially perplexing because it seemed to be 2 distinct stars, one that emerged shortly before sunrise and another shortly after sunset. It took a long time for someone to realise that it was the sun playing peekaboo with the same object. These observations weren't merely remembered as fascinating anecdotes as the generations went by. They were assimilated into everyday life and became fundamental knowledge. Seasons were approaching when certain stars rose at particular times. The amount of light available for nighttime activities was determined by the moon's position. Weather patterns were predicted by the path of the sun. Priests or shamans, who were the community's official timekeepers and weather forecasters, were frequently entrusted with this knowledge because it was so valuable that it became sacred. Not only was it helpful, but it was almost magical to be able to predict with precision when spring or the rains would arrive. It is understandable why early astronomers frequently occupied highly esteemed and influential roles in their communities. What's truly amazing, though, is that all of this highly advanced pattern recognition and observation was taking place thousands of years before anyone even had a magnifying glass to improve their vision. All that these ancient astronomers had to work with were their unaided eyes, their intellects, and an almost unnatural patience for observing the sky year after year and night after night. They were unable to see the craters on our own moon, the moons of Jupiter, or the rings of Saturn. They didn't know that those 5 stray stars were worlds in and of themselves, or that the Milky Way was composed of billions of individual stars. However, they could tell you the precise time of the next full moon, the sun's zenith, or which stars would be visible on any given night of the year. Compared to many of us today, these early observers had a deeper understanding of the sky. How recently have you observed the Big Dipper's gradual nighttime rotation around the North Star? Or that, if you know exactly where to look, Venus can occasionally be seen during the day. The sky was a constant companion to these ancient astronomers, who read it as we do the news. The longest-running scientific endeavour in human history had suddenly started. For tens of thousands of years it would go on uninterrupted, evolving from one generation to the next and becoming more accurate and sophisticated with every century that went by. All because someone somewhere thought that perhaps the lovely lights in the sky were trying to convey something significant. We must now briefly discuss the ancient Egyptians if we are to discuss people who took astronomy seriously. These people centered their entire civilization on the stars, not just observing them. And by built, I mean literally, as they positioned their monuments with the accuracy of a fine watchmaker in relation to celestial objects. Most likely you've heard of the Great Pyramid of Giza, that enormous stone construction that still baffles engineers today and leaves them wondering how in the world it was built. What you might not know, though, is that it is oriented so closely to true north that the difference is less than 1/15 of a degree. That's more accurate than a lot of contemporary buildings, to put that in perspective. Without GPS, laser levels, or any of the other tools we now consider necessary, how did they accomplish this? Naturally, they made use of the stars. They specifically employed a method based on the North Pole's circumference, which stars follow. They were able to determine true north with remarkable accuracy by observing a star at its eastern and western extremes during the night, and then calculating the midpoint between those positions. However, the Egyptians weren't merely showcasing their prowess in building pyramids, they were obsessed with astronomy for pragmatic reasons. The Nile River's yearly flooding, which spread rich, fertile silt over the farmlands, was essential to Egypt's entire agricultural system. You risk starvation if you miss the timing of this flood. If you do it correctly, you will have a lot of crops. The issue was that, unlike many other cultures, the flooding of the Nile did not occur according to the lunar calendar. Rather, it tracked what is now known as the solar year, which is the amount of time it takes for Earth to complete one orbit around the Sun. As a result, the Egyptians had to monitor the Sun's position far more precisely than their neighbours. Every year, they observed that a specific star would emerge on the eastern horizon just before dawn, right before the Nile started to flood. Their cosmic alarm clock was this star, which we call Sirius and they call Sopdet. After being invisible for weeks, Sirius appeared in the pre-dawn sky, signalling that the flood would arrive in a few days. They created one of the most precise calendars in antiquity based on this observation, creating a 365-day year that was only off by roughly a quarter of a day. Not bad for those with boundless patience and stone tools. We also have some of the oldest written records of astronomical observations from the Egyptians. They made maps of the stars, monitored the motion of planets, and devised complex techniques for determining the time at night. As each deacon rose above the horizon during the night, it marked the passage of time like a celestial clock. They separated the night sky into 36 sections, each of which was linked to a group of stars known as a deacon. As the official astronomers, their priests developed extraordinary skills in forecasting heavenly occurrences. They could predict precisely when the sun would rise to particular positions in the sky, when the next new moon would occur, and when specific stars would rise. The pharaoh's divine authority, agricultural planning, and religious ceremonies all depended on this knowledge, which was not merely academic. Speaking of pharaohs, the Egyptians considered their rulers to be actual gods with direct ties to the heavens. Their entire approach to astronomy was influenced by this belief. The sun god Ra was frequently equated with the pharaoh's divine nature, and in order to preserve cosmic order, significant rituals had to be timed to coincide with astronomical occurrences. The idea that the solar year differs from the lunar year, which is employed by many other cultures, was also created by the Egyptians. A solar year, which is determined by the sun's apparent position in relation to the background stars, has roughly 365.25 days, whereas a lunar year, which is determined by the moon's phases, has roughly 354 days. Even though this might not seem like much, it adds up over time. Seasons in a society with a lunar calendar alone would progressively become out of sync with the calendar. The Egyptians resolved this issue by concentrating solely on the sun and stars and essentially disregarding the moon for calendar purposes. This was a groundbreaking method that would eventually inform our current calendar system and have an impact on Greek and Roman calendars. However, Egyptian astronomy's record-keeping was arguably its most remarkable feature. They tracked long-term celestial cycles by keeping meticulous records of their observations over centuries. They discovered that Sirius's rising gradually changed in relation to their calendar, completing a full cycle every 1,460 years, rather than simply rising at the same time every year. They came up with the idea of the Sothic cycle, which was named after Sothis, another name for Sirius, as a result of this observation. It's almost unbelievable how accurate their observations are. Year after year, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the planet's first appearance before dawn after a period of invisibility, could be predicted by Egyptian astronomers to within a day or two. They were able to observe that Venus has both morning star and evening star phases, and that Mars has a longer cycle than the other planets that are visible. They even created tools to aid in their observations. They were able to align structures with astronomical accuracy thanks to the Merket, which was basically a sighting tool made from a palm leaf rib. It served as an antiquated surveying tool that could accurately determine angles and directions when used in conjunction with a plumb line. Papyri that explain the motions of celestial bodies and their relevance to earthly events are among the earliest known astronomical writings produced by the Egyptians. These records demonstrate a highly developed knowledge of astronomical cycles and how they relate to pragmatic issues like farming and religious holidays. The way they combine their understanding of astronomy with their religious and philosophical beliefs is especially intriguing. The sky was more than just a group of far-off lights to the Egyptians. It was a blueprint for preserving harmony between heaven and earth, a map of the afterlife, and a roadmap for the pharaoh's journey to join the gods. A mythological framework for comprehending the daily cycle of sunrise and sunset was provided by their goddess Nut, who was said to swallow the sun every evening and give birth to it every morning. Sirius was connected to Isis, his divine consort, and Osiris, the god of the afterlife, to the constellation we now call Orion. These were not merely tales. They were sophisticated attempts to use the conceptual tools at their disposal to make sense of the universe. For millennia to come, civilizations would be influenced by the Egyptian approach to astronomy. They established a model that other cultures would follow and expand upon through their strategies for monitoring astronomical cycles, their methods for exact alignment, and their fusion of astronomical knowledge with real-world applications. That's not bad for a civilization that thrived more than 4,000 years ago, with only their eyes, their minds, and the unwavering conviction that the secrets of the sky were the keys to knowing everything that mattered. The Babylonians were the masters of mathematics, if the Egyptians were the painstaking record keepers of the ancient astronomical world. You know what this needs? Numbers. Lots and lots of numbers, these people thought, after taking a quick look at all those celestial observations. The Babylonians, who inhabited what is now Iraq in Mesopotamia, faced a difficult dilemma. The Babylonians had to contend with the much less dependable Tigris and Euphrates rivers than the Egyptians, who could count on the Nile's consistent flooding. Their ability to comprehend intricate patterns of rainfall, river levels and seasonal variations, which varied considerably more drastically from year to year, was essential to their agricultural success. They developed an obsession with looking for patterns in everything, particularly the sky, as a result of this uncertainty. Perhaps they could make more accurate predictions about events on Earth if they could only figure out the laws governing celestial movements. As a result, they created what is now regarded as the first authentic mathematical astronomy. The 360-degree circle, which is so essential to mathematics and navigation that we still use it today, was invented by the Babylonians. Because 360 is divisible by so many numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, 24, 30, 36, 40, 45, 60, 72, 90, 120, and 180. They decided to use it. In a world without computers or calculators, this greatly simplified calculations. In addition, they created the sexagesimal, base 60 system for measuring time and angles, which divides an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. Why 60? It is extremely helpful for breaking things down into smaller, more manageable parts because, like 360, it has many factors. Here is where the Babylonians truly excelled, however, as they discovered that the planet's ostensibly chaotic movements actually followed mathematical patterns. They found that mathematical formulas could be used to describe the motion of a planet if its position was closely monitored over a period of years. The notion that the heavens functioned in accordance with mathematical laws that people could learn and comprehend was revolutionary. Consider Mars. For centuries, astronomers had been baffled by this planet's seemingly unpredictable behaviour. Like the Sun and Moon, Mars would typically travel steadily from west to east against the background stars. However, it would occasionally slow down, pause, go in the opposite direction for a few weeks, pause once more and then start moving east. This was referred to by the Greeks as retrograde motion, and it appeared to defy any logical notion of how celestial bodies ought to function. Like the mathematical detectives they were, the Babylonians tackled this problem. They accumulated massive tables of data by meticulously monitoring Mars' position night after night, month after month, and year after year. They eventually found that the retrograde loops on Mars had a regular pattern, repeating every 687 days, which is now known to be the orbital period of the planet. In order to forecast precisely when Mars would start its retrograde motion, how long it would last, and where the planet would be at any given point in the future, they created complex mathematical models. They only concentrated on identifying mathematical patterns that worked, not realizing that Mars' apparent motion was actually caused by Earth passing Mars in its orbit around the Sun. The Babylonians treated every planet that was visible in the same way. For Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, they developed intricate mathematical models that were tailored to take into consideration the unique characteristics and trends of each planet. Surprisingly accurate, these models frequently predicted planetary positions to within a degree or two. They also significantly improved our knowledge of lunar cycles. The Babylonians were able to predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, after they learned that they follow an 18-year, 11-day cycle known as the Saros. This was not merely academic knowledge. Because eclipses were frequently interpreted as divine omens, Babylonian priests who were able to predict them enjoyed great power and prestige. Given that they operated without telescopes, without access to contemporary mathematical notation, and without any knowledge of the actual solar system structure, it is nearly impossible to comprehend the mathematical sophistication of Babylonian astronomy. They employed iterative algorithms, produced mathematical models that would not be out of place in a contemporary calculus textbook, and developed polynomial functions. Thousands of cuneiform scripted clay tablets that contain their astronomical records have survived to this day. Perusing them is akin to peering into the ancient mathematical astronomer's workshop. You can observe them solving issues, experimenting with various strategies, and progressively improving their models to attain higher accuracy. Babylonian astronomy's long-term outlook was among its most remarkable features. Because they kept meticulous records for centuries, they were able to identify cycles and patterns that observers working over shorter time periods would miss. They observed that some celestial patterns recurred over decades and even centuries, in addition to years. They discovered what are now known as great conjunctions, rare alignments of multiple planets that only happen once every few decades as a result of their long-term approach. They were highly regarded as the most accomplished astronomers and mathematicians of antiquity because they were able to forecast these events centuries in advance. The zodiac was also created by the Babylonians, who divided the sky into 12 30-degree segments, each of which was connected to a constellation along the sun's apparent annual path. This was mainly a coordinate system that enabled them to precisely and mathematically describe the positions of celestial objects, not just for astrological purposes, though they did use it for that as well. It is difficult to overestimate their impact on later astronomy. Greek astronomers drew extensively on Babylonian observations and mathematical methods when they started formulating their own theories. Babylonian mathematicians were the original creators of many of the mathematical instruments that astronomers used during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. It's especially amazing how they were able to create such complex mathematical models while operating under a totally false understanding of the structure of the solar system. They believed that the sun, moon, and planets all orbited the Earth, which they believed to be at the centre of the universe. Their mathematical models were precise enough to make amazing predictions about celestial events. In spite of this basic misunderstanding, the Babylonians demonstrated that it is not always necessary to comprehend the fundamental physics of a system in order to mathematically explain its behaviour. Even when your theoretical framework is entirely incorrect, there are situations when careful observation and mathematical analysis can yield valuable results. It began with some very patient astronomers in ancient Mesopotamia, staring at the sky and writing numbers on clay tablets. This lesson would prove useful throughout the history of science. The Greeks, on the other hand, had views on everything, including the sky. If the Egyptians were the practical astronomers, and the Babylonians were the mathematical record keepers, then the Greeks were the ones who gazed up at the night sky and asked themselves, "This is all very nice, but what does it mean?" The Greeks wanted to know why celestial objects moved the way they did, not just where they would be. Despite the fact that many of their conclusions were wildly incorrect, this move from what and when to why signalled the start of what we might identify as modern scientific thinking. One of the first Greek philosophers to take astronomy seriously was Thales of Miletus, who lived circa 600 BCE. A battle between the Lydians and Medes is said to have been ended by Thales' famously prophesied solar eclipse in 585 BCE, when both armies were so frightened by the unexpected darkness that they promptly declared peace. Regardless of its veracity, this tale demonstrates the kind of authority that ancient astronomy could bestow. However, Thales was only the start. It was the Greeks who dared to pose more ambitious questions that truly revolutionized astronomy. Similar to Anaximander, who postulated that the Earth was free to float in space without any assistance, a radical notion that contradicted the conventional wisdom that the Earth must be supported by something, be it a gigantic elephant, a giant turtle, or some other cosmic foundation. Then came Pythagoras, the man behind the well-known theorem, who made an even more significant contribution to astronomy: the notion that the universe functioned in accordance with mathematical principles. Pythagoras and his adherents held that the fundamental building blocks of reality were numbers, and that profound truths about the nature of existence could be discovered by comprehending the mathematical relationships governing celestial movements. Pythagoras and his followers saw that musical harmony was based on basic mathematical ratios, and they theorized that the planets, moving through their celestial paths, must create a kind of cosmic music based on similar mathematical principles. This mathematical approach led to one of the most beautiful errors in the history of astronomy: the idea of the music of the spheres. They thought that because we had been exposed to this celestial music since birth, we were unable to hear it even though it was playing all around us. Though it's a beautiful notion and wholly incorrect, it highlights a significant aspect of Greek thought. They sought to understand and give meaning to celestial phenomena rather than merely describe them. Plato, who wrote his well-known dialogue Timaeus around 380 BCE and offered a thorough theory regarding the universe's creation, marked the pinnacle of this quest for greater meaning. Plato claimed that a divine craftsman known as the demiurge created the universe by arranging chaos into a logical, harmonious whole using mathematical principles. Aristotle, a pupil of Plato, took these concepts and ran with them, developing the universe model that would dominate thought for almost 2 millennia. According to Aristotle, the universe was made up of a number of nested crystalline spheres, each of which carried a celestial object in its orbit around the Earth, which was stationary at the centre of the universe. Many of the observations made by ancient astronomers were explained by this model. Because all of the stars were embedded in the outermost sphere, which rotated once a day, they stayed fixed in relation to one another. Because each planet, moon, and sun had its own sphere, they travelled across the sky at different speeds and took different routes. Aristotle, however, attempted to explain why the universe had to be this way, rather than merely explaining the mechanics of celestial motion. Since the Earth was clearly the heaviest object in the area, and heavy objects gravitate toward the centre, he contended that the Earth must be at the centre. Since circles were the most ideal geometric shape, and the heavens had to be flawless, he insisted that all celestial objects must move in perfect circles. This union of philosophy, mathematics, and observation was distinctly Greek. They sought to comprehend the fundamental ideas that underpin the necessity and inevitability of the celestial movements, not merely to monitor them. Hipparchus, one of the most remarkable Greek astronomers, lived in the 2nd century BCE and produced observations that were so accurate they were unrivaled for more than a millennium. By charting the locations and relative brightnesses of more than 800 stars, Hipparchus produced the first thorough star catalogue. Additionally, he discovered the precession of the equinoxes, which is the gradual oscillation in Earth's rotation that results in a shift in the north celestial pole's position over a roughly 26,000-year cycle. Hipparchus made this discovery after noticing minor but consistent variations in star positions, while comparing his own observations with those of previous astronomers. Hipparchus saw these discrepancies as proof of a gradual long-term shift in Earth's orientation with respect to the stars, which a less attentive observer might have mistakenly ascribed to errors in the older records. It takes extraordinary precision to detect precession. Even over the course of a human lifetime, the shift we're discussing, roughly 1 degree every 72 years, is hardly noticeable. Hipparchus, however, was cautious enough in his own measurements and had access to Babylonian records dating back several centuries to pick up on this remarkably subtle effect. Hipparchus also significantly advanced our knowledge of the moon and sun. He estimated the length of the lunar month to be less than 1 second accurate, and he calculated the length of the year to be within roughly 6 minutes of the right value. He even tried using a solar eclipse to calculate the distance to the moon, but his result was only approximately accurate. Aristarchus of Samos, a Greek astronomer who lived in the 3rd century BCE, was arguably the most ambitious. He made a completely novel suggestion that the sun, not the Earth, was the centre of the universe. In order to explain the apparent motion of celestial objects without requiring the entire universe to revolve around the Earth, Aristarchus proposed that the Earth rotated on its axis once daily and orbited the sun once annually. Other Greek astronomers largely disregarded this extremely audacious notion. Why? Because it appeared to go against both careful observation and common sense. Would we not sense the Earth's rotation? Wouldn't the stars seem to change position as we looked at them from various points in our orbit if the Earth were travelling through space? Considering the observational instruments at the Greeks' disposal, these objections were entirely valid. Since they had no reference point outside the rotating system, they were unable to perceive the effects of Earth's rotation and were unable to detect the extremely subtle parallax shifts that would result from stellar motion. Therefore, the majority of Greek astronomers continued to use increasingly intricate versions of the Earth-centered universe, rather than adopting Aristarchus' heliocentric model. Claudius Ptolemy created the most advanced of these in the 2nd century CE. In order to account for the intricate movements of the planets while maintaining the Earth at the centre of everything, Ptolemy's model employed intricate combinations of circles moving on other circles, referred to as epicycles. For more than a millennium, Ptolemy's system was the accepted astronomical model, because it was mathematically complex and reasonably accurate in predicting the positions of planets. It also required dozens of meticulously adjusted circles to match observations, making it extremely complex. To keep the model functioning, an increasing number of epicycles had to be added as astronomical observations improved over the centuries. Significant progress was also made by the Greeks in determining the Earth's size and the separations between celestial bodies. Eratosthenes determined the circumference of the Earth in 240 BCE, By comparing the angles of shadows in two cities on the same day and at the same time, to within a few percent of the right value, his result was accurate. Eratosthenes' approach was elegantly straightforward. He was aware that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in the city of Syene, present-day Aswan, Egypt, and shone straight down a deep well. He used the shadow cast by a vertical pole to determine the sun's angle in Alexandria, some 500 miles to the north, on the same day and at the same time. He was able to determine the circumference of the Earth by using the geometry of circles and the known distance between the two cities. This accomplishment is especially noteworthy because it called for both mathematical proficiency and the organisational ability to coordinate observations over a great distance. It illustrates the advanced degree of scientific cooperation that Greek researchers were able to accomplish. The Greeks' contribution to astronomy was their method of comprehending the universe, not just their particular discoveries. They were the first society to approach astronomical phenomena methodically using philosophical analysis and mathematical reasoning. They created many of the logical and mathematical instruments that would be crucial for later developments in astronomy, and they established the idea that the universe functions in accordance with logical, discoverable laws. Even though they were incorrect, and they were incorrect about a lot of things, their errors were constructive ones that produced better inquiries and more advanced methods of comprehending the cosmos. In astronomy, the Greeks left behind a whole system of scientific investigation, not just the particular facts they found. For a group of people who believed that the Earth was motionless at the centre of the universe, it's not bad. You might assume that astronomical knowledge would have vanished into the European Dark Ages following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. However, it's one of those historical oversimplifications that creates a great story, but a bad history. The Islamic world was going through what is now known as the Islamic Golden Age, and astronomy was one of its crown jewels, even though Europe was going through some difficult times. Islamic scholars began to improve, expand, and in many cases, completely transform the astronomical knowledge of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Indians in the 8th century CE. They made some of the most important contributions to pre-telescopic astronomy by combining their religious convictions, pragmatic need, and intellectual curiosity. The religious motivation was especially significant. Muslims were required by Islamic law to face Mecca and pray 5 times a day, so wherever you were in the world, you had to find the right direction. Additionally, you had to be aware of the exact times for prayers, which changed throughout the day and year based on the sun's position. You can see why Islamic culture placed such a high value on astronomical accuracy when you combine this with the requirement to determine the start of lunar months for religious observances. However, the Islamic astronomers did much more than merely resolve pragmatic religious issues. They created observatories, studied and translated ancient texts, created new mathematical methods, and made observations with never-before-seen accuracy. In many respects, they were the first astronomers to pursue a career devoted to studying the heavens. During the late 9th and early 10th centuries, al-Battani was one of the most remarkable early Islamic astronomers. After applying rigorous mathematical analysis to Ptolemy's old observations, al-Battani found that many of his measurements required substantial corrections. He calculated the solar year's length to within 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the right answer, achieving an accuracy that would not be surpassed for several centuries. Al-Battani also observed the sun's apparent movement year-round and found that the sun's perihelion, or closest approach to Earth, was progressively changing. This observation demonstrated that Earth's elliptical orbit rotates slowly, a phenomenon that would not be completely understood until centuries later, when Newton developed his theory of gravitation. However, the institutional approach that Islamic astronomers developed was perhaps even more impressive than individual discoveries. They set up important observatories in places like Baghdad, Damascus, and later Samarkand and Istanbul. They were research institutes where groups of astronomers collaborated on long-term projects, keeping meticulous records and transferring knowledge from one generation to the next. These were more than just buildings with instruments. Founded in the early 9th century, the observatory at Baghdad was especially noteworthy. Here, astronomers worked on improving star catalogues, improving planetary position prediction techniques, and carrying out systematic observations of celestial phenomena. They were able to combine knowledge from all over the world because they had access to libraries that held astronomical texts from Persian, Indian, Chinese, and Greek sources. The development of the Zij, comprehensive astronomical tables that could be used to forecast the positions of the Sun, moon, and planets at any given time, was one of the most ambitious endeavours carried out by Islamic astronomers. These tables, which frequently reflected decades of labour by teams of astronomers, required a great deal of meticulous observation and mathematical computation. The Zigi Sultani, which Ulugh Beg and his group produced at the Samarkand Observatory in the 15th century, is the most well-known of these. This work was so accurate that, well into the telescopic age, it continued to be the standard reference for astronomical calculations in many parts of the world. Significant progress was also made by Islamic astronomers in the mathematical methods necessary for astronomy. By developing the sine, cosine, and tangent functions, which remain essential to mathematics today, they elevated trigonometry to a highly advanced mathematical tool. Additionally, they made significant contributions to algebra by creating techniques for resolving challenging equations that were necessary for computations in astronomy. Theoretical astronomy, or the creation of alternative models to explain celestial motions, was the focus of some of the most inventive Islamic astronomers. From a philosophical point of view, the Ptolemaic system had always been a little disappointing due to its intricate epicycle arrangements. Alternative methods were developed by Islamic astronomers such as al-Biruni and Ibn al-Haytham, known as al-Hazan in the West, in an effort to provide more physically plausible explanations for planetary motions. The scientific methodology of al-Biruni, who lived in the 11th century, was especially noteworthy. He rejected explanations that could not be empirically tested and insisted that conclusions be drawn solely from meticulous observations and mathematical analysis. Additionally, he demonstrated a level of intellectual integrity that was uncommon for his era by candidly acknowledging the shortcomings of his techniques and the unpredictability of his measurements. Using a different approach than Eratosthenes, al-Biruni carefully measured the circumference of the Earth, and his results were accurate to within 1% of the right value. In addition, he studied lunar craters in great detail and came to the accurate conclusion that impacts, not volcanic activity, were responsible for their formation. This conclusion would not be accepted by European astronomers for several more centuries. The creation of more precise tools for observing the stars was one of Islamic astronomy's most important contributions. They developed better models of the astrolabe, an advanced instrument that could be used to measure the positions of planets and stars, calculate local time, and resolve a number of astronomical issues. In addition, Islamic instrument makers created the torquetum, the quadrant, and several types of sundials, all of which were intended to more precisely address particular astronomical issues than earlier devices. These tools were frequently both scientific and artistic creations, embellished with calligraphy and elaborate geometric designs. In the hands of Islamic artisans, the astrolabe in particular became so sophisticated that it transformed into a portable analog computer that could solve a variety of navigational and astronomical issues. With a single device small enough to carry in one hand, a competent user could predict the rising and setting times of stars, determine the time of day or night, find the direction of Mecca from any location, and even cast horoscopes. Important observations were also made by Islamic astronomers. They created star catalogues that were more thorough and accurate than any previously published ones. They observed comets, supernovae, and other ephemeral celestial phenomena in great detail. They improved predictive models by tracking planet movements with previously unheard of accuracy. In the 10th century, Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi made one particularly significant discovery. Al-Sufi discovered a fuzzy star-like object that hadn't been in any of the earlier catalogues while he was assembling his star catalogue. He referred to this object as a nebulous star, but in reality it was the Andromeda Galaxy, the first galaxy other than the Milky Way that astronomers had ever observed. It would take another 1,000 years for al-Sufi to realise that he was staring at a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars. Islamic astronomy had many uses outside of religious observances. Islamic traders and adventurers required precise navigational techniques because they were traversing great distances by land and sea. Islamic astronomers established the mathematical underpinnings for the ensuing great age of exploration by developing advanced methods for calculating latitude and longitude. They made important contributions to timekeeping as well. Islamic astronomers created increasingly precise sundials, water clocks, and other timepieces. For both practical and religious reasons, they produced comprehensive tables that displayed the sunrise and sunset times for various latitudes throughout the year. Most significantly, Islamic astronomers preserved and advanced the knowledge base they had acquired from past societies. They did more than simply replicate old books. They filled in the blanks, fixed mistakes, and expanded our understanding of the universe. Many of the mysteries that had baffled the ancients had already been resolved by Islamic astronomers when European scholars started to rediscover astronomy during the Renaissance. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Islamic astronomy on subsequent developments in Europe. Copernicus made extensive use of Islamic astronomers' observations and mathematical methods in the development of his heliocentric model. The Islamic Golden Age produced many of the mathematical instruments that were crucial to the scientific revolution. In addition to scientific advancements, Islamic astronomy has left its mark on the terminology we use to describe the universe. The Arabic origins of many of the modern star names, Aldebaran, Altair, Betelgeuse, and Rigel, reflect the crucial role that Islamic astronomers played in cataloguing and researching the night sky. Chinese astronomers were approaching the study of the universe in a totally different way than Islamic and European astronomers, who were occupied with debating whether the sun or the earth was at the centre of the universe. Developing grand theoretical models to explain the motion of celestial objects was not a major concern of theirs. Rather, they concentrated on what now appears to be almost more scientific, meticulously documenting precisely what they saw, when they saw it, and how it connected to earthly events. This method developed from a distinctively Chinese philosophical tradition that believed that, although in a very particular sense, human affairs and the heavens were closely related. The emperor, according to Chinese astronomers, had the mandate of heaven, divine consent that validated his reign. Unusual astronomical occurrences might indicate that this mandate was being revoked, which would support rebellion or a change of government. As a result, Chinese courts hired official astronomers whose responsibility it was to continuously monitor the sky for comets, supernovae, eclipses, and other anomalies that might have political ramifications. The timing, duration, and apparent connection to current political events were all carefully documented by these court astronomers in addition to the phenomena themselves. As a result, an astronomical record-keeping system was created that was unparalleled in the world in terms of longevity and consistency. In one form or another, Chinese astronomical records date back more than 3,000 years, and they have remained remarkably consistent throughout political upheavals, invasions, and dynasties. For contemporary astronomers researching long-term celestial phenomena, these records have proven to be extremely helpful. Chinese astronomers, for instance, documented the emergence of guest stars, stars that appeared out of nowhere where none had previously been seen, glowed brilliantly for weeks or months, and then vanished. We now know that these were novae and supernovae, which are stellar explosions capable of momentarily outshining entire galaxies. Modern astronomers have been able to study the remnants of these ancient cosmic catastrophes thanks to the Chinese records of these events, which are frequently the only historical documentation we have of particular stellar explosions. The most well-known example is most likely the supernova of 1054 CE, which Chinese astronomers noted was visible to the naked eye at night for almost 2 years, and during 23 days during the day. One of the most actively researched objects in the sky is the Crab Nebula, the stellar remnant of this explosion. Comets, which they dubbed broom stars due to their sweeping tails, were also the subject of in-depth observations by Chinese astronomers. They kept records that enabled them to identify when specific comets returned on regular schedules, observed comet orbits, and recorded the correlation between a comet's position in relation to the Sun and its tail. They are the oldest continuous records of this well-known celestial visitor, dating back at least 240 BCE, to what we now refer to as Halley's Comet. Centuries later, when European astronomers were attempting to demonstrate that comets do not appear at random, but rather follow predictable orbital paths, these records were essential. However, Chinese astronomy involved more than merely keeping an eye out for odd occurrences. Along with creating their own complex calendrical systems and eclipse prediction techniques, Chinese astronomers also conducted systematic observations of the regular motions of celestial objects. They created constellations based on Chinese mythological and cultural traditions, dividing the sky into different star groups than Western astronomers did. Chinese astronomers developed a system based on 28 lunar mansions, star groups that corresponded to the moon's position on each day of its monthly cycle, instead of the 12 zodiacal constellations that Western astronomy used to divide the sky along the ecliptic, or the sun's apparent path. This system was especially helpful for keeping track of time and arranging activities according to the phases of the moon. Additionally, Chinese astronomers created their own tools for observing the stars. Chinese instrument makers developed the armillary sphere, a three-dimensional representation of the celestial sphere constructed from intersecting metal rings, to a remarkable degree of accuracy. These tools could be used to show astronomical relationships and track the movements of celestial objects. Susong's water-powered clock tower, constructed in 1092 CE, was one of the most impressive Chinese astronomical instruments. This enormous machine, which stood more than 30 feet tall, was essentially the first astronomical computer in history. It was made up of a celestial globe, an armillary sphere, and a mechanical clock. In addition to having a sophisticated system of bells and gongs that announced the time and other astronomical events, the clock tower was able to automatically track the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. A number of the discoveries made by Chinese astronomers would take centuries to replicate in the West. They kept meticulous records of sunspot activity and were the first to identify that the sun had dark patches on its surface, which we now refer to as sunspots. Additionally, they observed irregularities along the border between the illuminated and dark portions during lunar phases, indicating that the moon's surface was not entirely smooth. The 11th century work of the astronomer Shen Kuo is one especially noteworthy accomplishment. After closely examining the magnetic compass, Shen Kuo found that magnetic north and true north are not exactly the same. It would take another century for Europe to independently discover magnetic declination, which was essential for precise navigation. Based on his observations of the shapes and shadows of these features, Shen Kuo also postulated that impacts were the cause of lunar craters. He even proposed that the Milky Way was made up of far-off stars, a theory that would not be accepted by European astronomers until the telescopic era. Chinese astronomers created complex mathematical methods for astronomical computations, such as eclipse prediction techniques that were frequently more accurate than modern Western methods. They produced intricate star maps and celestial globes that accurately depicted the positions and motions of stars. Practical applications were another noteworthy aspect of the Chinese approach to astronomy. For long-distance land and sea travel, Chinese navigators employed astronomical methods. Centuries before the magnetic compass was invented in Europe, the Chinese used it as navigational aid. By combining compass readings with astronomical observations, they were able to determine position and direction with remarkable accuracy. Astronomical observations were also incorporated into Chinese medical theory, because it was thought that human health was influenced by celestial forces. From a modern standpoint, this may appear to be purely superstitious, but it prompted Chinese doctors to keep meticulous records that linked astronomical events, seasonal variations, and disease patterns, observations that occasionally showed real links between environmental influences and health. The most remarkable thing about Chinese astronomy is how it was able to preserve scientific integrity, despite using a theoretical framework that was entirely different from that of Western astronomy. Chinese astronomers were not attempting to demonstrate that celestial motions could be explained by physical laws, or that the universe was built on geometric principles. Rather, their goal was to comprehend how earthly events and celestial patterns relate to one another. Because of this method, they were able to concentrate on astronomical topics that Western astronomers occasionally overlooked. They were more methodical in keeping long-term records, more interested in fleeting phenomena, and more perceptive of minute changes in familiar objects. Although their method may not have resulted in significant theoretical advances, it did build a priceless database of observational data that has been crucial to comprehending long-term astronomical phenomena. Another significant aspect of scientific inquiry is illustrated by the Chinese astronomical tradition. There are multiple scientific approaches to studying the cosmos. The Chinese method, which prioritized meticulous observation and documentation over the development of theoretical models, was equally legitimate as a scientific inquiry method as the more theory-based methods that emerged in other cultures. Compared to modern Western astronomy, it was less speculative and more empirical in many respects. Now, we must discuss the astronomical accomplishments of the pre-Columbian Americas if you truly want to be astounded by what people can achieve when they pool their collective intelligence. Working with stone tools and lacking some of the basic technologies that other cultures took for granted, such as the wheel, iron tools, or written language mathematical notation as we know it today, these civilizations created amazing monuments that matched celestial events and advanced sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Let's begin with the Maya, whose achievements in astronomy are simply astounding. The Maya created what was likely the most precise calendar system in antiquity. In fact, it was more precise than the Julian calendar that was in use in Europe at the time. Their estimates of the solar year's duration were within 17 seconds of the right answer, which is incredibly accurate for any time period, but particularly astounding for those without telescopes or contemporary mathematical instruments. However, the Maya had multiple calendars that operated concurrently and intricately interconnected. There were longer cycles that covered far larger time spans, the 365-day solar calendar and the 260-day sacred calendar. The Maya calendar system tracked several overlapping cycles that would eventually return to their initial positions after incredibly long periods of time, reflecting their belief that time was cyclical rather than linear. The long count, which measured time from a fictitious creation date that corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE in our calendar, was the most well-known of these longer cycles. For more than 5,000 years, this system continuously counted days, which is longer than most other cultures' recorded histories. Like the odometer on your car rolling over from 99,999 to 0000, the alleged end of the Maya calendar in 2012 that generated so much excitement wasn't really an end at all, but rather the conclusion of one of these lengthy cycles. Maya astronomers had to make extremely accurate observations of celestial motions in order to maintain such an accurate calendar system. Until well into the Renaissance, they were able to track the motions of the sun, moon and visible planets with a level of accuracy that was unmatched in Europe. Venus, which was essential to Maya mythology and military strategy, piqued their interest in particular. According to Maya records, they were able to forecast Venus's morning and evening star appearances years in advance. The duration of Venus's synodic period, or the interval between consecutive morning or evening star appearances, was precisely known to them, and they were able to predict when Venus would become invisible as it changed phases. These astronomical predictions were put to use by the Maya rulers for more than just academic purposes. They believed that Venus's various phases affected the chances of winning battles, so they planned military campaigns to align with Venus's advantageous positions. Consider yourself a Maya astronomer tasked with informing the king when war should be declared based on astronomy. Amazing architectural monuments that doubled as enormous astronomical instruments were also constructed by the Maya. El Castillo, the pyramid at Chichen Itza, is arguably the most well-known example. The sun's angle during the spring and fall equinoxes casts shadows on the pyramid steps that seem to depict a serpent descending the structure, symbolizing the feathered serpent god Kukulkan's return. However, this is only one instance of the astronomy of Maya architecture. The Maya built structures all over their land that match the sun, moon, and planets' rising and setting times on significant dates in their calendar. These alignments served a practical purpose as well as being symbolic, enabling Maya astronomers to maintain their intricate calendar systems and make accurate observations. The Maya also observed eclipses in great detail and created mathematical techniques to forecast when they would happen. Despite having a totally different theoretical and mathematical foundation, their eclipse prediction tables were occasionally more accurate than those utilized in medieval Europe. Further north, other Mesoamerican cultures had equally remarkable astronomical accomplishments. Much of the astronomical knowledge of the Aztecs was passed down from earlier cultures, such as the Maya and the enigmatic Teotihuacan builders. Constructed circa 200 CE, the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan is so closely synchronized with astronomical occurrences that contemporary researchers are still finding new celestial connections incorporated into its design. The connection between astronomical cycles and their complex religious calendar piqued the Aztecs' interest. They held that the universe had undergone several cycles of creation and destruction, each of which corresponded to a distinct astronomical period. Since their world was the fifth sun, they felt that knowledge of astronomical cycles was crucial to preserving cosmic equilibrium and averting the fall of their society. The astronomical knowledge of many indigenous cultures in North America was surprisingly advanced, even further north. Numerous tribes used celestial observations for agricultural and ceremonial purposes, constructed earthwork monuments in accordance with celestial events, and preserved oral traditions that monitored astronomical phenomena. Cahokia, a large settlement close to modern-day St. Louis that thrived between 1000 and 1200 CE, is arguably the most well-known of these. At Cahokia, Earthen mounds were placed around the central plaza to commemorate important solar and lunar occurrences. These alignments enabled the inhabitants to track the changing seasons with remarkable accuracy, as archaeoastronomers have found. However, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in Wyoming is arguably the most fascinating astronomical site in North America. Built by unidentified Native American cultures, this ancient stone structure is made up of a circular arrangement of stones with spokes extending outward towards smaller stone cairns. According to contemporary analysis, the structure's various components correspond to the positions of bright stars as they rise and set throughout the year. These alignments' accuracy indicates that the builders were well versed in precession, a slow wobble in Earth's rotation that causes star positions to gradually change over centuries, and stellar motions. In addition to knowing the current star positions, it would have been necessary to comprehend how those positions were evolving over time in order to create such alignments. Despite lacking a written language as we know it today, the Incas in South America created their own complex astronomical traditions. They recorded numerical data, including astronomical data, using a sophisticated quipu system of knotted strings. To keep their agricultural and religious calendars up to date, Inca astronomers monitored the motions of the sun, moon and stars. Astronomical principles guided the layout of the Inca capital at Cusco, with key structures and ceremonial areas lining up with important astronomical occurrences. Among the many buildings at the well-known Inca site of Machu Picchu that serve as astronomical observation points is the Intihuatana stone, which creates shadows that follow the path of the sun year-round. The use of dark constellations, which are patterns created by dark patches in the Milky Way rather than bright stars, was one of the most amazing features of Andean astronomy. Andean astronomers paid equal attention to the dark regions between bright stars, recognizing the forms of animals and other important figures there, whereas other cultures concentrated mainly on bright star patterns. This focus on dark constellations shows a deep comprehension of the structure of the Milky Way. These dark patches were identified by Andean astronomers as regions where something was obstructing the light of farther-off stars, not as empty space. In actuality, they were observing galactic structure in ways that European astronomy would not formally comprehend until the 20th century. The fact that astronomical accomplishments in the Americas were made by societies with little exposure to Old World astronomical traditions makes them especially remarkable. These societies produced their own theoretical frameworks, mathematical methods, and techniques for making accurate observations. Frequently, their findings were more accurate than those of recent research in Asia or Europe. The variety of methods employed by various American cultures also shows a significant aspect of human ingenuity in scientific research. With an emphasis on cyclical computations and numerical patterns, Maya astronomy was highly mathematical. More architectural in nature, Inca astronomy incorporated astronomical knowledge into the actual design of cities and ceremonial locations. The integration of astronomical knowledge with seasonal activities and oral traditions was frequently emphasized in North American approaches. All of these methods, however, were remarkably accurate in tracking celestial phenomena and forecasting astronomical events. They demonstrate that there are numerous scientific approaches to studying the cosmos, and that advanced astronomical knowledge can arise autonomously in various cultures using various instruments and theoretical frameworks. In the medieval era, European astronomy started to come back to life after centuries of what historians used to refer to as the Dark Ages, though they weren't quite as gloomy as once thought. It was more like someone slowly waking up from an extended nap, stretching, yawning, and gradually remembering that there was this interesting thing called the sky that might be worth observing. Due in large part to contact with Islamic civilization through Spain and the Crusades, the reawakening started in the 12th century. Suddenly, European scholars realized that Islamic astronomers had been making incredible strides in their understanding of the cosmos while they had been preoccupied with more mundane issues, such as surviving invasions, plagues, and the occasional apocalyptic panic. By translating Islamic astronomical text into Latin, the first European response was essentially a catch-up move. By translating the writings of Islamic astronomers, mathematicians and philosophers, scholars such as Gerard of Cremona devoted their entire careers to reintroducing Europe to the astronomical knowledge that had been evolving in other parts of the world. However, medieval European astronomers started to contribute and create their own methods for solving astronomical problems, rather than merely passively absorbing Islamic knowledge. Albertus Magnus, a German philosopher and scientist who lived in the 13th century and wrote a great deal about astronomy, in addition to making his own observations of the heavens, was one of the most important early figures. The question of whether Aristotle's antiquated theories about the universe were genuinely supported by rigorous observation piqued Albertus Magnus's interest. He conducted in-depth research on comets and discovered that, in contrast to Aristotelian theories regarding comets as atmospheric phenomena, their tails consistently pointed away from the sun. Although he lacked the telescopic ability to confirm it, he also noted that the Milky Way seemed to be made up of extremely faint stars. The practical requirements of the Catholic Church also influenced medieval European astronomy. Because Easter depended on intricate relationships between solar and lunar cycles, Christian scholars needed precise methods for determining the date. Because it was their primary source of income, even serious medieval astronomers frequently worked as astrologers, so they also needed to comprehend celestial motions for astrological purposes. Significant progress in computational astronomy was made as a result of this pragmatic approach. Improved mathematical methods for determining eclipse dates and predicting planetary positions were created by medieval scholars. They improved techniques for converting between calendar systems and produced calendars that were more accurate. The creation of mechanical astronomical instruments was one of the most significant contributions made during the Middle Ages. European artisans produced ever more advanced quadrants, astrolabes, and other tools for observing the stars. They also started creating mechanical clocks that could record the sun, moon, and planet positions in addition to the time. The astronomical clock, which was constructed in Prague circa 1410 and is still in use today, was arguably the most remarkable of these. This amazing device, which is automatically updated by a complex clockwork mechanism, displays the moon's phases, the sun and moon's positions in the zodiac, and other astronomical information. The development of universities in medieval Europe also helped astronomy by establishing institutional frameworks for the advancement and preservation of astronomical knowledge. Universities in Paris, Oxford, Bologna, and other locations developed into hubs for astronomy education and research. Along with mathematics, geometry, and music, astronomy was regarded as one of the core liberal arts at these universities. As a result, educated Europeans were supposed to understand the fundamentals of astronomy. Scholarly discussion of astronomical theories was also fostered by the university setting. Instead of simply accepting the wisdom of the ancients, medieval astronomers debated the merits of various models, suggested changes and enhancements, and sometimes created completely original solutions to astronomical issues. The growing sophistication of observational methods was one significant medieval development. Prominent academics such as John of Holywood, Sacrobosco, authored important textbooks that described how to use basic instruments to make precise astronomical measurements. They created standardized techniques for timing astronomical events, measuring celestial angles, and locating stars. Significant progress was also made by medieval astronomers in comprehending the connection between astronomical phenomena and mathematics. They improved geometric models for planetary motions, developed trigonometric methods for calculating angles and distances, and started applying algebraic methods to solve challenging astronomical problems. Johannes de Muris, who proposed calendar reforms in the 14th century that were centuries ahead of their time, was likely the most mathematically advanced medieval astronomer. De Muris determined precisely how much correction would be required to correct the Julian calendar, which was then in use, as it was gradually becoming out of sync with the seasons. Although most of his suggestions were disregarded at the time, they foreshadowed many of the modifications that would later be made to produce our current Gregorian calendar. Important observations were also made by European astronomers in the Middle Ages. They made meticulous observations of planetary positions, tracked comet movements, and created new star catalogues. They were especially intrigued by what they dubbed conjunctions, rare, close approaches between planets that were believed to have astrological meaning. More complex theoretical solutions to astronomical issues also emerged during the Middle Ages. The fundamental tenets of ancient astronomy, especially the requirement that all celestial motions be perfectly round, started to be questioned by academics. They started creating mathematical methods that would later be crucial for more precise explanations of planetary motion, and experimented with different geometric models. Most significantly, medieval European astronomy started to formulate what is now known as a more scientific theory of the universe. The significance of meticulous observation, mathematical analysis, and logical reasoning in astronomical investigations was increasingly stressed by medieval scholars. They were more interested in comparing theoretical predictions to empirical data than they were in blindly accepting ancient authorities. The more significant changes that would occur during the Renaissance were made possible by this change in strategy. By the end of the Middle Ages, European astronomy had transformed from a mainly passive effort to preserve ancient knowledge into a dynamic, innovative field prepared to address some of the most important issues regarding the composition and functioning of the cosmos. Scientific knowledge requires institutions, communities of scholars, and cultural frameworks that support and encourage intellectual inquiry, as the medieval era demonstrated. These circumstances were established in medieval Europe, setting the stage for the astronomical revolutions that would follow. Spend some time reflecting on the amazing journey we've just taken together as you curl up deeper in your blankets. Tens of thousands of years of human curiosity, inventiveness, and perseverance have preceded Galileo's groundbreaking discovery of the sky in the early 1600s, which altered the course of history. Consider what humanity achieved in those millennia before the rings of Saturn and the moons of Jupiter were ever seen. Ancient astronomers used only their eyes, their brains, and an almost supernatural amount of patience to track the intricate movements of planets, predict eclipses, and make calendars precise enough to govern entire civilizations. They calculated the size of the Earth and found it to be round. They charted the positions of hundreds of stars and measured the distances to celestial objects. They created mathematical models that were advanced enough to forecast the locations of planets years in advance, and identified patterns in astronomical motions that recurred over decades and centuries. Most astonishingly, they accomplished all of this while harbouring basic misunderstandings about the nature of the universe. Most pre-telescopic astronomers thought that everything revolved around the Earth, which sat still at the centre of the universe. They didn't know that the Milky Way was home to billions of stars, that planets were worlds unto themselves, or that stars were far-off suns. They were remarkably successful in describing and forecasting celestial phenomena in spite of these flawed theoretical frameworks. This illustrates a fundamental aspect of human intelligence. Even when our underlying knowledge is lacking or completely incorrect, we can frequently identify helpful patterns and make precise predictions. The history of pre-telescopic astronomy also demonstrates the value of cross-cultural interaction and cultural continuity. From the Babylonians to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the Islamic world, and from Islamic scholars to medieval Europeans, knowledge was transmitted. Every culture contributed its unique perspectives, fixed past mistakes, and expanded the realm of knowledge. For thousands of years, Chinese astronomers kept records, building a priceless collection of observations that is still used by contemporary researchers. Calendar systems created by Maya mathematicians were more precise than those utilized in medieval Europe. During the darkest centuries of European civilization, Islamic scholars preserved and enhanced Greek knowledge. Science at its best is a truly human endeavor that transcends individual cultures, languages, and historical periods, as demonstrated by this global intergenerational collaboration. The same questions that motivated ancient astronomers still motivate us today. Where are we from? What role do we play in the universe? What is the mechanism of the universe? Many of the basic techniques that science still employs today were also developed by pre-telescopic astronomers. Ancient astronomers, using crude instruments but highly developed minds, invented rigorous observation, mathematical modelling, hypothesis testing, and peer review, all fundamental scientific procedures. They developed the ability to discriminate between what they could see with their own eyes and what they had to deduce from them. They created methods for tracking changes over timescales longer than human lifetimes, measuring seemingly incalculable things and bringing order to seemingly chaotic phenomena. Most significantly, they learned to maintain faith in the capacity of human reasoning while being humble about the limits of human knowledge. The most accomplished pre-telescopic astronomers were cautious to make a distinction between their speculations and their known facts. They were aware that hypotheses needed to be verified by observations, and they were prepared to give up on concepts that didn't work, even if they made sense intuitively. Beyond the particular facts that ancient astronomers found, pre-telescopic astronomy left behind a rich legacy. They created the entire foundation of scientific investigation, the notion that the universe functions in accordance with discoverable laws, that these laws can be expressed mathematically, and that humans are able to understand the workings of the cosmos by means of rigorous observation and reasoned analysis. Galileo was expanding on tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and perfected technique when he eventually pointed his telescope skyward in 1609. Ancient astronomers had formulated the questions he was trying to answer. The mathematical instruments he employed had been created over centuries by academics from a wide range of cultural backgrounds. His observations were even more precise because earlier generations had mastered the use of much simpler instruments to make precise measurements. Pre-telescopic astronomy was extended by the telescope, not replaced. The new astronomy that arose in the 17th century still required all of the basic ideas, mathematical formulas, and observational strategies created prior to the telescopic era. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of this long-standing tradition of cosmic curiosity as you go to sleep tonight. You're taking part in the oldest scientific endeavour in human history each time you gaze up at the night sky and wonder what you're seeing. You're reaching out to generations of astronomers who were as awestruck by the cosmos as you are. The same stars that ancient astronomers observed continue to exist today, travelling along the same dependable routes that they have for thousands of years. The Maya astronomers used the moon's phases to time their ceremonies, and we can still see the same face of the moon today. When Babylonian mathematicians first deduced the planet's intricate orbital patterns, they still roam among the constellations. And out there tonight, contemporary astronomers continue to do what their ancient forebears did. Observe the sky with patience, meticulously document their findings, and progressively deepen our understanding of the universe. The basic human desire to comprehend our place in the universe has not changed, despite the fact that the tools have become much.
Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair by a crackling fire, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Tonight, we're going to take a gentle journey back through time, to an era when castles dotted the landscape like stone flowers, and family trees looked more like family wreaths. You're about to discover how medieval Europe's obsession with keeping bloodlines pure created some of the most entertainingly twisted family dynamics in human history. Let's start in the year 1247, in a castle somewhere in what we'd now call France. You're walking through the wonderful hall, and something feels off. Not scary off, mind you, just peculiar. Every portrait lining the wall seems to feature the same prominent nose, the same slightly drooping eyelid, and the same unfortunate chin that juts forward, like a castle's drawbridge, permanently stuck halfway down. It's as if one person posed for every family portrait across 3 centuries, just changing their clothes and hairstyles to keep things intriguing. The culprit wasn't artistic laziness or a painter with limited imagination. This was the Habsburg jaw. Though the Habsburgs hadn't quite perfected their signature look yet, medieval nobility had discovered what they thought was the perfect solution to a very real problem. How do you keep your wealth, power, and bloodline secure when you're surrounded by ambitious neighbours who'd love nothing more than to marry into your fortune and claim a piece of your kingdom? The answer seemed obvious at the time. You marry your cousin, and if that works out well, maybe your children will marry their cousins too. After all, who better to trust with your family's future than, well, your family? It was like keeping your money in a family-owned bank, except the currency was DNA, and the interest rates were absolutely terrible. You see, medieval Europe operated on a simple principle that would make modern relationship counsellors weep into their tissues. Blood was thicker than water, and the thicker, the better. Kings and queens looked at their family trees and thought, why let all these perfectly noble bloodlines wander off into other families, when we could just loop them back around? It was a time when recycling was not only fashionable, but also a means of creating truly memorable genetic combinations, rather than preserving the environment. The church, despite its medieval origins, attempted to curb this enthusiasm. Before marriage became a taboo, they established rules about how closely related you could be. But here's where it becomes delightfully absurd. These same nobles who couldn't marry their first cousins would spend fortunes on papal dispensations, basically permission slips from the Pope, to marry their second cousins instead. It was akin to obtaining a hall pass to circumvent the rules, but the restrictions were based on genetics. and the cost of the hall pass surpassed the cost of most people's castles. Imagine being a medieval wedding planner in those days. Instead of worrying about seating charts based on divorces or political disagreements, you would be frantically sketching family trees to ensure that the bride and groom weren't accidentally related as uncle and niece. Let us examine the lineage through your great-grandmother's second marriage. Oh dear, it appears you're related in 3 distinct ways. Should we prioritise the closest relationship or the most recent one for the announcement? Should we go with the closest relationship or the most recent one for the announcement? The irony, of course, was delicious. These families were so concerned with keeping their bloodlines pure that they kept making them increasingly concentrated, like reducing a sauce until it becomes too intense for anyone to actually enjoy. What started as an attempt to preserve noble characteristics ended up creating some truly unique family reunions where everyone genuinely did look like distant relatives, because they were. You're still in that castle, and now you're looking more closely at those portraits. The resemblance isn't just striking, it's almost supernatural. 3-year-old Lord Timothy has the same weak chin as his great-great-grandfather, and Lady Margaret's distinctive nose appears to have been passed down with the precision of a medieval mason's measurements. This isn't mere coincidence, it's the result of your gene pool merging into a mere puddle. Let's wander over to medieval Spain, where the situation was getting particularly intriguing. Picture yourself as a visiting dignitary attending a royal wedding. You're handed a programme that includes a family tree to help you understand how the bride and groom are related. You unfold it, expecting something straightforward, and instead find what looks like a diagram for a very confused electrical circuit. The bride is the groom's second cousin through his mother's side, but also his third cousin through his father's side, and if you follow this dotted line here, technically his step-aunt through a previous marriage that was annulled, but the relationship somehow still counts. Medieval record keepers developed impressive skills at diplomatic language. Instead of writing "married his cousin," they'd craft elaborate phrases like "united in holy matrimony with his beloved kinswoman," or "joined with one of compatible noble bearing and familiar bloodline." It was like medieval spin control, making family reunions sound like diplomatic summits. The mathematics of medieval marriage were staggering. In some royal families, you could trace 7 different paths connecting any husband and wife. It wasn't just that everyone was related, it was that everyone was related in multiple, overlapping ways. Your spouse might simultaneously be your second cousin, third cousin once removed, and fourth cousin twice removed. Family gatherings must have required name tags, not just with names, but with relationship flowcharts. Consider the case of poor Charles II of Spain, who appears later in our story. By the time he was born, his family tree had been so thoroughly tangled that his parents were more closely related than typical siblings. His coefficient of inbreeding was higher than what you'd encounter in laboratory mice bred specifically for genetic uniformity. The man's jaw protruded so far forward that he couldn't chew properly, and his tongue was so large that his speech was barely intelligible. Yet somehow, the man was considered the pinnacle of royal breeding. Medieval physicians, bless their well-meaning hearts, had no idea what was happening. They developed elaborate theories about noble blood and refined humours to explain why royal families developed such distinctive characteristics. When little Prince Ferdinand was born, with the family's signature jutting jaw, physicians would nod sagely and explain that the trait demonstrated the purity of his noble essence. It was like having a genetic lottery where all the winning numbers were the same, but everyone convinced themselves that these traits proved they were lucky. The tragic comedy reached its peak when families would celebrate these distinctive features as proof of their superiority. That prominent forehead wasn't a sign of genetic bottlenecking. It was evidence of noble bearing. Rather than being the product of chromosomal confusion, those slightly crossed eyes were a sign of royal reflection. Medieval courts developed an entire aesthetic around what were essentially genetic accidents, turning medical textbook examples into fashion statements. You can imagine the portrait artists of the time developing very diplomatic techniques. How do you depict a person whose features, concentrated through generations of inbreeding, resemble a caricature of nobility? The answer was to lean into it, creating artistic styles that made everyone look slightly surreal, as if the distortions were intentional artistic choices rather than unavoidable biological realities. You're now sitting in on a medieval council meeting, and the discussion isn't about taxes or territorial disputes. It's about marriage prospects for the young prince. The advisors have spread a massive chart across the oak table, and they're using coloured threads to trace family connections like they're planning a military campaign. In a way, they are. Medieval marriage wasn't romance, it was strategic alliance building with a side of genetic roulette. Every union was a treaty, every child a potential diplomatic asset, and every family tree a battle map showing who controlled what bloodlines. You watch as the advisors debate the merits of various cousins, like they're discussing trade routes or fortress locations. The Duke's daughter brings strong claims to 3 counties, one advisor notes, moving a blue thread across the chart. However, she's also the prince's second cousin, through both maternal and paternal lines. Another advisor responds, yes, but consider the consolidation benefits. Their children would have undisputed claims to all territories involved. It was like medieval monopoly, except instead of buying properties, they were collecting relatives. The church's prohibition on close relative marriages created an entire industry of genealogical detective work. Families employed specialists whose only job was to trace bloodlines and identify the most distant possible relatives who still brought useful political connections. These medieval relationship consultants functioned similarly to modern dating app algorithms, analysing compatibility based on factors such as territorial holdings, political alliances, and genetic distance, albeit with a limited understanding of the latter. Papal dispensations became medieval Europe's most expensive permission slips. Want to marry your first cousin? That'll be a cathedral's worth of gold, please. Second cousin? Although it remains expensive, it is still within reach. The Pope's office developed an elaborate sliding scale based on how closely related the happy couple were. It was like paying extra fees for premium relationship violations, and business was booming. Picture yourself as a young noble in this system. Your marriage prospects weren't determined by personality compatibility or shared interests. They were calculated based on territorial maps and bloodline charts. Your ideal spouse was someone who was related closely enough to keep the family wealth concentrated, but distantly enough to avoid needing the most expensive papal dispensation. Romance was finding someone you were only related to in 2 or 3 ways instead of 7. The paperwork alone was staggering. Medieval marriage contracts read like international treaties, complete with genealogical appendices, territorial transfer agreements, and detailed succession plans. A simple "I do" required documentation that would make modern divorce lawyers weep with joy. Couples needed to prove their bloodlines, document their dispensations, and provide certified family trees going back generations. Some families got creative with their relationship mathematics. If you couldn't locate a suitably distant relative who brought favourable political connections, you could adopt someone into the family first, then arrange a marriage. It was like medieval relationship hacking, creating artificial family connections to justify strategic unions, while still maintaining the appearance of keeping bloodlines pure. The truly ambitious families played long-term genetic chess, arranging marriages not just for immediate political gain, but to set up advantageous relationships for their grandchildren. They'd marry siblings into different branches of target families, creating multiple connection points for future generations. It was family planning with a 30-year strategic horizon. except the strategy was based on a medieval understanding of genetics, which is to say, no understanding at all. Medieval courts developed elaborate etiquette around acknowledging these complex relationships. You couldn't just introduce your spouse as my wife, you needed to specify my beloved wife and second cousin once removed through the Burgundian line. It was like medieval name tags needed footnotes, and every social gathering required a genealogist on standby to sort out who could sit next to whom without creating awkward family dynamics. You've moved from the council chamber to the castle nursery, where things get both more heartwarming and more concerning. Medieval child rearing in noble families was like running a very exclusive, very expensive laboratory experiment in genetic concentration, except nobody realised they were conducting an experiment. Picture the castle's nursery wing, where little Lord Geoffrey is learning to walk with the distinctive family gait, a slight rolling motion that's been passed down for 6 generations. His sisters are practicing their curtsying with the family's characteristic head tilt, which developed because several generations of inbreeding created inner ear issues that affected balance. What looks like refined noble bearing is actually adaptive behaviour around genetic quirks. Medieval tutors faced unique challenges that would stump modern educators. How do you instruct children in mathematics when their family's genetic concentration has resulted in learning disabilities that will remain unexplained for another 5 centuries? The solution was to assume that noble children learned differently because they were naturally superior, not because cousin marriage had created some interesting neurological variations. The castle physicians developed specialised medical knowledge that was simultaneously impressive and completely wrong. They could accurately describe the symptoms of what we now know as genetic disorders, but their explanations were fascinating works of creative fiction. That distinctive Habsburg jaw. The family's noble blood was so pure that ordinary facial structures couldn't contain it. Those vision problems are affecting multiple family members? Noble eyes, evidently, possess a refinement that surpasses common sight. You're observing the children's daily lessons, and there is something both poignant and absurd about their education. Little Lady Catherine is learning heraldry, memorising coats of arms that represent the same few families arranged in slightly different combinations across centuries. Her brother is studying genealogy, which in their family requires charts that look like abstract art projects. Their family tree has so many interconnecting branches that tracing any lineage looks like following a drunken spider's web. Medieval noble children developed remarkable skills at diplomatic relationship navigation that would impress modern social workers. By age 8, they could explain how they were related to visiting dignitaries in 3 different ways and which relationship took precedence in which social situations. Well, technically, Lord Roderick is my great-uncle through marriage, but also my second cousin by blood, so I should address him using the cousin protocols unless grandmother is present, in which case the uncle relationship takes precedence because it comes through her side of the family. The education system adapted effectively to these genetic realities, although this adaptation was not intentional. When multiple children in the same family struggle with similar learning challenges, medieval educators assumed the evidence proved that noble minds worked on higher planes than common intellects. They developed teaching methods that were effective for children with learning disabilities, although they believed they were creating advanced curricula intended for superior noble minds. Castle life developed around accommodating what we now recognise as the results of genetic concentration. Meals were prepared in ways that made them easier for family members with jaw problems to eat. Lighting was arranged to help relatives with vision issues navigate safely. Family members who struggled with balance or coordination were helped by the placement of the furniture. These weren't recognised as medical accommodations, they were just the way noble households operated. The children's play activities were charmingly adapted to their circumstances. Tag became a more contemplative game when several players had coordination issues. Hide and seek worked differently when some children had vision problems that made hiding easier but seeking harder. The players developed elaborate group activities that unintentionally provided excellent social therapy for children dealing with various genetic quirks, although everyone assumed they were merely inventing more refined forms of noble entertainment. Medieval toy makers created special playthings for noble children that were actually therapeutic devices in disguise. Puzzles designed to help with fine motor skills were presented as intelligence challenges for superior minds. Games that provided speech therapy were marketed as refinement exercises for noble discourse. It was accidental occupational therapy disguised as luxury entertainment, and it worked remarkably well. You're now in the magnificent dining hall during a feast, and the seating arrangement looks like it was planned by someone with a mathematics degree and a deep understanding of medieval social anxiety. The head table isn't just organised by rank, it's a careful dance around genetic relationships, political alliances, and the complex etiquette of acknowledging multiple forms of family connection simultaneously. Medieval dinner conversation in noble households required skills that would challenge modern diplomats. When everyone at the table had overlapping, sometimes contradictory relationships with each other, you couldn't simply engage in casual conversation about the weather. When your father was also your dinner companion's second cousin, brother-in-law, and political rival, the question, "How's your father?" took on a significant weight. The entertainment during these feasts adapted to the unique characteristics of inbred nobility in ways that were both considerate and completely unconscious. Minstrels learned to sing more slowly and clearly because several generations of genetic concentration had created hearing and processing issues in many noble families. They believed they were creating more refined and contemplative musical styles. In reality, they were actually developing accommodations for medieval accessibility. You're observing the dinner conversation, and it's like watching a very polite, very complex form of verbal gymnastics. When Lord Baldwin mentions his recent marriage, 3 other people at the table have to navigate the fact that his new wife is their relative in different ways. The conversation becomes a careful dance around relationship acknowledgements. Congratulations on your union with our dear cousin. Well, she's my cousin through the maternal line, but I believe she's your cousin through marriage, Lord Edmund? Medieval etiquette books developed increasingly complex rules for these situations, though they didn't quite understand why such rules were necessary. There were specific protocols for addressing relatives who outranked you, relatives who outranked you in some family lines but not others, and relatives whose relationship to you changed depending on which ancestor you traced your connection through. It was like medieval Robert's Rules of Order, but for genetic complexity. The castle's record keepers had evolved into part genealogist, part diplomat, and part social worker. They maintained massive charts tracking not just family relationships, but the emotional and political implications of those relationships. When planning seating arrangements, they had to consider not just who was related to whom, but which relationships were currently being emphasised for political reasons and which were being diplomatically ignored. Medieval gift-giving became an art form of relationship acknowledgement that would confuse modern etiquette experts. Wedding presents had to acknowledge the couple's relationship to the giver in multiple ways. You might present them something as their cousin, something else as their political ally, and a third item acknowledging their connection through a different family line. It was like giving layered presents that told the story of your family's genetic history. The dinner entertainment often included genealogical performances that were part history lesson and part family therapy. Bards would recite family lineages, but they had to carefully navigate a complicated web of relationships without accidentally highlighting uncomfortable genetic concentrations. It was storytelling that required both poetic skill and diplomatic immunity. You noticed that conversations naturally developed careful euphemisms around the realities of their genetic situation. Instead of saying inbreeding, they talked about preserving noble bloodlines. Rather than mentioning genetic problems, they discussed the refined nature of noble constitutions. They developed an entire vocabulary that acknowledged their reality without quite admitting what was happening. Medieval feasts became elaborate social rituals that helped families navigate their genetic complexity with dignity and grace. The formal structure of these events provided a framework for managing relationships that were too complicated for casual interaction. Everyone knew their role, their place, and which aspects of their multiple family connections to emphasize in what contexts. It was like dinner theatre where everyone was both performer and audience, and the script was written by generations of genetic mathematics. You're now visiting the castle's medical wing, where medieval physicians are performing intellectual gymnastics that would impress modern creative writing teachers. These dedicated healers are examining patients whose genetic conditions won't be properly understood for centuries, and they're coming up with explanations that are fascinating examples of medieval medical imagination. Picture yourself observing a consultation between the court physician and young Lord Richard, whose Habsburg jaw has progressed to the point where speaking clearly requires considerable effort. The doctor, stroking his beard thoughtfully, explains that this distinctive facial structure is actually evidence of noble blood being so refined that it requires more space to flow properly through the facial region. It's like medieval medical fiction, except everyone believes it's scientific fact. Medieval medical texts from noble courts read like fantasy novels written by people who had genuine sympathy for their patients but absolutely no understanding of genetics. They describe noble melancholy, depression from genetic factors, refined constitutions, autoimmune issues from inbreeding, and superior sensitivities, neurological problems from genetic concentration. These physicians were creating medical mythology in real time, and their patients were grateful for explanations that preserved their dignity. The treatments developed for noble families were often surprisingly effective, although the doctors did not understand the reasons behind this effectiveness. When treating noble digestive refinement, intestinal problems from genetic factors, physicians prescribed digestible foods and small frequent meals. When addressing aristocratic visual sensitivity, eye problems from inbreeding, they recommended better lighting and reduced eye strain. They were accidentally providing excellent medical care while completely misunderstanding the underlying conditions. You're watching a particularly creative diagnostic session where the physician is examining Lady Eleanor, whose balance problems and fine motor difficulties are being explained as signs that her noble spirit is too refined for ordinary physical coordination. Careful exercise, adaptive equipment masquerading as luxury items, and a modified daily routine constitute the prescribed treatment, which is actually perfect physical therapy. It's accidental medicine that works despite being based on completely wrong assumptions. Medieval apothecaries developed special preparations for noble families that were essentially early pharmaceuticals for genetic conditions, though they thought they were creating luxury wellness products. Tonics for noble nervousness contained ingredients that we now know help with anxiety disorders. Preparations for aristocratic digestive delicacy included herbs that helped with metabolic issues. They were practicing evidence-based medicine while thinking they were providing premium lifestyle products. The most creative medical theories emerged around reproductive health in noble families. Physicians noticed that noble couples often had difficulty conceiving healthy children, genetic compatibility issues, but they explained these factors as evidence that noble reproduction was naturally more selective and refined than common breeding. They developed fertility treatments that were actually quite sophisticated, though their theoretical explanations read like medieval romance novels. Court physicians became experts at diplomatic medicine, treating real conditions while providing explanations that preserved their patients' social status and self-image. When addressing the learning difficulties common in inbred noble children, they'd explain that noble minds simply operated on different, more sophisticated levels than ordinary intellects. They'd prescribe educational modifications while framing them as advanced noble training techniques. Medieval medical records from noble households reveal physicians who were genuinely caring and effective, despite working with completely inaccurate theoretical frameworks. They documented symptoms with remarkable precision, developed innovative treatments through careful observation, and created support systems for their patients that addressed both medical and social needs. They were practicing compassionate medicine while creating elaborate fictional explanations for what they were treating. The pharmaceutical preparations created for noble families often contained ingredients that modern medicine recognizes as genuinely advantageous for genetic conditions. Medieval physicians, through careful observation and trial and error, identified herbs and compounds that addressed symptoms they couldn't properly explain. They were conducting successful medical research while thinking they were just creating more refined versions of common remedies. You're in a castle courtyard in the late Middle Ages, watching the sun set on a time when people were doing genetic experiments without even knowing it. European noble families are beginning to see that they may need to change their marriage customs, but they don't know why. The epiphany came slowly, like the sun rising over the European nobility. Families started to see that their refined bloodlines were making kids that had a harder time with everyday activities. The noble houses that were the most pure were having the hardest time having healthy heirs. Even the most innovative medical hypotheses were having a difficult time explaining away trends that were becoming impossible to ignore. You're watching a family council meeting where the advisors are talking about things that would have been unimaginable 100 years ago. They're saying that the family might want to think about making marriage alliances with cousins who are a little more distant, not because there's anything wrong with the way they're doing things now, but because it might be politically smart to widen their circle of possible brides. It's like witnessing folks find fire while acting like they were merely attempting to make their home warmer. The church started to change its rules about how to distribute out money, but it didn't say that the old rules had been bad. The Pope's offices began to encourage marriages between families that had never been connected before. They framed this as a way to bring Christians together, not as a way to deal with genetic issues. It was a change in diplomatic policy that met medical goals without admitting medical grounds. In the Middle Ages, record-keeping slowly changed from focusing on genetic purity to focusing on the political and territorial benefits of marriage. Family histories began to focus more on the strategic benefits of marriages and less on the genetic ties between spouses. It was like watching medieval spin control change in real time to address a public relations issue that wouldn't be fully understood for hundreds of years. The transition wasn't sudden or dramatic. It was a gradual recognition that survival required some adjustments to traditional practices. Noble families began sending their children to courts in different regions, creating opportunities for marriages that were politically advantageous but genetically beneficial, though nobody used that second term yet. It was like accidentally discovering hybrid vigour while thinking you were just improving your diplomatic connections. You're witnessing the beginning of the end of an era when European nobility conducted one of history's largest unintentional genetic experiments. Families that had spent centuries perfecting the art of marrying within increasingly narrow circles began the slow process of expanding their horizons, though they framed it as political strategy rather than genetic necessity. Medieval physicians began developing new theories that accidentally encouraged genetic diversity while maintaining the fiction that noble blood was naturally superior. They started suggesting that occasionally introducing foreign noble essences could strengthen and refine existing bloodlines. It was like recommending genetic diversity while pretending it was luxury bloodline enhancement. The most successful noble families of the later medieval period were those who mastered the art of balancing genetic health with political advantage, though they didn't think about it in those terms. They found ways to marry outside their immediate family circles while maintaining the social fiction that they were preserving noble bloodline purity. It was diplomatic genetics practiced by people who didn't know genetics existed. As you watch this medieval sunset, you're witnessing the end of Europe's great experiment in genetic concentration. The noble families who survived and thrived were those who learned to value political alliance over bloodline purity, even if they never quite admitted that's what they were doing. They'd discovered that the strongest bloodlines were actually the most diverse ones, though they'd never used those words to describe their new marriage strategies. The legacy of medieval inbreeding lives on in European royal portraits, where you can still trace the distinctive features that travelled through centuries of concentrated bloodlines. Those portraits tell the story of families who loved each other enough to make terrible genetic decisions, and who were wise enough, eventually, to quietly change course without admitting they'd made mistakes. It's a story of human adaptability, medieval resilience, and the surprising power of accidental wisdom to correct even the most well-intentioned errors. And so, as our medieval tale draws to a close, you can rest easy knowing that even the most tangled family trees eventually find ways to grow new branches, and that sometimes the best solutions come from people who solve problems they don't fully understand in ways they never quite intended.
Your eyes open slowly, and the first thing you notice that is wrong is the light. It's not the clean, bright morning you're used to. Instead, a murky yellowish glow filters through a window that seems smaller than it should be. The glass is thick and slightly wavy, and condensation has gathered in the corners like tiny pools waiting to spill. You're lying on something that feels like a mattress but isn't quite right. It's firmer than you expect, and you can feel the individual ridges beneath the fabric, horsehair stuffing, though you don't know that yet. The sheets are rough against your skin, not the smooth cotton you remember going to sleep in. They're linen, and they've been washed so many times they've achieved a texture somewhere between sandpaper and burlap. Though they're surprisingly warm, the air tastes different. That's the strangest part, actually. You can taste the air. It has a thickness to it, like breathing in soup. There's coal smoke, obviously, but also something organic and vaguely unpleasant that you'll later realise is the Thames at low tide mixed with a few 100,000 coal fires burning simultaneously. Victorian London doesn't just smell, it announces itself with every breath. As you sit up, your body feels the same, but the room is entirely foreign. The ceiling is high, much higher than modern rooms, but the space somehow feels cramped anyway. Dark wallpaper with an intricate pattern of flowers or vines covers the walls, and you realise with a start that there's no light switch. In fact, there are no electrical outlets at all. The room is lit by that strange window, and by the remnants of whatever coal fire burned in the small fireplace last night. You're wearing a nightshirt that feels like it's been cut from sail canvas. It's long, reaching past your knees, and there's absolutely nothing underneath it. The Victorians had very different ideas about sleepwear, and comfort wasn't high on their priority list. Modesty and practicality won that battle decisively. Standing up requires more effort than you expect. The floor is cold, proper cold that seeps through your bare feet like you're standing on a block of ice. The floorboards are bare wood, and you can feel every splinter and groove. There's a thin rug beside the bed, but it does little to combat the chill that seems to radiate from the very foundation of the building. The fog outside isn't like fog you've experienced before. This is the famous London pea super, a combination of natural mist and coal smoke that creates something almost supernatural. It presses against the windows like something alive, turning the street below into a series of shadows and suggestions rather than actual shapes. You can hear the city though, the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a street vendor somewhere in the murk, and the perpetual background hum of a million people going about their morning routines. Your modern instincts kick in, and you look for your phone. Of course, there isn't one. No phone, No laptop, no tablet, no screen of any kind. The silence in the room is complete except for the sounds drifting up from the street and the occasional creak of the building settling. It's the kind of quiet that makes you realise how much ambient noise you're used to. No refrigerator hum, no HVAC system, no electronics of any kind emitting their barely perceptible frequencies. There's a washstand in the corner with a ceramic pitcher and basin. The water in the pitcher has a thin skin of ice on it. This is how you'll wash your face this morning, by breaking ice with your fingers and splashing freezing water on your skin. The Victorians were apparently made of sterner stuff than modern humans, or perhaps they just didn't have a choice in the matter. A looking glass hangs above the washstand, and when you peer into it you see yourself but different. Your face is the same, but there's something in your expression. Perhaps it's the early morning confusion, or maybe it's the dawning realisation that you're about to spend an entire day without any of the conveniences you've taken for granted your whole life. The room tells stories if you know how to read them. There's a chamber pot tucked discreetly under the bed, because bathrooms in the modern sense don't exist in most Victorian homes. There's a small coal scuttle by the fireplace with a few lumps of coal still in it. Your clothes for the day are laid out on a wooden chair that looks hand-carved and probably older than some modern countries. Getting dressed in Victorian clothing is going to be an adventure unto itself, but first you need to face that icy water and prepare yourself for a day in a world where everything familiar has been replaced with historical authenticity. The fog continues to press against the windows, and somewhere in the distance you hear a church bell marking the hour. It's 7 in the morning, and London is already awake. Stepping out onto a Victorian London street is like walking onto a stage where every person is an actor, and the set design is both magnificent and slightly horrifying. The fog has lifted somewhat, revealing a world that's simultaneously more impressive and more disturbing than you imagined. The cobblestones beneath your feet are uneven, worn smooth in some places and jagged in others. You're wearing boots now. Proper Victorian boots that button up the side and take approximately 10 minutes to put on correctly. They're stiff, uncomfortable, and will probably give you blisters by noon, but they're better than the alternative. The streets here collect things you don't want touching your bare feet. The buildings loom above you in a way that modern architecture rarely manages. Victorian London was built upward out of necessity, and the result is streets that feel like canyons with ornate facades. Every building is different, each one competing to be more elaborate than its neighbours. There's carved stonework, decorative brickwork, and architectural flourishes that serve no practical purpose except to demonstrate that the owner had money to spend on looking prosperous. But the real star of the show is the sensory overload that hits you from every direction. Let's start with the horses, because Victorian London ran on horsepower in the most literal sense possible. Everywhere you look, there are horses, pulling hansom cabs, hauling delivery wagons, carrying individual riders, and standing patiently while their owners conduct business. And horses, as you're rapidly discovering, produce waste at an impressive rate. The streets are covered in it. Not completely, because there's an entire economy built around collecting horse manure, but enough that watching your step becomes second nature within minutes. Crossing sweepers, usually children, wait at intersections with their brooms, ready to clear a path through the muck for a penny. It's clever, entrepreneurial, and deeply depressing all at once. The smell is democratic. It affects everyone equally, from the finest gentleman in his tailcoat to the poorest street vendor. Coal smoke, horse manure, unwashed humanity, rotting vegetables from the markets, and the peculiar tang of industrial chemicals all combine into a scent that you'll eventually stop noticing simply because your nose will give up in self-defense. The noise is extraordinary. Without modern sound insulation or noise pollution laws, Victorian London operates at a volume that would violate every noise ordinance in a contemporary city. Iron-shod wheels on cobblestones create a constant rumble like perpetual thunder. Street vendors call out their wares in practiced rhythms that cut through the other noise. Horses whinny, dogs bark, children shout, and everywhere there's the background percussion of a city made of metal and stone banging against itself. The people are the most fascinating part. everyone is wearing layers upon layers of clothing because central heating doesn't exist, and Victorian morality demands that every inch of skin be covered. The men are in suits or work clothes, all of them wearing hats of some description. Top hats for the wealthy, cloth caps for workers, and bowlers for the middle class. Removing your hat indoors or when greeting a lady is mandatory. Social signalling was practically an Olympic sport in Victorian times. The women are engineering marvels, those dresses you've seen in movies. They're actually understating the complexity. Under those beautiful fabrics is a construction project involving corsets, petticoats, bustles, and enough fabric to upholster a small sofa. Women's fashion in the 1880s was designed to create a specific silhouette that required substantial architecture to achieve. The result is that women move differently, smaller steps, careful postures, and an awareness of their clothing that modern fashion rarely demands. Social class is visible at a glance. The wealthy glide by in private carriages, their clothing pristine and elaborate. The middle class walks or takes omnibuses, their clothes respectable but practical. The working poor wear whatever holds together, often visibly patched and worn thin from years of use. Children from poor families often go barefoot even in cold weather, their faces smudged with the ever-present coal dust that settles on everything. The street vendors add a carnival atmosphere to the urban landscape. Pie sellers carry their wares in wooden trays hung from their necks, calling out, "Hot pies! Meat pies!" in voices trained to carry half a block. Flower girls offer posies from baskets that look bigger than they are. Men sell everything from matches to bootlaces to mysterious items you can't quite identify. Each one has their own pitch, their own territory, and their own regular customers who they know by sight. The omnibuses, horse-drawn precursors to public buses, lumber through the streets like mobile chaos. They're painted in bright colours advertising their routes, and they're always full. The driver sits up top, exposed to the weather, while passengers cram inside or climb the stairs to the open-air upper deck. It costs a few pence to ride, and the conductor moves through the crowd collecting fares with practised efficiency. Hansom cabs zip through the traffic with the agility of sports cars, their drivers shouting warnings to pedestrians who don't move fast enough. These are the taxis of Victorian London, and their drivers are legendary for knowing every street and shortcut in the city. They're also legendary for their colourful language when other traffic gets in their way, though you're not supposed to acknowledge hearing it. The architecture tells you where you are in London's complex social geography. The grand buildings of Westminster and the West End advertise imperial power and wealth. The commercial chaos of the city, London's financial district, bustles with clerks and businessmen. The residential squares of Bloomsbury and Belgravia hide elegant homes behind iron railings and private gardens. And everywhere else is the vast middle and working class London that houses the millions who make the city function. You notice the air quality improving as you walk. Well, improving is relative. It's still terrible by modern standards, but you've moved away from a particularly smoky area. The fog has reduced to a light haze, and you can actually see the sky, though it's a grey that suggests the sun is more theoretical than actual today. Public buildings provide punctuation in the urban landscape. Churches tower above surrounding structures, their spires reaching toward heaven in defiance of the earthly muck below. The new post offices, Victorian Britain was modernising its communications infrastructure, stand proud with their official architecture and busy traffic of people sending letters and telegrams. Banks look like temples, which is probably intentional, given that money was its own kind of religion in Victorian society. The parks are sanctuaries from the urban intensity. Even small squares of green space offer relief from the stone and brick that dominates everywhere else. The grass is real, the trees are mature, and for a few moments you can breathe air that hasn't been processed through coal fires and horse lungs. By mid-morning, Victorian London has fully awakened, and the city operates with a complexity that rivals any modern metropolis. The difference is that everything requires doing by hand, with animals, or through mechanical contraptions that would look steampunk if they weren't completely authentic. The shops are opening, and shopping in Victorian London is nothing like pushing a cart through a supermarket. Most shops are small, specialised affairs where the shopkeeper knows their inventory personally and keeps it behind the counter. You don't browse, you ask for what you want, and they fetch it. The relationship between customer and shopkeeper is formal and ritualised, with proper greetings and polite inquiries about health and weather before anyone mentions what you're actually there to purchase. The baker's shop smells of yeast and coal smoke. The bread is baked in coal-fired ovens, and the result is delicious but distinctly flavoured by its cooking method. The loaves are crusty, dense, and absolutely nothing like modern sliced bread. They're sold by weight, and the baker's apprentice wraps your purchase in paper that will disintegrate if it gets damp. The butcher's shop is an experience that requires a strong stomach. Whole animals hang in the window, and the butcher prepares your order while you wait, cutting and wrapping with practiced efficiency. Refrigeration doesn't exist, so meat is sold fresh and meant to be cooked soon. The smell is strong, and you try not to think too hard about hygiene standards that won't be formalised for another several decades. The greengrocer offers produce that's seasonal, local and muddy. No plastic wrap, no refrigeration, no produce that's travelled thousands of miles to reach London. What's available depends entirely on what's growing in England right now or what's just arrived from Europe. The variety is limited compared to modern supermarkets, but the flavour is often stronger. Vegetables that haven't been bred for transportability taste like themselves in ways that modern produce sometimes doesn't. The working day for most Londoners started at dawn and will continue until dusk or later. Factory workers have been at their machines for hours already, operating equipment that's dangerous, noisy and exhausting. Office workers, a growing class in Victorian London, are bent over desks, copying documents by hand or operating the new typewriters that are revolutionising paperwork. Shop assistants stand behind their counters for 12 or 14-hour stretches because sitting down while working is considered lazy. The pace of life is simultaneously slower and more exhausting than modern work. Everything takes longer. There are no computers, no phones, and no quick communication of any kind beyond sending a messenger boy. But the physical demands are relentless. Even supposedly genteel office work involves writing by hand for hours, which is more tiring than it sounds. Street life provides constant entertainment if you're observing rather than participating. The urchins running errands, the ladies doing their morning shopping with servants carrying their purchases, the businessmen hurrying to appointments, the police constables walking their beats in their distinctive uniforms and tall helmets. Everyone is part of an intricate social choreography that operates on rules you're only beginning to understand. The postal system is remarkably efficient. Letters posted in the morning will be delivered that same day in London, carried by postmen who walk their routes multiple times daily. The telegraph, Victorian London's fastest communication technology, can send messages across the country in minutes, though it's expensive and used primarily for important business or emergencies. The class system is visible in every interaction. The wealthy don't acknowledge the poor unless they're servants or tradespeople providing services. The middle class imitates the wealthy while trying to distance themselves from the workers. The poor navigate a world where their existence is often treated as a necessary evil or an unfortunate reality to be ignored. It's uncomfortable to watch, even more uncomfortable to participate in, and completely normal to everyone around you. The afternoon in Victorian London operates on different rhythms than the morning. By 2 o'clock, the city has shifted gears. The frantic morning energy has settled into something more sustained and purposeful, though no less busy. Lunch is a concept that varies wildly by class. The wealthy are sitting down to elaborate multi-course affairs in their dining rooms, served by staff who appear and disappear silently. The middle class might have a simple meal at home or in one of the new restaurants that are becoming fashionable. Workers grab whatever they can afford from street vendors, a pie, some bread and cheese, perhaps a cup of tea from a vendor with a portable urn. The tea itself deserves attention, because Victorian Britain ran on tea the way modern society runs on coffee. strong, black and sweetened with sugar that's still enough of a luxury that people measure it carefully. Milk is added if you can afford it, and the result is a drink that's more fortification than refreshment. Tea breaks punctuate the working day like markers on a timeline. Brief respites from labour that's often monotonous and always demanding. The streets have changed character since morning. The commercial deliveries that dominated early hours have given way to personal traffic. Ladies visiting for afternoon calls, gentlemen conducting business, and servants running errands for their employers. The traffic is still intense, but it's more varied, more social, and less about getting goods from one place to another. The public houses, pubs, are open, and they serve as social centres for working-class London. These aren't the charming establishments you might imagine from period dramas. They're often crowded, smoky, and filled with people seeking temporary escape from lives that are physically exhausting and financially precarious. The beer is warm, flat by modern standards, and considerably stronger than contemporary brews. For the middle and upper classes, afternoon visiting is serious business. Ladies call on each other's homes according to elaborate social protocols. You leave cards, and you sit in parlours drinking tea and engaging in conversation that's simultaneously gossip and intelligence gathering. Who's engaged? Who's in financial trouble? Who's been seen with whom? Information flows through these afternoon calls like data through modern social networks. The Victorian parlour is a stage set designed to display wealth and good taste. Every surface is covered with something. Doilies, decorative objects, photographs in elaborate frames, and books carefully chosen to suggest intellectual interests. The furniture is heavy, dark and arranged to encourage formal conversation rather than relaxation. Comfort is less important than propriety. Children from wealthy families are supervised by nannies and governesses, learning the skills and knowledge appropriate to their class. Boys will eventually go to schools that prepare them for universities or business. Girls learn accomplishments like music, drawing, and languages that will make them attractive marriage prospects. Working class children are often working themselves, in factories, as servants, or helping their families with piecework done at home. The afternoon also brings educational and cultural opportunities for those with time and money. Museums are open, though many charge admission fees that limit access to the middle and upper classes. Libraries exist, but are primarily subscription services. You pay an annual fee for borrowing privileges. Public education is expanding but still limited, and literacy rates reflect this reality. Hyde Park and other green spaces fill with afternoon strollers, the wealthy parade in their finest clothing seeing and being seen. The middle class takes more modest walks, enjoying fresh air that's marginally less polluted than the streets. The very poor might pass through on their way to other destinations, because leisure time is a luxury they can't afford. The light begins to change as afternoon progresses toward evening. The sun, which has been filtering weakly through cloud and smoke all day, starts its decline. The shadows lengthen, and there's a subtle shift in the city's energy. The afternoon's purposeful activity begins transitioning toward the evening's different rhythms. Street vendors change their offerings. Fewer vegetables and flowers, more hot food and small comforts for people heading home from work. The pie sellers do brisk business, as do the chestnut roasters who appear with their portable braziers, filling corners with the smell of roasting nuts that provides temporary relief from less pleasant urban odours. Traffic intensifies as businesses begin closing and workers head home. The omnibuses become even more crowded, packed with people who can afford the fare. Those who can't walk, often considerable distances, to reach homes in neighbourhoods that are cheaper because they're farther from employment centres. The Thames, which has been a presence all day, you can smell it even when you can't see it, becomes more prominent as you move toward the river. The docks are busy with ships from around the world, loading and unloading cargo that will be distributed throughout Britain. The river itself is working infrastructure, crowded with boats of every size, all of them contributing to London's position as the world's largest port. Watching the Thames, you're reminded that Victorian London was the centre of a global empire. The goods moving through those docks come from India, Australia, Africa, and the Caribbean, everywhere that British power and trade have reached. It's impressive and troubling simultaneously. The foundation of prosperity built on colonialism that won't be questioned for decades yet. As twilight approaches, Victorian London transforms into something that's simultaneously magical and ominous. The lamplighters begin their rounds, men with long poles who walk through the streets igniting the gas lamps that provide nighttime illumination. It's a job that exists only in the brief window between the introduction of gaslighting and the arrival of electricity, and watching them work feels like observing a ritual from another world. The gas lamps create pools of yellowish light that push back the darkness without quite conquering it. The spaces between lamps remain murky, and the overall effect is less like illumination and more like punctuation marks of brightness in an otherwise dark text. The light itself is different from electric lighting, softer, warmer, and somehow less reliable, as if it might go out at any moment. The quality of the evening depends entirely on where you are in London's complex social geography. In the West End, theatres are preparing for their evening performances. The theatres themselves are architectural gems, built to impress audiences even before the curtain rises. Gaslighting illuminates elaborate interiors decorated with plush and gilt, creating an atmosphere of grandeur that's designed to make attendees feel special just for being there. The shows are varied. Shakespeare performed by celebrated actors, musical entertainments, melodramas that allow audiences to boo villains and cheer heroes, and pantomimes that combine fairy tales with contemporary satire. The theatres are social spaces where different classes mix but remain separate. The wealthy in their private boxes and premium seats, the middle class in the stalls, and the working class in the gallery, where tickets are cheap and behaviour is rowdy. Music halls offer different entertainment, variety shows featuring singers, dancers, comedians, and specialty acts. These are less respectable than theatres and more working class in their audience and content. The atmosphere is raucous, the humour is broad, and drinking is encouraged. The music hall is where you go to forget your troubles rather than be elevated by art, though the distinction between the two is often less clear than Victorian moral guardians would prefer. In residential areas, evening routines vary by class but share common rhythms. Families gather for dinner, the main meal of the day for those who can afford it. The wealthy eat elaborate affairs served in formal dining rooms. The middle class has simpler fare but still maintains proper table manners and conversation. The working class makes do with whatever they can afford, often eating in kitchens that also serve as living rooms because their homes are too small for separate spaces. After dinner, the evening stretches ahead with far fewer entertainment options than modern life provides. Without televisions, computers or phones, people read, engage in hobbies, or simply talk. Letter writing is a common evening activity. Maintaining correspondence with family and friends requires regular attention, and the well-educated are expected to be articulate writers. For the working class, evening might mean a few hours at the pub before exhausted sleep, or working on piecework projects at home to supplement inadequate wages. Children are put to bed early, partly because childhood is shorter in practical terms. They'll be working soon enough, so rest now is pragmatic rather than coddling. The streets take on a different character after dark. Respectable people don't linger outside once night falls, because Victorian London has a well-deserved reputation for crime that's not entirely exaggerated. The police, a relatively new institution still finding its footing, patrol in pairs, their presence designed to reassure law-abiding citizens and deter criminals. But the city doesn't sleep. Night workers are everywhere. Bakers starting their work for tomorrow's bread, night soil men collecting waste from cesspits and privies, and market workers preparing for the next day's business. London operates on overlapping schedules, with some people ending their day as others begin theirs. The fog, which cleared somewhat during the day, often returns at night, thicker and more oppressive. Combined with the darkness and the limited lighting, navigating Victorian London after dark requires local knowledge or considerable courage. Streets that were merely crowded during the day become maze-like and vaguely threatening. There's a romance to the evening gaslight that photographers and artists have captured. But the lived reality is less picturesque. The light is dim enough that reading strains your eyes, and many Victorians suffer from vision problems, partly because they spend their lives squinting at things in inadequate illumination. The gas flames consume oxygen, making rooms stuffy, and they produce their own smell that adds to the complex olfactory symphony of Victorian urban life. For those with evening social engagements, dinner parties, card games, social calls, elaborate preparations are required. Evening dress is formal and highly specific and takes substantial time to put on correctly. Women's evening gowns are even more complex than their day wear, with lower necklines that scandalise foreign visitors but are perfectly acceptable within the confines of private entertainment. The dinner party is a performance where multiple courses are served. Conversation follows strict guidelines about appropriate topics, and every gesture and word is evaluated according to social rules that have been refined over generations. Getting through an evening without committing some faux pas requires constant attention to etiquette that modern people would find exhausting. Deep night in Victorian London is when the city reveals its most honest face. The social pretences of daylight fade, and what remains is a complex ecosystem of people surviving, thriving, working, and sleeping in a metropolis that never completely stops moving. The darkness is profound in ways that modern urban dwellers rarely experience. Even with gas lamps, large portions of London remain pitch black after midnight. The moon and stars, when visible through the perpetual haze of coal smoke, provide supplemental light, but it's not enough to eliminate the shadows that dominate the urban landscape. In wealthier neighbourhoods, the houses are mostly dark by 11 or midnight. Their inhabitants asleep behind heavy curtains that block both light and cold. The streets are quiet except for the occasional late cab returning someone from an evening engagement, the horses' hooves echoing off the buildings like a heartbeat in the darkness. But in working class areas, night is when the city shows its desperation. Homeless people, and Victorian London has thousands of them, seek shelter in doorways, under bridges, and anywhere that provides minimal protection from the elements. The workhouses offer beds for those desperate enough to accept them, but they're so grim that many prefer the streets. The night soil men make their rounds, collecting human waste from cesspits and outdoor privies. It's disgusting work, but it pays relatively well because few people will do it. They work in the dark hours partly for practical reasons. Waste is easier to transport when the streets are empty, and partly to spare Victorian sensibilities from confronting too directly where all that waste goes. The Thames at night is busy with different traffic. Coal barges move under cover of darkness, docking at industrial sites along the river. Passenger ferries continue operating until late, carrying people across and along the river because bridges are still limited and often congested. The water itself is largely invisible in the darkness, marked more by sound and smell than sight. Criminal activity, which exists at all hours, becomes more brazen after dark. Pickpockets work the theatre crowds and pub districts. Burglars prefer homes where the inhabitants are asleep. The police patrol with increased vigilance, but they're vastly outnumbered, and Victorian London has plenty of dark corners where criminal enterprise can operate relatively undisturbed. The sounds of night are different from day. Without the constant rumble of commercial traffic, individual sounds become more distinct. You can hear voices from open windows, the cry of babies, the arguments of couples who think the darkness provides privacy, the barking of dogs, the yowling of cats, and the scurrying of rats that are as much a part of Victorian London as the human inhabitants. Speaking of rats, Victorian London has millions of them. They live in the sewers, in the walls of buildings, and in warehouses and shops, feeding on the endless supply of waste and garbage that a city of several million people produces. At night, when humans are less active, rats become bold, venturing into streets and alleys in numbers that would horrify modern city dwellers. The night markets operate in certain areas, selling goods that might not stand up to daylight scrutiny. Used clothing, questionable food, items that might have fallen off the back of a cart. The informal economy thrives in the hours when official commerce is closed. These markets serve people who work odd hours or who can only afford the cheapest possible goods regardless of their origin. Factory workers on night shifts experience a different London entirely. They enter their workplaces in darkness and emerge in darkness, seeing their homes and families primarily on their one day off per week. The factories themselves are lit by gas lamps that create their own hazards. The combination of open flames and industrial machinery has predictable results, and factory fires are a regular occurrence. The bakers start their work around 3 in the morning, firing up ovens and beginning the process of producing the bread that will be sold throughout the coming day. Walking past a bakery in the early morning darkness, the smell of baking bread provides a moment of pure sensory pleasure that cuts through the usual urban odours. The new technology of the telegraph operates 24 hours, with operators sitting in offices sending and receiving messages through the night. It's the beginning of the modern expectation that information should be available instantly rather than waiting for the next day's mail delivery. Some public houses stay open late, operating in a grey area of legal and illegal depending on their location and their relationship with local police. These late-night establishments serve people who work odd hours, people with nowhere else to go, and people who prefer the company of the pub to their own lodgings. The atmosphere is different from daytime drinking, quieter, more desperate, less social, and more about numbing whatever makes sleep difficult. Hospital wards operate through the night, staffed by overworked nurses who care for patients in conditions that are gradually improving but still shockingly inadequate by modern standards. Medical understanding is advancing rapidly in Victorian England, but practical application lags behind theoretical knowledge, and hospitals remain places where the poor go because they have no other option. The churches stand dark and locked, except for the very largest, which maintains small chapels open for prayer. Victorian religion is both intensely private and intensely public, and the after-hours availability of religious spaces reflects this complexity. Around 4 in the morning, London begins its transition back toward day. The earliest workers start appearing on the streets, servants beginning their daily routines, delivery drivers preparing their wagons, and market vendors heading to wholesale markets to purchase their stock for the day. The darkness starts to feel temporary rather than permanent, and the city prepares for another cycle of its endless routine. As dawn approaches and the sky begins its slow transition from black to grey, you find yourself in a quiet square, sitting on a damp bench, watching Victorian London wake up for another day. The experience of the past 24 hours has been overwhelming, exhausting, fascinating, and occasionally disturbing. Everything that reality should be when you strip away the comfortable filtering that historical distance provides. The fog is returning, or perhaps it never really left. The coal fires are being lit in thousands of homes, and the smoke is already beginning to accumulate in the morning air. Soon the streets will fill again with horses, people, and the complex machinery of urban life that somehow functions despite operating on principles that seem impossibly antiquated from a modern perspective. You've learned things that no book or documentary could have taught you. You now know what coal smoke tastes like when it's everywhere, what genuine cold feels like without central heating, and what urban noise sounds like without sound insulation. You understand in your body, not just your mind, what it means to live without electricity, without instant communication, without any of the technologies that define modern existence. The social observations have been equally educational. You've seen how visible inequality is when everyone shares the same public spaces, but clearly belongs to different worlds. You've noticed how much energy Victorian society spent on maintaining social distinctions, on performing class identity, and on signalling status through clothes, speech and behaviour. You've been struck by the physicality of Victorian life. Everything requires more effort: getting dressed, staying warm, getting from place to place, obtaining food and staying clean. The simple acts of daily existence that modern people accomplish without thought required sustained attention and considerable labour in the Victorian era. But you've also noticed things that modern life has lost. The bread tastes better because it's made daily from flour that hasn't been processed into nutritional emptiness. The clothes, despite being uncomfortable, are made to last and often contain better craftsmanship than anything you own. The social interactions, while formal, involve actually looking at people and talking to them rather than staring at screens. The pace of life is paradoxical. Everything takes longer, yet people seem to accomplish enormous amounts. The Victorian era was one of incredible productivity, innovation, and expansion, all achieved without computers, without modern transportation, and without instant communication. It suggests that maybe modern efficiency isn't quite as efficient as we like to think, or perhaps that efficiency isn't the only measure of a society's success. The dangers of Victorian London have been real and present throughout your journey. Disease, accident, crime, and poverty, all of them are closer to the surface than in modern developed societies. The social safety net that modern people take for granted doesn't exist. If you're poor, sick, or unlucky, your options range from limited to non-existent. The environmental conditions have been a revelation. Modern people think they understand historical pollution because they've seen photographs of smoggy cities. But photographs don't convey the taste of the air, the way smoke irritates your throat, the omnipresent coal dust that settles on everything, the smell of the Thames, or the sound of thousands of horses producing waste faster than it can be collected. Yet there's beauty here too. The architecture is genuinely impressive, built by craftsmen who took pride in their work. The gaslighting, however inadequate, creates atmospheric effects that electric lights can't match. The sense of community in working-class neighbourhoods, born of shared hardship and mutual dependence, represents something that modern suburban isolation often lacks. The people you've observed have been the most interesting part. They're not the simplified historical figures from textbooks or the romantic characters from period dramas. They're complex human beings dealing with the specific challenges of their time while experiencing the universal aspects of human existence. Love, ambition, fear, hope, boredom, and joy. The children you've seen will grow up to be Edwardians, to experience the First World War, and perhaps to live into the 1950s and wonder at television and jets. The young adults you've watched rushing to work will be the elderly of the 1920s and 30s, living bridges between the Victorian world and modernity. History isn't separate eras. It's continuous human experience flowing from one generation to the next. You realise that Victorian London isn't past, it's the foundation. These sewers being built right now will still be functioning in the 21st century. The buildings you've walked past will survive wars and urban renewal. The institutions being established, public libraries, museums, schools, hospitals, will evolve but persist. You're not visiting a dead world, you're observing the roots of the world you know. The experience has given you a different perspective on progress. Yes, modern life is more comfortable, safer, and healthier, and offers opportunities that Victorians couldn't imagine. But progress isn't linear improvement in every aspect. The Victorians built things to last, invested in beauty even in utilitarian projects, and maintained social connections that modern efficiency has sometimes eroded. The moral complexity is impossible to ignore. Victorian Britain ruled an empire that brought prosperity to some and exploitation to many. The wealth visible in London's grand buildings came partly from colonial extraction. The cheap goods in London shops were often produced by colonial labour under conditions that would be recognised as exploitative even by Victorian standards. There's no way to separate Victorian achievement from Victorian imperialism. Similarly, the period's social progress coexisted with shocking inequality. The same society that was expanding education and improving public health also allowed children to work in factories and mines. The era that produced great literature and scientific advances also maintained rigid class barriers and severely limited women's opportunities. These contradictions don't resolve neatly. The Victorians weren't villains or heroes. They were people working within their society's assumptions while gradually questioning and changing those assumptions. Progress happened because some Victorians recognised problems and worked to address them, not because history automatically moves toward justice. The gender dynamics have been particularly striking throughout your day. Women are everywhere, but their possibilities are constrained in ways that would be intolerable to modern women. Working-class women labour in factories, shops and homes. Middle-class women manage households and raise children within narrow social confines. Upper-class women perform elaborate social rituals that constitute their primary occupation. The legal status of women is somewhere between persons and property, depending on their marital status. Yet Victorian women are also pushing boundaries. Women writers are achieving success. Women activists are campaigning for education and suffrage, and women workers are organising for better conditions. The changes that will transform women's lives in the 20th century are beginning here, in small acts of resistance and assertion that will eventually remake society. The religious atmosphere has permeated everything you've experienced. Victorian Christianity isn't just Sunday worship, it's a framework that shapes social policy, personal behaviour and public discourse. Churches are everywhere. Religious language infuses ordinary conversation, and Christian morality, at least its public performance, is expected of everyone regardless of actual belief. But religious doubt is also present, growing among intellectuals and workers alike. Darwin's theories are being discussed and debated. Scientific thinking is challenging traditional religious explanations. The tension between faith and reason that characterises Victorian culture isn't resolved. It's actively being worked through by thoughtful people on all sides. As you sit in the gradually brightening square, the full cycle of the Victorian day becomes clear. It's not so different in structure from modern days. People wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The surface details have changed dramatically, but the underlying human rhythms remain constant. People in 1880 had the same basic needs and desires as people in the 21st century. They just fulfilled them with different technologies and within different social structures. The experience has also highlighted how recent modernity really is. Electric lights, automobiles, phones, computers, the internet. All of these arrived within roughly a century, a tiny sliver of human history. The Victorian world of gas lamps and horse transport is separated from the digital age by just 3 or 4 generations. Your own grandparents or great-grandparents might have been born into a world that more closely resembled Victorian London than contemporary life. This proximity is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests humans are remarkably adaptable. Victorians coped with their challenges as effectively as moderns cope with theirs. Unsettling because it raises questions about what aspects of modern life will seem as antiquated to future generations as gaslighting seems to you. The technological changes are the most visible differences, but the social changes might be more profound. The rigid Victorian class system has softened in developed countries, though it has not disappeared. Gender roles have been dramatically reimagined. Racial attitudes have evolved, though imperfectly. Democratic participation has expanded. Individual freedom has increased in most areas, though surveillance capabilities have also grown. The Victorian world believed in hierarchy and tradition. The modern world celebrates equality and innovation, though both eras often fail to live up to their stated values. As the morning strengthens and the city fully awakens around you, you find yourself thinking about what this imaginary journey has offered beyond mere historical curiosity. What gifts does Victorian London give to a modern person willing to spend a day in its crowded, smoky, uncomfortable reality? First, there's the gift of proportion. Your own daily complaints. The Wi-Fi is slow, the coffee isn't quite right, the commute took an extra 10 minutes. Shrink when compared to Victorian challenges. This isn't to say modern problems aren't real, but perspective is valuable. The Victorians dealt with genuine hardship and found reasons to laugh, love, create, and persevere. Your own resilience is probably greater than you think. Second, there's appreciation for invisible infrastructure. You'll never take clean water, effective sewage, reliable electricity or modern medicine for granted again after experiencing their absence. The complex systems that support modern life are easy to ignore until you imagine life without them. Thousands of people work to build these systems, often in difficult conditions, and their legacy is the comfort you experience daily. Third, there's understanding of historical change. Victorian London seemed permanent to its inhabitants. The way things were seemed like the way things would always be. Yet within decades, much of that world had transformed. This suggests that your own world, which seems stable and permanent, is actually in constant flux. The changes might be gradual enough that you don't notice them day to day, but the cumulative effect over time can be revolutionary. Fourth, there's recognition of human constants. Despite all the differences, Victorians worried about their children's futures, worked to improve their circumstances, fell in love, experienced loss, found joy in small things, and struggled with meaning and purpose. The external circumstances change, but the internal human experience remains remarkably consistent across time and place. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship offers another lesson. In a world of mass-produced disposable goods, there's something appealing about objects made by skilled hands to last generations. The Victorian building you've been observing, with its careful stonework and decorative details, represents an investment of time and skill that modern construction often skips. Perhaps there's value in slowing down and doing some things well rather than doing everything quickly. The social interactions you've observed, while often rigid and formal, involve genuine attention to the people physically present. No one is checking their phone during conversations because phones don't exist. People look at each other, listen to each other, and engage directly. The Victorian social world, for all its flaws, required presence in ways that modern life sometimes doesn't. The experience has also highlighted the value of struggle in ways that comfortable modern life sometimes obscures. The Victorians who improved their circumstances, learned new skills, or contributed to social progress often did so against significant obstacles. Their achievements meant something, partly because they were difficult. Modern life's convenience is wonderful, but perhaps something is lost when everything becomes easy. There's also a lesson in Victorian London's combination of grandeur and squalor. The same society that built magnificent public buildings and expanded museums and libraries also tolerated horrific slums and child labour. This suggests that material progress doesn't automatically produce moral progress. Societies must consciously choose to extend opportunities and protections broadly, not just to privileged groups. The Victorian relationship with nature, which you've observed in the carefully maintained parks and the disregard for air and water quality, reveals a society still figuring out how to balance industrial progress with environmental health. They hadn't yet recognised that natural systems have limits. Modern society knows this, but struggles to act on that knowledge. The Victorian mistakes offer warnings, but modern people can't claim moral superiority while making similar mistakes with greater knowledge. The diversity of Victorian London, immigrants from across the empire, visitors from around the world, and people from every British region, reminds you that cities have always been meeting places of different cultures. The Victorian response was often to maintain strict social hierarchies, but the mere presence of diversity was slowly undermining those hierarchies. Cities change people by exposing them to difference, and Victorian London was doing this work even when Victorian ideology resisted it. The evening entertainment options you observed, theatres, music halls, pubs, social visits, suggest that humans need more than work and survival. Even in difficult circumstances, people sought beauty, laughter, connection, and meaning. The Victorian investment in public culture, museums, libraries, parks, performance spaces, reflected a belief that culture matters, that people deserve access to beauty and knowledge regardless of their economic status. Victorian earnestness, which modern people often mock, actually reflects an admirable quality: the belief that individual actions matter, that moral behaviour makes a difference, and that trying to be better is worthwhile. The specific moral codes were flawed, but the underlying commitment to ethical living and social responsibility offers something valuable. The square where you've been sitting is now fully awake. The vendors have set up, the traffic is building, and the working day has begun. And somewhere in this moment, you feel the gentle pull backward toward your own time, your own world, and your own comfortable bed with its modern mattress and central heating. The transition happens gradually, like waking from a particularly vivid dream. The sounds of Victorian London, the horses, the street vendors, the peculiar accent of Victorian speech begin to fade. The smells diminish. The taste of coal smoke leaves your mouth. The physical sensations of Victorian clothing, Victorian cold, and diminish, and Victorian stone beneath your feet all gently recede. You're aware of your body in your own bed, in your own time. The sheets are soft, the temperature is comfortable, and the air is clean. You can hear modern sounds, perhaps traffic that's motorised rather than horse-drawn, the hum of electronics, sounds that wouldn't make sense to a Victorian. But you bring something back with you from your Victorian day. Not physical objects, you can't bring Victorian coins or newspapers into your modern world. What you bring is understanding, the kind that only comes from imagined experience rather than abstract knowledge. You understand now why your great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents might have had certain habits that seemed odd to their grandchildren, why they saved string and washed plastic bags and treated bread with reverence. They grew up in or closer to a world where such things had real value, where wastefulness wasn't just inefficient but genuinely harmful to survival. You understand why Victorian literature often focuses on social class and reputation. When your social position determined your opportunities so completely, and when reputation was the primary form of social capital, of course people obsessed over these things. The Victorian emphasis on propriety wasn't just prudishness, it was a survival strategy. You understand why the transition to modern life was both eagerly embraced and sometimes mourned. The Victorians who lived into the 20th century experienced changes that must have felt like moving to another planet. Indoor plumbing, electricity, automobiles, movies and radio, each one represented a fundamental shift in how daily life functioned. The experience has made history feel more real, less like a series of dates and events, and more like the lived experience of actual humans dealing with their specific challenges. The Victorian era wasn't a unified period moving inexorably toward modernity. It was thousands of days like the one you just experienced, filled with ordinary people making ordinary decisions that cumulatively created change. You also understand better why certain problems persist. Inequality, environmental damage, exploitation, and discrimination. These existed in Victorian London and exist now. The specific manifestations change, but the underlying human tendencies towards selfishness, short-sightedness, and tribalism remain constant. Progress requires conscious effort, not just the passage of time. The technological optimism you might have felt before this journey is now tempered by recognition that technology solves some problems while creating others. The Victorians thought railways and telegraphs would revolutionise society and bring universal peace. They were partly right about the revolution, but completely wrong about the peace. Modern faith in technological solutions might be similarly naive. Yet there's also hope in the Victorian example. They made genuine progress on many fronts: public health, education, scientific understanding, and social reform. The changes were often gradual and incomplete, but they were real. If Victorians could improve their society despite greater obstacles, perhaps modern people can address their challenges too. As you lie in your comfortable bed, fully returned to your own time, the contrast between Victorian London and modern life feels almost absurd. You can reach over and turn on a light without leaving bed. You can adjust the temperature with a thermostat. You can check the weather, the news, and messages from friends using a device that would have seemed like magic to Victorians. The bathroom attached to your bedroom would have been a luxury beyond imagining for most Victorians. Hot water from a tap, a flush toilet, a shower, towels that you don't have to wash by hand. Each element represents decades of engineering innovation and infrastructure investment. The simple act of taking a morning shower involves systems that Victorians would have considered science fiction. Your breakfast options would amaze a Victorian. Fresh fruit from other hemispheres, coffee from distant continents, bread that stays fresh for days, refrigerated dairy products, and cereals invented after the Victorian era ended. The Victorian breakfast was porridge, bread, perhaps eggs if you could afford them. Foods that were locally produced because long-distance food transport was limited. Getting dressed takes minutes instead of the extended process Victorian clothing required. No corsets, no button hooks, no layers of undergarments. Modern clothing prioritises comfort and convenience over the elaborate social signalling that Victorian fashion performed. You can dress yourself without assistance, which was a privilege reserved for lower classes in Victorian times. The wealthy needed servants to manage their complex wardrobes. Your commute, however frustrating it might sometimes feel, would seem miraculous to Victorians. Whether you drive, take public transit or work from home, you're covering distances that would have required hours of travel in Victorian times. The modern city is physically larger than Victorian London because transportation technology allows people to live farther from their workplaces. Your workplace itself reflects changes the Victorians initiated but couldn't complete. The office workers you observed in Victorian London were pioneering a new kind of work, clerical labour that required literacy and numeracy but not physical strength. Modern knowledge work extends that Victorian innovation, though it's now mediated through computers rather than paper ledgers. The safety standards you take for granted would astound Victorians. Workplace regulations, food safety, building codes, traffic laws, all of these represent hard-won victories by reformers who recognised that industrialisation without regulation was killing people. Every modern safety feature exists because someone suffered its absence. Your access to information would seem godlike to Victorians. The accumulated knowledge of humanity is available instantly through your devices. The Victorian scholar who spent hours in libraries researching basic facts would be astonished that you can access the same information in seconds while lying in bed. Your medical care represents advances that would seem miraculous in Victorian times. Antibiotics alone have saved more lives than any other single invention. Add modern surgery, diagnostic imaging, vaccines, dental care, and treatments for conditions that were death sentences in Victorian times, and the improvement is staggering. The Victorian infant mortality rate was roughly 150 per 1,000 births. In developed countries today, it's under 5 per 1,000. Your life expectancy is dramatically longer than the Victorian average. A baby born in Victorian Britain could expect to live about 45 years. A baby born in a developed country today can expect to live past 80. Those additional decades represent millions of person-years of additional human experience, of knowledge gained, of relationships developed, and of contributions made. Yet with all these advantages, modern life brings challenges that Victorians never faced. The constant connectivity that puts the world at your fingertips also means you're never truly unreachable. The abundance of choices can become overwhelming rather than liberating. The rapid pace of change can create anxiety about keeping up. The decline of traditional communities can lead to isolation despite unprecedented communication capabilities. The environmental costs of modern life are also becoming unavoidable. The Victorians damaged their local environments. The Thames was essentially a toxic waste dump. But modern industrial society has scaled up those impacts to a global level. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and ocean acidification. These problems didn't exist in Victorian times because human industrial capacity was more limited. Progress in material comfort has come with ecological costs that future generations will bear. The social fragmentation that characterises modern life would puzzle Victorians. Their society was rigid and often cruel, but it was also coherent in ways modern society isn't. Most Victorians shared basic assumptions about religion, morality, and social organisation. Modern pluralism brings freedom but also uncertainty about shared values and common purpose. The comparison isn't meant to suggest Victorian life was better. It clearly wasn't by almost any measure. Rather, it's to recognise that progress in one dimension doesn't automatically mean progress in all dimensions. Modern life is more comfortable, safer, healthier, and offers more individual freedom than Victorian life. But it's also more complex, more fast-paced, and in some ways more isolating. As you start your modern day, going about routines that would seem fantastical to Victorians, you carry something valuable from your imaginary journey. It's not nostalgia for a past that was genuinely harder and often cruel. It's perspective, the ability to see your own life with fresh eyes by comparing it to a different way of living. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship might inspire you to value quality over convenience sometimes. Their investment in public institutions might encourage you to support libraries, museums and parks. Their social connections, however formal, might remind you to occasionally put down your devices and actually talk to the people physically present. The Victorian struggles for reform, better working conditions, expanded education, improved public health, remind you that progress requires effort. The improvements you enjoy weren't inevitable. They were achieved by people who recognise problems and work to solve them. Your generation faces different challenges, but the principle remains the same. Change requires intentional effort, not just complaints about current conditions. The Victorian mistakes, their environmental damage, their imperialism, their rigid social hierarchies, their limited opportunities for women and minorities serve as warnings. Having more knowledge than the Victorians doesn't make modern people morally superior unless that knowledge produces better actions. The test isn't what you know, but what you do with that knowledge. The sheer human resilience you observed throughout your Victorian day offers encouragement for handling modern challenges. If people could maintain hope, find joy, create beauty, and work for better futures while dealing with Victorian hardships, perhaps modern problems are also manageable despite their complexity. The Victorian day you've imagined has given you a gift that history always offers when approached with openness: context. Your own life exists within a specific historical moment, shaped by decisions made by previous generations and shaping the options available to future generations. Understanding this continuity can be both humbling and empowering. As you move through your modern day, driving cars that Victorians couldn't imagine, using technology that would seem like magic, solving problems that didn't exist in Victorian times, you might occasionally think about the Victorian day you experienced. Not to wish you were there, but to appreciate where you are. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wonder what someone from 2150 would think about your life in the early 21st century. What aspects of your daily routine would seem charmingly antiquated? What problems would they be amazed you tolerated? What technologies would they find amusingly primitive? What aspects of your life would they envy or want to preserve? History isn't just about the past. It's about understanding that the present is temporary, that change is constant, and that every generation faces its own challenges while benefiting from and dealing with the consequences of previous generations' choices. Victorian London is gone, transformed by more than a century of change. But it's not lost. It lives in the infrastructure it built, in the institutions it established, in the ideas it developed, in the problems it created, and in the solutions it pioneered. You walk on Victorian foundations every day, whether you realise it or not. And perhaps that's the most important lesson from your imaginary Victorian day. You too are building foundations for futures you'll never see. Your choices, your actions, and your society's decisions, all of these will influence the world that people experience generations from now. The Victorians couldn't have imagined your life, but they shaped it nonetheless. You can't imagine the world of 2150, but you're helping to create it with every choice you make. Sleep well tonight in your comfortable bed with its modern mattress and climate control. Dream perhaps of gas-lit streets and horse-drawn carriages, of a world that managed to function without any of the technologies you consider essential, and wake tomorrow with fresh appreciation for the complex, imperfect, remarkable world you inhabit. A world that's different from Victorian London, but connected to it by the continuous thread of human experience reaching back through centuries and forward into futures yet to be imagined. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the Druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of Druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a Druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. "Today," Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, "we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Ayed stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions." All eyes turned to Ayed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. "The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Ayed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown." Bran handed Ayed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. "Plant these carefully," Bran instructed softly. "Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse." Ayed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Ayed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Ayed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. "From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion." Rising to his feet, Ayed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the Druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Ayed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Ayed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. "Remember, Ayed, a Druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand, and guide." Ayed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. "I will remember, Bran," he promised earnestly. "I will honour this responsibility with every breath." Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Ayed's shoulder. "Then your journey has truly begun." Returning to his modest dwelling, Ayed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring, and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Aed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the Druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. "Tonight," Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, "we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure." Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. "Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people." With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to Druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Aed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently. "Let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloths soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully, so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Aed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Aed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Aed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Aed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Aed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all the things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Aed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said, "Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace." Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. "Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy." Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the Druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It has survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it." He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them." As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. "Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories." The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, The spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in Druidic lore, rituals and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love. His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an enduring light. Imagine New York City in 1904, when the tallest skyscrapers hardly reached the skyline and horses continued to clip-clop along cobblestone streets with the occasional car. Julius Robert Oppenheimer, though everyone would call him Robert, or simply Oppie to his friends, was born into this world of gaslight and escalating ambition. Though Robert's early years were depicted in more general terms, you might think that future atomic scientists come from childhood spent staring at telescopes and chemistry sets. Julius, his father, had come from Germany with little more than a keen sense of style and a passion for textiles. By the time Robert was born, the family business had become successful enough to buy an apartment with a view of the Hudson River, furnished with impressionist paintings, Persian rugs, and the kind of cosy quiet that comes with having money. Ella, Robert's mother, was an artist who saw the world through light and shadow compositions. As young Robert played quietly close by, she had set up her easel by their Upper West Side home's tall windows and began painting watercolours, displaying the thoughtfulness that would define his entire life. Even as a young child, he had an eye for the world that seemed older than his years. It wasn't precocious in the way that adults find it unsettling, but it was genuine curiosity about how things fit together. Though deeply intellectual, the Oppenheimer household was not particularly religious. Every wall was adorned with books like old friends waiting to chat, and topics discussed at the dinner table included literature, art, and difficult philosophical issues. Like a tiny sober sponge, Robert took in all of this, cultivating the kind of all-encompassing curiosity that would eventually enable him to discuss Hindu philosophy with the same ease as he would quantum mechanics. Robert found school to be almost too easy. He was quietly working his way through books that most adults would find difficult, while other kids were having trouble with spelling and math. By the age of 10, he was reading translated Plato and penning poetry that was surprisingly sophisticated for someone whose voice had not yet changed. This thin, pale boy who could talk about literature like a graduate student, but still required assistance getting to books on high shelves, left his teachers unsure of how to interpret him. An alternative form of education was offered by the family's Long Island vacation house. Robert developed a contemplative love for the outdoors here. He was a child who collected rocks with the methodical attention of someone who saw stories in their crystalline structures, not the kind who built forts or caught frogs. An early indication of the scientific mind growing beneath his literary interests was the meticulous labelling and cataloguing of each specimen. Among family friends, Robert's rock collection became legendary. He could spend hours studying a single mineral sample, turning it in the light to reveal various features, reading about its geological formation, and comprehending its significance in the grand scheme of things. He first learned to think in deep time, to envision forces that could reshape continents and processes that took millions of years, thanks to geology. Later on, this sense of scale would enable him to understand physics concepts that other bright minds found difficult to understand. By his early adolescence, Robert had developed into a young man who appeared to be a little different from his contemporaries. He was amiable enough, but his passions and the ferocity with which he pursued them had an unearthly quality. Robert had become enthralled with Hindu philosophy and wanted to read the original texts, so he was teaching himself Sanskrit while other boys his age were learning baseball and the first hints of romantic interest. Although Robert was undoubtedly not exempt from the joy of intellectual achievement, the Sanskrit study was more than just academic boasting. The philosophical issues these ancient writings addressed, such as what the nature of reality is, truly captivated him. How do we make sense of our position in the vast, seemingly uncaring universe? For him, these were pressing personal issues rather than abstract riddles that would shape his views on everything from moral responsibility to subatomic particles. His parents were both proud and perplexed as they observed their son's intellectual growth. Robert appeared to be developing into a person whose mind worked on frequencies they weren't always able to pick up. Despite their desire to raise a thoughtful, cultured child, they realised they were raising someone very special when he casually mentioned over breakfast that he had started a small literary magazine at school, or that he had been communicating with professional geologists about his rock collection. For Robert, the passage from childhood to adolescence wasn't totally seamless. Social situations were occasionally awkward due to his intellectual prowess. He would make references that were too complex for his peers to understand, or get so engrossed in a book that he forgot he was meant to be taking part in group activities. But instead of growing resentful or conceited over his differences, Robert acquired a kind of mild disinterest that would benefit him for the rest of his life. He discovered how to live in two different worlds at once: the world of scientific facts and the world of artistic beauty, the world of teenage worries and the world of adult ideas. Robert had already started to consider the issues that would shape his adult life as he neared graduation from the Ethical Culture School, a school that placed equal emphasis on moral growth and academic success. How can we strike a balance between social responsibility and personal success? What responsibilities do we have to serve others with our gifts? In a universe that appears to be controlled by impersonal forces, how do we find meaning? These weren't the usual worries of a college-bound 18-year-old. But then, Robert Oppenheimer had never been normal. With interests ranging from poetry to geology to philosophy, he was getting ready to enroll at Harvard University with a mind that was already beginning to recognize connections that others had overlooked. The young man who had begun by gathering rocks was preparing to contribute to the discovery of the atom's mysteries. For someone with Robert's thirst for knowledge, Harvard in 1922 was like an intellectual candy store. As the majority of freshmen were learning how to organize their own laundry and deal with the social complexities of living in a dorm, Robert was taking courses from a wide range of academic specialties, much like a person at a fancy buffet who is unable to choose between the main courses and the appetizers. Do you know how some people discover their calling early on and pursue it assiduously? Robert wasn't like that. Rather, he went into college like a passionate adventurer charting a new continent. He enrolled in classes in languages, literature, philosophy, history, and almost as an afterthought, chemistry and physics. His transcript appeared to be the work of multiple students whose schedules had been inadvertently combined. During this time, Harvard was still mostly a finishing school for young men from well-to-do families, but it was also starting to draw serious academics who believed that the university was a place where genuine intellectual work could take place. Between these two realms, Robert found himself privileged enough to be at ease in social situations, but too inquisitive to be content with merely academic credentials. This intense young man would ask questions that showed he had read far more than the assigned materials, leaving his professors unsure of how to respond. Robert might tangentially bring up a Sanskrit text in a literature class to clarify a point regarding Western poetry. He would relate molecular structures to philosophical inquiries concerning the nature of existence and matter in a chemistry lab. Some faculty members felt uneasy about the interdisciplinary thinking, while others were genuinely thrilled about it. For students who shared his diverse interests, Robert's room in his Harvard dorm turned into a sort of salon. Robert would lead casual conversations that could range from quantum theory to TS, while other undergraduates were preoccupied with football games and fraternity parties. Eliot's most recent poems are about the Russian Revolution's political ramifications. Robert was genuinely interested in what other people thought about the big questions and genuinely curious about everything. So these weren't performances or attempts to flaunt himself. The academic work was almost too simple. In a fraction of the time required for his peers to master the assigned material for most courses, Robert was able to read independently about topics that went well beyond any syllabus. He found that he had a special talent for physics, not only for manipulating numbers, but also for using his imagination to picture how the invisible realm of atoms and energy might truly function. However, despite his academic success, Robert was having trouble answering more introspective questions about his life goals. In his social circle, it was expected that intelligent young men would pursue respectable careers in business, law, or medicine, which would enable them to continue living the comfortable lives they had known as children. These traditional routes drew Robert in, but in some way they seemed too narrow for the questions that captivated him. Something clicked in his junior year. A professor who had trained in Europe and brought back tales of the groundbreaking discoveries being made in physics labs across the Atlantic was teaching Robert an advanced chemistry course. For the first time, Robert realised that science was about asking basic questions about the nature of reality itself, not just about learning facts and doing calculations. The moment was ideal. In the 1920s, physics was going through a revolution that only occurs once every 100 years. Quantum mechanics and relativity theory discoveries were upending everything scientists believed they knew about matter, energy, space, and time. Robert wanted to be involved because it felt like he was witnessing the development of a new perspective on the cosmos. Robert had discovered his calling by his senior year. He would pursue a career in physics, but he wanted to focus on the fundamental issues that were changing how people perceive reality. This was more of a calling than a career decision. It was the same kind of intense dedication that might inspire someone to pursue a career in philosophy or poetry. After earning a summa cum laude degree in 1925, Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He had the option to remain in America and pursue graduate studies at one of the reputable universities, which would provide him with a secure and reliable route to academic achievement. He could also travel to Europe, where the giants of theoretical physics were working out the implications of quantum theory in coffee shops and labs from Cambridge to Göttingen. That's where the real action was in theoretical physics. The choice to travel to Europe wasn't made solely for academic reasons. In addition, Robert was fleeing from a complex romantic circumstance that had left him emotionally damaged and unsure of his own discernment in private affairs. Europe provided him with both geographical separation from issues he wasn't yet prepared to handle, and intellectual adventure. Thus, in the fall of 1925, Robert found himself on a ship travelling across the Atlantic, with letters of introduction to some of the world's most renowned scientists, and a ton of questions concerning atomic structure, quantum mechanics, and the bizarre new reality that physics was unveiling. He was 21 years old, bright, a little gullible about the world outside of academia, and on the cusp of one of the most exciting eras in scientific history. The young man was travelling across the ocean to contribute to the understanding of the true nature of the universe. He had begun his college career by reading poetry and collecting rocks. Someone with Robert's ambition and curiosity had been unconsciously preparing for this kind of intellectual adventure all his life. Imagine getting off a train in Cambridge, England in 1925 with a head full of physics equations that you hope will impress the great Ernest Rutherford, and a suitcase full of clothing that suddenly seems too American. This was Robert's first introduction to the Cavendish laboratory, where men who viewed the fundamental nature of reality as a problem to be solved by meticulous experimentation and astute intuition were making some of the most significant discoveries in atomic physics. Back then, the Cavendish resembled the most exclusive workshop in the world, with scientists discussing atomic nuclei and electrons the way others might discuss the weather, and equipment that looked like it belonged in the basement of a Victorian inventor's home. Robert was in the odd position of being fully unprepared for the practical experimental methods that British physics placed such a strong emphasis on, but intellectually prepared for sophisticated theoretical work. You know how it feels to believe you are proficient at something until you observe a true expert in action? Those were Robert's initial months at Cambridge. He was able to explain quantum mechanics with mathematical precision, but he was unable to handle the delicate manipulations needed for experimental work without causing minor catastrophes. His attempts to construct equipment frequently ended in shattered glassware and outcomes that left his supervisors wondering if theoretical physics would be a better fit for this driven young American. Robert worked with the same methodical intensity he'd brought to everything else, so it wasn't a lack of intelligence or effort that was the issue. However, experimental physics necessitates a distinct way of thinking, a tactile comprehension of material behaviour, and an intuitive sense of when something is functioning correctly. The concrete world of laboratory equipment was almost alien to Robert, whose mind was already functioning at such abstract levels. In fact, Robert's growth as a scientist depended heavily on this difficult time. He had to face the possibility that his intellectual gifts might be limited, and for the first time in his academic career something wasn't coming easily. Instead of giving up, Robert took this setback as an opportunity to reflect more thoroughly on his career goals as a physicist. In contrast, the theoretical work fulfilled all of Robert's expectations. In the 1920s, the physics community was small enough for informal seminars and one-on-one discussions to quickly spread revolutionary ideas. Robert found himself at the centre of debates concerning quantum tunnelling, wave-particle duality, and other ideas that went against everything people had previously believed to be true about the physical world. Robert decided to transfer to Göttingen, Germany, where Max Born was spearheading some of the most advanced work in theoretical physics after a year at Cambridge. This choice would influence the remainder of Robert's career. This was part of a revolutionary movement that was rewriting the laws of nature, not just a change in universities. The quantum revolution began in Göttingen in 1926, when bright people realised they're making discoveries that will forever alter human understanding. The university town is filled with the kind of intellectual excitement that results. When Robert arrived, he was surrounded by young physicists from all over the world, who were all interested in working with Born and his colleagues on problems that had never been solved, because they had never been properly formulated before. In a way that Robert had never encountered before, the work was highly collaborative. In coffee shop conversations and seminars, ideas were freely exchanged, and progress toward understanding was more important than credit. Robert flourished in this setting and found that, rather than detracting from his physics thinking, his wide cultural background and philosophical interests actually strengthened it. Robert started working on quantum mechanical problems under Born's tutelage that called for real physical intuition about the behaviour of atoms and molecules, in addition to mathematical expertise. The quantum mechanics of molecular rotation was the subject of his doctoral dissertation, which he finished in an exceptionally short amount of time. This technical work showed his command of the new theoretical tools and opened up research avenues that would occupy other physicists for decades. What Robert discovered about the true nature of science, however, may have been more significant than the particular study. He learned in Göttingen that the best discoveries frequently result from identifying which questions are worthwhile to ask, rather than from resolving predetermined issues. He developed the ability to think like a theoretical physicist, which included being at ease with ambiguity, adept at mathematical abstraction, and constantly aware of connections that others might overlook. Robert's knowledge of politics and culture was also expanded by his time in Europe, which would have an impact on his future. This was Weimar Germany, a country struggling with economic instability and escalating political tensions as it attempted to reconstruct itself following the destruction of World War I. Robert saw firsthand how political forces could quickly jeopardize academic freedom and scientific collaboration, but he also saw firsthand how intellectual life could thrive even in turbulent times. Robert had changed from a bright but unfocused college graduate to one of the rising stars of theoretical physics by the time he finished his doctorate in 1927. He had acquired research techniques that would benefit him throughout his career, learned to think in the mathematical language of quantum mechanics, and cultivated connections with scientists who would influence physics in the 20th century. Once a hobbyist rock collector, the young man was now prepared to contribute to the discovery of the fundamental laws governing everything from star behaviour to atomic structure. He would, however, first go back to America to assist in creating a physics community that could rival the intellectual stimulation he had encountered in Europe. Robert was carrying more than just a doctorate as he got ready to set sail again across the Atlantic. He was introducing a fresh perspective on physics that would contribute to the transformation of American science from a primarily regional endeavour into a global leader in basic research. The young man who had enjoyed reading Sanskrit was coming back as a man who could decipher nature's own hidden grammar, in contrast to the intellectual oasis he'd encountered in Europe. American physics appeared to be a desert when Robert returned to the United States in 1927. The majority of American physics departments were still concentrating on real-world applications and conventional experimental methods, while European universities were humming with discussions about relativity theory and quantum mechanics. Everyone was still playing simple folk tunes, which was like coming back from a symphony concert. However, Robert viewed this as an opportunity rather than a letdown. Even though American physics was theoretically underdeveloped, there was still an opportunity to develop something new and establish an intellectual community that could compete with the major European learning hubs. It only required someone who was prepared to sow the seeds and then patiently and enthusiastically tend to their growth. The physics department at the University of California, Berkeley, where he held his first job, was searching for someone who could introduce graduate students to the theoretical work that was transforming the field in Europe. When Robert got there were a few bright students who wanted to learn about quantum mechanics but didn't know where to start. It was similar to asking someone who had never heard the language to teach them a foreign language. What followed was one of those understated revolutions that alter everything but are rarely reported in the media. Robert started constructing the Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics, turning nearly nothing into a research program that would eventually compete with the best in the world. However, he accomplished this in a manner that was distinctively American, fusing European sophistication with a more open, cooperative, and democratic method of scientific inquiry. Robert's teaching style was the key because it was different from anything his students had ever encountered. Rather than giving polished lectures while standing at a blackboard, Robert would solve problems aloud as his students observed the process of discovery. It was similar to being permitted to watch a master craftsman in action, witnessing not only the final product but also the methods and ways of thinking that enabled excellence. The physics community came to revere Robert's seminars. He would be deep in conversation with whoever had arrived early, explaining connections between quantum mechanics, statistical mechanics, and astrophysics that most professors would treat as distinct subjects, while drawing equations on the blackboard. Everyone was expected to contribute, and the environment was more akin to a salon than a classroom. Do you know how some educators tend to oversimplify difficult subjects? Robert possessed the opposite talent. He was able to make even the most difficult theoretical physics ideas seem not just understandable, but inevitable. His seminars would leave students with a fresh perspective on physical issues as well as new knowledge, as if they had been given access to secrets about the true workings of the universe. Students from all over the nation were drawn to the Berkeley program because they had heard about this young professor who was making a significant contribution to the teaching of physics in America. They arrived hoping to learn quantum mechanics, but instead they found a whole new way of doing science, one that valued depth as much as breadth, philosophical insight as much as mathematical skill, and teamwork as much as individual success. Robert's impact went well beyond his official teaching duties. For a whole generation of American physicists, many of whom would later make important contributions to the discipline, he served as a mentor and intellectual mentor. More significantly, though, he was not merely teaching them to solve problems, he was teaching them how to think like scientists. Robert's interdisciplinary approach and wide range of interests were reflected in the research that came out of Berkeley in the 1930s, working on issues ranging from nuclear theory to astrophysics to atomic and molecular physics. His students frequently discovered connections between these ostensibly disparate fields that more narrowly focused researchers would overlook. Although Robert himself made significant contributions to the fields of quantum tunneling, cosmic ray showers, and neutron stars, his greatest accomplishment was establishing a scientific community capable of confidently and creatively addressing any issue. Robert's genuine excitement for the process of discovery, in addition to his mastery of physics, was what made him such an effective teacher. He tackled every new problem with the inquisitiveness of someone who was learning physics for the first time, and this enthusiasm was infectious. In addition to learning how to solve problems, students also discovered how much they enjoy the intellectual journey that is scientific research. The Berkeley School was one of the top hubs for theoretical physics research worldwide by the late 1930s. The collaborative, interdisciplinary approach that Robert had taught them was being carried by his former students as they dispersed throughout American universities. American physics was starting to compete with European science by creating its own unique research and teaching methodology rather than by imitating European techniques. However, Robert's career and the interaction between science and society were about to change as a result of the intersection of his teaching success with more significant historical forces. Soon, the same theoretical discoveries that made his seminars so fascinating would serve as the basis for weapons with previously unheard of destructive potential, and the educator, who had dedicated his professional life to fostering intellectual community, would be called upon to lead an unprecedented scientific endeavour to put an end to a conflict. All of Robert's interpersonal and intellectual leadership abilities would be put to the test, as he went from being a university professor to a scientific administrator. However, the groundwork had been established during his time at Berkeley, where he discovered that the most significant scientific breakthroughs frequently result from groups of gifted individuals collaborating to achieve shared objectives rather than from lone geniuses. Imagine being tasked with creating a brand new city in the middle of a New Mexico mesa, assembling a team of some of the most talented and erratic scientists on the planet, and organizing them to tackle the most difficult technical problem in human history, all while keeping everything you do completely secret. In 1942, Robert was offered this task by the US government, and he accepted it somehow. At 7,300 feet above sea level, on a plateau encircled by mountains that seemed to go on forever beneath a vast sky, Robert's first impression of Los Alamos was hardly more than a boys' school. It was remote, harsh, and totally unfit for the kind of scientific work that would have to take place there. but it was also beautiful in the way that barren landscapes can be. After seeing the website, the majority of people would have recommended going somewhere more affordable. But when Robert looked at that mesa, he noticed something different. He saw a setting that might motivate the kind of extraordinary effort that extraordinary times required, a space that could support quick expansion, and an isolation that would offer security. More than that, he realised that developing the atomic bomb was a human challenge. It would necessitate the establishment of an entirely new type of scientific community. The Manhattan Project marked a significant change in the structure and financing of scientific research. Los Alamos would unite hundreds of scientists and engineers to work on a single, well-defined goal under military security and government guidance, rather than having individual professors work with small groups of students on problems of their own. With Robert conducting, it was like attempting to turn scientific research from chamber music into a symphony orchestra. Just the logistical difficulties were astounding. Without knowing exactly what they would be working on, scientists and their families had to be recruited. The closest major city was hundreds of miles away, so housing, labs and support facilities had to be built there. Equipment had to be transported to an unofficial site via mountain roads, and it had to happen fast enough to change the course of a global conflict. The human problems, however, were even more intricate. In addition to representing various physics and chemistry specialties, the scientists who arrived at Los Alamos also represented various cultures, research methodologies, and viewpoints on the best way to structure scientific endeavours. American scholars who had never left their homelands collaborated with European refugees who had fled fascism. Engineers who had to construct real devices that would function in combat environments worked alongside theoretical physicists who thought in abstract mathematical terms. Although he undoubtedly helped solve technical problems, Robert's genius during this time was more organisational and social than scientific. Somehow he was able to maintain scientific standards under extreme time pressure, balance the conflicting demands of scientific openness and military security, and foster a sense of shared purpose among individuals who had spent their careers working independently. There had never been a community like the one that grew up at Los Alamos in the history of science. Not because they had to, but because they were engrossed in the thrill of group discovery. Scientists put in more hours and worked harder than they had ever thought possible. Suddenly, Robert's theoretical knowledge, which he had been imparting at Berkeley, was being applied to real-world issues with immediate consequences. During this time, Robert's leadership style was a reflection of all he had learned in his years as a teacher about scientific creativity and human motivation. He concentrated on fostering an environment where talented individuals could produce their best work, rather than attempting to micromanage technical details. He made sure his scientists had the tools and assistance they required while shielding them from bureaucratic meddling. He promoted the kind of casual conversations and interdisciplinary cooperation that had been so fruitful at Berkeley. For someone with Robert's wide range of cultural interests and vast personal network, the security requirements at Los Alamos presented unique challenges. His previous affiliations with leftist and communist groups, which had not seemed significant during his academic career, suddenly became issues of national security when he was attempting to coordinate the most significant scientific endeavour in American history. FBI agents looked into his background, maintaining his own moral equilibrium and sense of perspective while overseeing work that was specifically intended to produce WMDs was perhaps the most challenging task Robert had to undertake. After years of studying philosophical issues regarding the nature of reality and human responsibility, the man was now directly faced with the applications of scientific knowledge. The technical work moved along remarkably quickly and effectively. The kind of concentrated cooperation that only the urgency of war could foster led to the resolution of issues that might have taken years to resolve in peacetime in a matter of months. Scientists who had never held a job outside of academia were now managing intricate engineering projects and designing industrial processes. The precise blueprints for nuclear weapons were developed using the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics. Robert started to wrestle with issues that would follow him for the rest of his life as the project came to a close. What moral ramifications did what they were producing have? What effects might nuclear weapons have on human civilization and international relations? What obligations did scientists have regarding how their findings were used? These were pressing real-world issues that would soon require solutions, not abstract philosophical conundrums. When he first agreed to build a laboratory in the desert, the quiet, bookish professor who had once taught Sanskrit for fun was about to become one of the most powerful people in modern history, and the weight of that influence was starting to weigh heavily on him. Robert stood in a bunker in the New Mexico desert on the morning of July 16th, 1945, anticipating whether 3 years of the most rigorous scientific endeavour in human history would yield the outcome that theory had predicted. 20,000 yards away on a tower was the gadget they dubbed Gadget, far enough away that, in the worst-case scenario, they might live to lament their errors. You know how you feel when you've studied everything you can before a final exam, but you're still unsure if you'll be sufficiently prepared? The stakes were a little higher than a course grade, but that was Robert's mindset in the pre-dawn darkness of the Alamogordo Desert. They were on the verge of the first artificial nuclear explosion in Earth's history, if their calculations were accurate. If their calculations were incorrect, the repercussions could be anything from a regional disaster to an embarrassing failure. With the same mechanical accuracy that had defined the Manhattan Project as a whole, the countdown began 10, 9, 8, 7. At 0, a flash of light brighter than the sun blazed across the desert, visible from 150 miles away, transforming the mountains into bleak silhouettes against a man-made dawn. Even from a distance, observers could feel the heat on their faces. Then, like an unseen tsunami, the shockwave rolled across the desert floor. It was precisely the kind of literary illusion that had defined Robert's thinking throughout his career. But this time, the ancient poetry carried a weight that no classroom discussion could have prepared him for. Robert later claimed that a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind as he watched the expanding fireball rise into a mushroom cloud that would become the iconic image of the nuclear age. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. In addition to being Robert's greatest scientific achievement, the Trinity test marked the start of his most trying time as a person. However, the successful detonation also meant that Robert and his colleagues had succeeded in creating something that could potentially destroy human civilization, proving that the theoretical work done at Los Alamos had been correct and that the massive investment of talent and resources had produced the weapon that military planners believed could end World War II. The weeks after Trinity were a curious jumble of joy, fatigue, and mounting fear of what they had let loose. Though many of the scientists at Los Alamos were starting to realize that their achievement would fundamentally alter human perceptions of power war and the natural world, they had achieved something unprecedented in the history of science and engineering. Robert was in the odd position of receiving praise for accomplishments that made him feel more and more uncomfortable. It was a practical illustration of how humans could use the basic forces of nature for destructive ends, based on the same theoretical insights that had made his Berkeley seminars so intellectually stimulating. It was similar to receiving recognition for resolving a sophisticated mathematical puzzle while being aware that the solution would result in great suffering. Robert and his colleagues discovered, along with the rest of the world, what their theoretical work looked like when applied to real cities with real people, when the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. Photographs of destroyed buildings, reports of radiation sickness, and death tolls that reached the hundreds of thousands replaced the abstract calculations about energy release and blast effects. Like Robert's own emotions, the public's response to the atomic bombs was complicated. The weapons may have saved hundreds of thousands of American and Japanese lives by bringing an end to World War II without the need for an expensive invasion of Japan. However, they had also brought a new class of destructive power into human history, making earlier conflicts seem almost archaic in comparison. As the man who had enabled nuclear war, Robert was both feared and hailed as a hero. Everyone who had worked on the Manhattan Project found it difficult to make the shift from the urgency of war to contemplation in peace. But Robert found it particularly difficult. The immediate objective of bringing the war to a close before Nazi Germany could create its own atomic bomb had taken precedence over the ethical concerns surrounding nuclear weapons during the conflict. Now that the war was over and the US was the only country with nuclear weapons, those ethical issues needed to be addressed. Robert started discussing the ramifications of atomic energy in public, contending that a disastrous arms race could only be avoided by international collaboration and civilian control of nuclear technology. Some of his detractors would later view his support for international control of nuclear weapons and the sharing of atomic secrets with other countries as naive or even treasonous. However, Robert's worries were more grounded in his knowledge of the relevant science than in political ideology. He understood that a world with multiple nuclear powers would be far more dangerous than one where nuclear energy was managed cooperatively by international institutions, that the fundamentals of nuclear physics could not be kept secret forever, and that other countries would eventually develop their own atomic weapons. After learning Sanskrit out of curiosity and collecting rocks for fun, The man now found himself at the centre of discussions about the future of human civilization. In order to decide whether his scientific accomplishments would be regarded as humanity's greatest achievement or its ultimate error, the theoretical physicist, who had previously preferred the company of books and ideas, was now conferring with generals, politicians, and diplomats on this matter. By the end of 1945, Robert was starting to realise that scientific achievement could be more burdensome than failure, particularly if it provided humans with capabilities that their moral development and wisdom had not equipped them to manage responsibly. The boy who had once pondered his place in the universe was now struggling with the fact that he had helped create a world in which that universe might not have much more time to reflect. Following Los Alamos, Robert learned something that many successful people learn too late. Fame can be a trap that alters your perception of yourself as well as how other people perceive you. Now, one of America's most famous scientists, the bashful professor, who had been happy to lecture small groups of graduate students about quantum mechanics, was expected to have views on everything from nuclear policy to the fate of human civilization. Imagine being asked to comment on political decisions you're not qualified to make, invited to every significant meeting on subjects you have never studied, and treated as an authority on matters that are well outside of your actual area of expertise. This was Robert's life in the late 1940s, and he managed it with his usual wits and a naivete about public relations and politics that would lead to major problems down the road. Robert was offered a new position by the Atomic Energy Commission that seemed to be a perfect fit for his background in science and his wider interest in culture. Director of Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study, one of the most prominent places in American intellectual life, it allowed the brightest minds in the world to focus on basic research without being sidetracked by administrative or teaching responsibilities. Along with other titans of 20th century mathematics and science, Einstein worked there. In the late 1940s, Princeton was a haven for scholars, where serious thinkers could ponder the most profound issues in their disciplines. With the same fervour he had brought to Los Alamos, Robert threw himself into this work, but this time the urgency was intellectual rather than military. He sought to ascertain whether there were more profound ideas that might bring together our knowledge of matter, energy, space, and time, as well as whether the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics could be expanded upon. However, Robert was unable to fully escape the public role that his wartime accomplishments had given him. He testified before Congress on nuclear policy, served on government advisory committees, and delivered lectures to audiences who were more interested in hearing from the father of the atomic bomb than from a theoretical physicist tackling abstract quantum field theory problems. Robert was exposed to political forces through these public activities that followed rules very different from those he'd learned in academic and scientific circles. Although there may be disagreements over ideas, most people in universities respect one another's right to have differing views. Ideological disagreements in politics, particularly in the early years of the Cold War, could easily turn into personal assaults and inquiries about loyalty and patriotism. Politicians and journalists searching for proof of disloyalty among high-profile Americans suddenly turned Robert's previous affiliations with communist and leftist groups, which had seemed inconsequential during his academic career and had been disregarded during the war because his services were needed, into ammunition. They dusted off and looked for evidence of subversive activity in the same FBI files that had been put aside during the Manhattan Project. Ironically, Robert had never been a particularly political individual. In the 1930s, his engagement with leftist groups was driven less by a methodical political philosophy and more by intellectual curiosity and social justice concerns. Although he had attended meetings and given money to causes that seemed deserving, he had never been the type of activist who sought to overthrow the US government or advance Soviet objectives. However, context and subtlety don't translate well into political headlines, and Robert's multifaceted personality and wide range of intellectual interests made him a prime target for those who wished to paint scientists as dishonest and possibly treacherous. The man was now being questioned about his dedication to American security after spending 3 years of his life developing weapons that helped win World War II. Robert's search for meaning and purpose in research that was unrelated to immediate practical applications was reflected in the scientific work produced during this time. He was working on issues in elementary particle physics and quantum field theory that might not be useful for decades, if at all. With the weight of knowing how quickly theoretical insights could be turned into game-changing technologies, it was like going back to the pure intellectual pleasure that had initially drawn him to physics. Robert's lectures during this time show someone attempting to understand the meaning of science, In a world where scientific advancements could have such far-reaching effects, he discussed the need for scientists to consider the wider ramifications of their work, the responsibility that came with discovering nature's secrets, and the relationship between scientific knowledge and human values. For Robert, these were urgent personal issues that kept him up at night, not purely philosophical debates. The man was now struggling with the ethical implications of scientific knowledge, whereas previously he had delighted in the pure intellectual beauty of quantum mechanics. When knowledge of the natural world could be abused, how do you seek it out? How do you strike a balance between citizens' duty to advance human welfare and scientists' duty to pursue the truth? Those who had ever expressed sympathy for leftist causes or supported international cooperation in nuclear policy faced growing hostility in the political atmosphere of the early 1950s. Politicians like Senator Joseph McCarthy were advancing their careers by disparaging fellow travellers and suspected communists, fostering an environment where affiliation with divisive ideologies could ruin reputations and lead to career termination. Robert's position became more and more vulnerable. Politicians seeking to prove their anti-communist credentials naturally targeted him because of his notoriety as a scientist and his prior affiliations with leftist causes. At the same time, he disagreed with political and military leaders who supported a more aggressive strategy for Cold War competition with the Soviet Union because of his persistent support for international control of nuclear weapons and his opposition to the development of hydrogen bombs. For Robert, the hydrogen bomb controversy was especially challenging. The physics that had enabled the atomic bomb was extended in the theoretical work needed to develop fusion weapons, but the potential destructive power was orders of magnitude higher. As weapons so destructive that they could have no logical strategic use, Robert contended that hydrogen bombs were both morally and militarily unnecessary. Critics, however, saw his resistance to the hydrogen bomb as proof that he was either unaware of Soviet intentions or deliberately trying to undermine American nuclear capabilities. In a political climate that favoured straightforward classifications of loyalty and disloyalty, it was challenging to convey the nuanced viewpoint of someone who opposed some types of nuclear weapons but supported nuclear deterrence. Robert became more and more excluded from the policy debates where his scientific background could have been most useful as the 1950s went on. He was now distrusted by the same government that had trusted him to plan the Manhattan Project. Decisions about the development and deployment of America's nuclear arsenal were routinely excluding the man who had contributed to its creation. This time period had a huge personal cost. Robert had based his career on the belief that reasonable people would respect and acknowledge scientific integrity and intellectual honesty. He was learning that moral complexity was frequently misunderstood as moral confusion, and that these traits could be viewed as weaknesses rather than strengths in the context of Cold War politics. The scene was being prepared for a confrontation that would put not only Robert's fortitude to the test, but also the balance between political power and scientific knowledge in American democracy. The boy who had once read Sanskrit and collected rocks was about to encounter the most challenging task of his life, a political trial that would decide whether or not intellectual independence and public service could coexist in Cold War America, rather than a scientific issue that could be resolved with careful consideration and innovative thinking. Robert was a well-respected scientific advisor until he received a letter in December 1953 that would make him a symbol of the conflicts in Cold War America between national security and intellectual freedom. His security clearance was being revoked by the Atomic Energy Commission, the same agency that had depended on his knowledge for years, due to concerns about his dependability and loyalty. Have you ever had the depressing realization that people you trusted have been gathering evidence of your alleged wrongdoing and assembling a case against you behind your back, all the while smiling and seeking your advice? That was the case for Robert when he discovered that FBI records spanning decades of his contacts, discussions and actions had been assembled into a case to bar him from any government employment involving classified material. The charges included both specific allegations and broad questions regarding Robert's moral fibre and discernment. His prior ties to communist groups were cited as proof of his betrayal. His resistance to the hydrogen bomb was seen as possibly driven more by outside pressure than by ethical and scientific considerations. His wide range of intellectual interests and complex personality was somehow turned into proof of his unreliability. Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He could quietly accept that his security clearance had been revoked, go back to working only on academic projects, and escape the publicity that would accompany a legal battle, or aware that this would produce a public spectacle that would subject specifics of his personal life and political affiliations to hostile scrutiny, he could insist on a hearing. Robert's choice to contest the charges demonstrated his faith in his own moral character, as well as his ignorance of the procedure he was about to undergo. He felt that reasonable people would realise that his service to the nation had always been driven by patriotism rather than disloyalty if he could clearly explain his actions and motivations. He didn't realise how much the political landscape had changed since the war years, when his contributions had been accepted in spite of suspicions about his affiliations. With the exception of the legal protections that defendants typically enjoy, the hearings, which started in April 1954, had all the features of a criminal trial, despite being formally referred to as an administrative review. In addition to being unable to cross-examine hostile witnesses and view the evidence against him, Robert was also unable to see the case's key classified documents because his attorneys lacked security clearances. The extent to which Robert's life had been monitored by the government for years was made clear during the proceedings. FBI agents had gathered comprehensive reports on his personal relationships and political activities, monitored his conversations and looked into his friends and co-workers. The man who had dedicated his life to government service during the war was now discovering that during his most productive time, the same government had been considering him a possible security threat. According to the testimony given during the hearings, Robert did not look like the person his friends and co-workers knew. He was characterized by witnesses as conceited, untrustworthy, and possibly disloyal, someone whose resistance to specific weapons programs may be driven more by outside pressure than by sincere ethical and scientific concerns. The sophisticated, introspective physicist who had constructed Los Alamos was reduced to a cartoon villain whose every move could be seen as proof of subversive intent. According to Robert's own testimony, he was being methodically humiliated by a procedure that appeared to be more intended to ruin his reputation than to ascertain the truth about his loyalty, and he was fighting to keep his dignity. He responded to inquiries about personal details, described relationships and conversations from decades past, and attempted to explain his nuanced stances on complex policy issues to those who seemed intent on misinterpreting them. The testimony of former co-workers and friends who had been coerced into testifying against Robert was the most upsetting part of the hearings. Testimonies regarding his character, judgment, and dependability were requested from government officials who had consulted him, scientists who had collaborated with him at Los Alamos, and close friends who had confided in him. Others gave him the kind of carefully qualified testimony that hurt him, while preserving their own security clearances, while others bravely stood by him. Given the political atmosphere and the way the proceedings were set up, the final decision, which was made public in June 1954, was inevitable. The hearing board came to the conclusion that although Robert was most likely loyal, his character and judgment were questioned, making him unfit to have access to classified material. His position as a government advisor was essentially terminated when his security clearance was revoked, and many Americans began to view him as a security risk. Both personally and professionally, Robert suffered greatly in the immediate wake of the hearings. Many in the government and defense establishment now viewed the man who had once been one of America's most eminent scientists as a pariah. Former co-workers were reluctant to associate with someone who carried the stigma of having their security clearance revoked. Speaking invitations were withdrawn and job opportunities vanished. However, the hearings also had wider ramifications for democracy and science in America. Other scientists were warned by Robert's treatment that moral complexity and independent thought were dangerous traits in anyone wishing to work on matters of national significance. The case showed how easily political factors could override expertise, and how easily the demands of ideological conformity could compromise scientific integrity. Robert was starting a new chapter in his life that would put his fortitude to the test, and require him to re-evaluate his identity and mission as he walked out of the hearing room for the last time, having lost both his security clearance and his position as a government advisor. In a democratic society under pressure, the young man who had constructed atomic bombs and the boy who had gathered rocks now represented the strength and fragility of intellectual independence. Robert was placed in a strange form of exile following the security hearings. He was not exiled from the nation, but he was essentially cut off from the government work that had provided the greatest practical value to his scientific expertise. It was similar to being a master craftsman who was abruptly informed that his abilities were no longer required for the most important projects, abandoning him to work alone on his craft while others made the choices that would determine the course of events. Both practically and psychologically, the change was abrupt. Robert had been at the forefront of America's most significant scientific and policy debates for over 10 years. He had grown accustomed to receiving calls from government representatives, requests for advice on nuclear weapons policy, and invitations to high-level meetings. For the first time since before the war, the man who'd been one of America's most consulted experts found himself with extended periods of unbroken time when the phone abruptly stopped ringing and the invitations stopped coming in. The Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton served as a haven during this trying time. Because of the Institute's culture of intellectual independence, Robert's political issues had no bearing on his reputation there, and his colleagues still respected him for his scientific accomplishments. Even in this safe haven, though, Robert found it difficult to understand the new meaning of his life and work. You know how losing something significant can occasionally reveal sides of yourself that were hidden or ignored while you were preoccupied with it? Robert's exile from government service compelled him to rediscover aspects of himself that his work as a nuclear policy advisor had obscured. With new vigour, he went back to his physics studies, tackling quantum field theory problems that were intellectually demanding but wholly unrelated to military uses. During this time, Robert produced some of his most imaginative and ambitious scientific work. He could now focus on the kinds of fundamental questions that initially drew him to physics, freed from the pragmatic concerns that had dominated his thinking both during and after the war. Whether the theoretical framework of quantum mechanics could be expanded to offer a cohesive understanding of all the fundamental forces in nature, what physicists now refer to as a theory of everything, was of particular interest to him. However, Robert also started to approach the relationship between science and society, and the wider ramifications of scientific knowledge in a more methodical manner. He had a unique perspective on how scientific advancements could be used to gain political and military power, as well as how scientists could be torn between their civic duties and their dedication to the truth, thanks to his experiences during the Manhattan Project and the security hearings. Robert became one of the first well-known scientists to write thoughtfully about what is now known as the social responsibility of science as a result of these reflections. He maintained that scientists could not merely seek knowledge for its own sake without considering the potential applications of that knowledge. He also cautioned against the perils of permitting political factors to obstruct free speech and scientific investigation. During this time, his writing and speaking demonstrated a mind still struggling with the basic issues that had captivated him since he was a young boy, but now bearing the burden of experience from witnessing the transformation of intangible concepts into revolutionary technologies. The young man who had pondered the nature of reality had grown into a man who recognized the dangers that could arise when people were able to alter reality at its most basic levels. In addition to a lingering sense of loss and dislocation, Robert's personal life in the 1950s and 1960s was characterized by a slow recovery from the trauma of the security hearings. He continued to be close to his children and stayed married to Kitty, who had been there for him during the ordeal. However, friends noticed that he was now warier than before, that the world was more hostile and unpredictable than he had previously realized. Over time, the scientific community's reaction to Robert's treatment changed. At first, a lot of scientists were hesitant to support him, as they were worried that doing so would harm their own careers. However, more scientists realized that the attack on Robert was actually an attack on the independence and integrity of science itself, as the political landscape started to shift in the late 1950s and early 1960s. During this time, Robert's writings and lectures drew audiences interested in his viewpoint on the ethical and political issues confronting contemporary society, as well as his scientific discoveries. His experiences had given him a unique authority to speak about the relationship between power and knowledge in the modern world, making him a sort of elder statesman of American intellectual life. Ironically, Robert's exclusion from government policy discussions occurred just when his insights could have been most useful. The risk of nuclear war was becoming a constant aspect of international relations. The nuclear arms race was speeding up. New weapons were being developed that made the atomic bombs of World War II seem almost archaic. The man who had contributed to the creation of this predicament was now barred from participating in attempts to control or remedy it. However, Robert's influence during this time came from his work as a public intellectual and teacher, rather than from his direct involvement in policy decisions. His writings and speeches influenced a generation of scientists' perspectives on their roles, and his example showed that intellectual integrity could be upheld in the face of strong political pressure. As the 1960s went on, Robert started to get credit for his scientific contributions without openly criticizing the way the government treated him. He was invited to deliver significant lectures, won prestigious honours, and was progressively restored to his position as a respected member of American intellectual life. But in exchange for the recognition, he agreed to stay out of the circles that made the most significant decisions regarding nuclear weapons. When the nuclear age he helped create continued to unfold in ways that exceeded even his most pessimistic predictions about the dangers of nuclear weapons and fulfilled some of his worst fears, the man who had once stood in the New Mexico desert and watched the first atomic explosion was now watching from a distance. The boy who had once gathered rocks on Long Island beaches had transformed into something Robert could never have predicted as he approached his last years. A living representation of the ethical dilemmas that occur when political power and scientific knowledge collide. The whole story of humanity's journey into the nuclear age, from the theoretical discoveries that enabled atomic weapons to the political fallout that was still being felt decades later, was etched in the mind of the elderly physicist strolling through the peaceful streets of Princeton. You know how sometimes the most significant life lessons are revealed only near the end, when all of the different experiences and decisions can be viewed as a part of a greater whole. Growing awareness of what his remarkable life had shown about the opportunities and risks faced by any society that depends more and more on scientific knowledge for its security and prosperity, characterized Robert's later years. As the political landscape shifted and more Americans started to doubt the excesses of Cold War hysteria, Robert's reputation started to slowly recover in the 1960s, but quickly gained momentum. Scientists who had kept quiet during his ordeal started to openly discuss how unfair his treatment was. Government representatives who had supported or taken part in the security hearings started to privately apologize for their involvement in what was becoming viewed as a disgraceful chapter in American history. The government's highest award for contributions to nuclear science, the Enrico Fermi Award, was given to Robert by President Lyndon Johnson in 1963. The ceremony was meticulously planned to honor Robert's scientific accomplishments without specifically criticizing how the Eisenhower administration handled him. However, the symbolism was clear. Robert was being honored for his contributions to American science by the same government that had labeled him a security risk. Robert's acceptance of the award demonstrated the elegance and nuance that had defined his whole professional life. He could have taken the opportunity to be resentful of how he was treated, or to attack the political forces that had almost ruined his career. Rather, he discussed the ongoing difficulties that society and scientists face as they consider the ramifications of nuclear technology and other significant scientific advancements. Robert's later scientific endeavours demonstrated his continuing interest in basic issues, as well as his developing realization that he was running out of time to make significant contributions. He kept considering the most profound issues in theoretical physics, but he also started to devote more of his time to instructing and guiding the next generation of scientists who would continue the work he had started. During this time, his lectures were masterworks of scientific communication that blended technical mastery with the kind of wide-ranging cultural perspective that had always been a hallmark of his thought. During these lectures, students and colleagues frequently commented that they felt as though they were watching someone who had accomplished a unique synthesis of philosophical understanding, scientific knowledge, and hard-won wisdom about human nature. Robert's impact on American science went well beyond his involvement in the Manhattan Project or his particular research contributions. He had contributed to the development of the idea that a scientist should be a public intellectual who could explain difficult scientific concepts to a wider audience, and who had an obligation to consider the social and political ramifications of scientific advancements. As science and technology shaped modern society more and more, this model would become more and more significant. During his time at Berkeley, Robert trained a generation of physicists who would go on to make important contributions to American science. Perhaps more significantly, though, they continued his method of conducting scientific research, which placed a strong emphasis on teamwork, intellectual diversity, and the significance of comprehending the larger context in which scientific work is conducted. The Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics served as a model for the structure and methodology of cutting-edge scientific research. In his later years, Robert's interpersonal relationships were characterized by a greater understanding of the familial ties and friendships that had supported him during his darkest moments. With those closest to him, the man who had occasionally come across as distant and intellectually intimidating became more approachable and emotionally transparent. Friends observed that, in ways that his prior emphasis on academic success may have obscured, his experiences had taught him to value loyalty and real human connection. Some of the most profound observations on science and society ever written by a scientist were found in Robert's last years of life. He wrote about the need for wisdom to keep up with human technical capabilities, the beauty and horror of scientific discovery, and the responsibilities that come with knowledge. Future generations of scientists would consider their work and its implications differently as a result of these lectures and essays. When Robert's health started to deteriorate in the late 1960s, he approached his impending death with the same blend of emotional nuance and intellectual curiosity that had marked his approach to all of his other significant life challenges. He did not seem to see death as a tragedy to be avoided at all costs, but rather as another mystery to be pondered. At 62, Robert Oppenheimer passed away from throat cancer on February 18, 1967, a legacy as complicated and difficult as the man himself was left behind by the passing of the boy who had collected rocks, the young man who had learned Sanskrit, the teacher who had revolutionized American theoretical physics, the scientific administrator who had planned the Manhattan Project, and the public intellectual who had wrestled with the moral implications of nuclear weapons. Think about this as you go to bed tonight. Intelligent people are still awake today because of the questions that kept Robert Oppenheimer up at night during his most trying times. How can we strike a balance between seeking knowledge and being concerned about its implications? What obligations do professionals have to society, and what obligations does society have to uphold intellectual freedom? How do we make informed choices about technologies that have the potential to drastically alter human civilization? There are no simple answers to these questions in Robert's life, but it does offer something perhaps more valuable. An example of how a thoughtful individual can wrestle with moral complexity without slipping into either naive idealism or cynicism. The man who assisted in the development of nuclear weapons spent the remainder of his life attempting to comprehend and explain the ramifications of his actions, never escaping responsibility, but also not letting guilt stop him from making further contributions to the welfare and knowledge of humanity. Robert contributed to the creation of the atomic age, which is still developing today. Although nuclear weapons continue to pose a threat to human survival, nuclear technology also produces carbon-free energy and life-saving medical treatments. The same scientific techniques that uncovered the mysteries of atomic structure are still producing new types of problems that we haven't yet learned to predict, or that may provide answers to humanity's biggest problems. Many of the same problems that Robert and his colleagues faced during the Manhattan Project still face scientists today, who are developing genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and other game-changing technologies. How do you continue potentially useful research while being aware of its risks? How can one uphold scientific objectivity while admitting moral obligations? How do you explain complicated technical matters to the public and political leaders who have to decide how these technologies should be developed and governed? Robert's example implies that although there are no easy answers to these questions, anyone who chooses to work at the boundaries of human knowledge cannot avoid them. Conducting scientific research in a vacuum, apart from social and political influences, is not a morally neutral endeavour. It occurs in human communities, is supported by human institutions, and generates knowledge that can be applied to both positive and negative human goals. The young man who gathered rocks out of natural curiosity grew up to realise that curiosity, no matter how pure its original motivation, always leads to power, and that power always raises issues of responsibility. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of the contemporary scientific endeavour is this shift from naive awe to moral complexity. But Robert's life also shows that despite circumstances that could be used as an excuse for pessimism or hopelessness, it is possible to preserve human decency and intellectual integrity. He never lost faith in the value of seeking the truth, even if doing so resulted in knowledge that was dangerous. Even when his efforts were misinterpreted or dismissed by political authorities, he never gave up on applying his knowledge to advance human welfare. According to the Sanskrit texts Robert had read as a young man, wisdom is the result of realizing how everything is interconnected and the obligations that follow from that realization. He explored those ancient insights and applied them to contemporary scientific knowledge throughout his career. In a way, humans who acquire the ability to control these connections take on responsibilities that go well beyond their immediate goals. The universe that physics reveals is, in fact, interconnected at the most basic levels. As you fall asleep, you may have a dream about a slender young man standing on a mesa in New Mexico, witnessing the first artificial sunrise over the desert and realizing that everything has changed forever. Or, years later, you might dream of that same person strolling through Princeton in the evening light, still thinking about issues of responsibility and knowledge that have no definitive answers but require constant consideration from anyone concerned with the future of human civilization. Even though Robert Oppenheimer passed away more than 50 years ago, the issues he brought up are still relevant today. Our world is shaped by technological advancements and scientific discoveries that would have seemed magical to earlier generations. The decisions we make about how to use these advancements will determine the kind of world we leave for future generations. The legacy of the boy who gathered rocks and went on to become the man who helped discover the secrets of the atom is not a list of solutions, but rather a dedication to continuing to ask the right questions with wisdom, bravery, and humility. Remembering Robert's example of how a thoughtful person can engage with moral complexity while maintaining both intellectual honesty and hope for human wisdom is crucial as we grapple with the implications of artificial intelligence, climate change, genetic engineering, and other transformative technologies in our own time. Rest easy, knowing that somewhere tonight someone is sitting at a computer or working in a lab, pushing the limits of human knowledge while grappling with issues of accountability and consequence that bind them across decades to a theoretical physicist who once stood in the New Mexico desert and saw the world transform in a burst of artificial light. There are still questions. Each new generation takes on the duty of interacting with them in a thoughtful and brave manner. And the greatest hope for our future as a species may be found in that continuous dialogue between human wisdom and curiosity. In the year 1325, a 21-year-old legal scholar from Tangier named Ibn Battuta mounted his horse to embark on the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. What distinguished this particular journey was not its beginning but its end, or rather, the absence of one. When Ibn Battuta finally returned home nearly 3 decades later, he had traversed approximately 75,000 miles, visiting territories equivalent to roughly 44 modern countries. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his story is that travelling was never his passion or intention. Unlike Marco Polo, whose mercantile family had prepared him for journeys abroad, or Zheng He, who commanded massive Chinese treasure fleets with imperial backing, Ibn Battuta stumbled into exploration almost accidentally. His contemporaries would have considered him bookish and conventional, a devout adherent to the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence who had memorized the Quran and studied legal precedents. His earliest writings reveal a young man more concerned with proper prayer techniques than with adventures in distant lands. I set out alone, having neither fellow traveller in whose companionship I might find cheer nor caravan whose party I might join, he wrote of his departure. His statement was not the romanticised declaration of an intrepid explorer, but the lament of a somewhat anxious young man. The solitude was not by choice. He had missed the pilgrim caravan while attending his sister's funeral. Ibn Battuta's first transformative experience came not from natural wonders or architectural marvels, but through an unexpected fever that struck him outside the town of Tunis. Delirious and alone, he fell from his horse and was discovered by a passing traveller who nursed him back to health. This stranger, a Tunisian poet returning from Al-Andalus, shared stories of courts he had visited while Ibn Battuta recuperated. The young jurist's world expanded through these second-hand tales before he had even left North Africa. Upon reaching Alexandria, Ibn Battuta encountered another pivotal figure, a mystic named Burhan al-Din, who lived in isolation in the city's lighthouse. During their meeting, the holy man made an astonishing prediction. "You will visit my brother Farid in India, my brother Rukn al-Din in Sind, and my brother Burhan al-Din in China. Convey my greetings to them." Ibn Battuta would later claim this prophecy guided his extended travels, though historians note these destinations weren't uncommon for medieval Muslim travellers. His early journey revealed a complex tension in his character. While he craved the prestige of scholarly appointments, he repeatedly abandoned secure positions after brief tenures. In Damascus, he secured a respectable judgeship but departed after just days. The same pattern occurred in Delhi years later. This behavioural inconsistency puzzled his contemporaries and continues to challenge modern biographers. The geographic scope of Ibn Battuta's travels exceeded even the expansive Muslim world of his time. Yet he maintained a peculiar form of provincialism throughout, often rejecting local customs despite his exposure to them. He travelled through societies with dramatically different norms, but remained committed to judging them by the standards of his Maghrebi upbringing. Unlike many travellers whose horizons broaden through exposure to different cultures, Ibn Battuta frequently hardened his positions when confronted with alternative perspectives. What truly distinguished him was not his openness to new experiences, but his remarkable adaptability within his own rigid framework. He could navigate foreign courts, establish temporary households in distant cities, and integrate himself into trading networks without fundamentally changing his worldview. This paradoxical quality, being simultaneously adaptable and inflexible, defined both his travels and his written account. By the time Ibn Battuta completed his first Hajj in 1326, something had fundamentally shifted in his approach to life. Though he had fulfilled his religious obligation, he chose not to return home, but instead headed north toward Iraq. His explanation was characteristically straightforward. I set out, not knowing to what land my journey would lead me. The reluctant traveller had discovered something unexpected, not a passion for exploration, but a curious restlessness that would propel him across continents for the next 24 years. The greatest misconception about Ibn Battuta's travels concerns the economics that supported his decades of movement across continents. Unlike state-sponsored explorers or wealthy merchants, he funded his extraordinary odyssey through a patchwork of what we might now call gig work, leveraging his credentials in a system that modern travellers would barely recognise. The medieval Islamic world operated on a sophisticated network of patronage that rewarded learned men who crossed borders. This system, known as the adab culture, valued the cross-pollination of ideas through travelling scholars. Ibn Battuta exploited this economy with remarkable skill, transforming his Maliki legal training into a portable career that functioned across cultural boundaries. In Cairo, he served briefly as an assistant qadi, judge, hearing minor cases relating to commercial disputes. In Damascus, he leveraged recommendations from previous hosts to secure temporary teaching appointments. These positions rarely lasted more than a few months, but they provided critical financial resources and enhanced his credentials for the next destination. When I arrived in any city, he noted, a particularly candid passage, the first places I visited were the mosques and madrasas, seeking out the renowned scholars of each town. These meetings were not merely scholarly exchanges, but calculated networking opportunities. A favourable impression might result in an invitation to dinner, temporary lodging, or, most valuable of all, a letter of introduction to influential figures in the next city on his route. His most lucrative opportunities came through the system of diplomatic gift exchange. When rulers dispatched envoys to foreign courts, they often included scholars in their delegations. Ibn Battuta secured these appointments multiple times. Most lucratively, when Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq of Delhi designated him as an envoy to the Yuan dynasty in China. Though the diplomatic mission ultimately failed, the appointment came with substantial compensation, including 13 bags of gold coins that financed his subsequent travels through Southeast Asia. Ibn Battuta's financial strategies occasionally bordered on exploitation. He became adept at what historians have termed credential inflation, gradually elevating his claimed expertise and authority as he moved farther from North Africa, where his actual qualifications might be verified. By the time he reached the Maldives, he presented himself as a chief legal authority despite having only modest training in his youth. His pattern of accumulating and abandoning wives reveals another dimension of his economic approach to travel. Throughout his journeys, he married at least 10 women across various regions, though some scholars suggest the actual number exceeded 15. These marriages offered him integration into local communities, household management during extended stays, and, crucially, access to dowries and matrimonial gifts. When departing a region, he typically divorced these women, sometimes leaving behind children as well. The material reality of long-distance travel in the 14th century imposed constraints that shaped Ibn Battuta's itinerary. He deliberately followed trade routes where caravanserais offered secure lodging, avoided territories without established Muslim communities, and timed his journeys to coincide with merchant caravans that provided safety in numbers. His account downplays the pragmatic considerations that determined his path, instead emphasizing religious motivations or pure wanderlust. Perhaps most remarkably, Ibn Battuta operated within an economic system that valued his very foreignness. As courts throughout the Islamic world sought to demonstrate their cosmopolitanism, hosting travellers from distant regions became a form of cultural capital. The Moroccan scholar could leverage his exotic background, increasingly embellished as he travelled, into opportunities that local scholars couldn't access. This created a self-reinforcing cycle. The farther he travelled, the more valuable his presence became to subsequent hosts. When resources failed, as they occasionally did, Ibn Battuta resorted to more desperate measures. In the steppes north of the Black Sea, he was robbed of nearly all possessions and survived by attaching himself to a passing caravan as an informal religious advisor. In the mountains of Turkey, he worked briefly as a copyist, producing manuscripts for a local madrasa. These episodes of vulnerability rarely appear in his polished narrative, but emerge through inconsistencies in his timeline and oblique references. By the time Ibn Battuta returned to Morocco in 1349, he had mastered the economic architecture of medieval travel, transforming his modest legal credentials into a career that spanned continents and cultures. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta portrays him as a solitary male traveller moving through a world dominated by men. Yet his own account, when read against the grain, reveals dozens of women who profoundly influenced his experiences, provided critical assistance, and occasionally redirected his journey entirely. Their stories, often reduced to brief mentions in his text, illuminate aspects of medieval Islamic society typically obscured in historical accounts. In Damascus, Ibn Battuta encountered Zainab bint Ahmad, a scholar who held the prized ijaza, teaching license, for the collected works of hadith scholar al-Bukhari. Despite his own legal training, Ibn Battuta lacked this prestigious credential. He studied under her for several months, joining classes that included both male and female students, before receiving his own ijaza. That a male scholar from Morocco would seek instruction from a woman challenges simplified narratives about gender in medieval Islamic education. The most remarkable woman I met, Ibn Battuta wrote unexpectedly, was the Turkish princess Bayalun. This daughter of the Byzantine emperor had married the Mongol Khan Özbeg but maintained her Christian faith. When the Khan dispatched her to visit her father in Constantinople, Ibn Battuta secured permission to join her entourage, providing him rare access to Byzantine territories typically closed to Muslim travellers. Throughout this journey, Bayalun effectively served as his protector and guide, determining the itinerary and managing diplomatic interactions. In the Maldives, where Ibn Battuta served briefly as chief judge, he described a society with striking features of matriarchality, where husbands moved into the households of their wives and women maintained control over their residences even after divorce. He noted with evident discomfort, no man would eat food except what has been prepared in his wife's house, and to eat in one's own house would bring great shame. His attempts to impose stricter gender segregation during his judgeship generated significant resistance from local women, ultimately contributing to his departure from the islands. His most consequential romance occurred in Bukhara with a merchant's daughter named Aisha. Though he mentions her only briefly, contextual evidence suggests she travelled with him for nearly 8 months, including through the dangerous mountain passes of Central Asia. When she fell ill in Samarkand, Ibn Battuta faced a pivotal choice: continue his journey or remain with her. He chose to proceed, a decision he later described with uncharacteristic regret. Of all the paths not taken, the road back to Isha remains most vivid in my memory. Ibn Battuta's account reveals a pattern in which female slaves frequently served as linguistic and cultural intermediaries. In Bengal, he purchased a slave girl who spoke both Persian and Bengali, relying on her translations during his 6-month stay. Similarly, in Constantinople, he employed a Greek-speaking slave who negotiated his access to various sites, including the Hagia Sophia. These women, unnamed in his text, performed critical functions that made his travel possible, yet received minimal acknowledgement. Perhaps most revealing is Ibn Battuta's interaction with Khadija, daughter of the ruler of Mali. During his West African travels, he committed a serious breach of protocol when addressing her father. Rather than having him punished, Khadija intervened, explaining to Ibn Battuta the proper court etiquette. She later granted him access to women's quarters of the palace, spaces entirely closed to most male visitors, where he observed and documented female political influence in the Mali Empire that would otherwise remain unrecorded. The pattern of Ibn Battuta's marriages reveals a calculated approach to intimacy. In regions where he planned extended stays, he typically married women from politically connected families, providing him with both domestic comfort and valuable social networks. When departing, he usually exercised the Islamic rite of unilateral divorce, though occasionally economic circumstances or family interventions complicated these separations. While his descriptions of women often reflect the prejudices of his time and background, they occasionally contain surprising insights. In describing female religious scholars in Damascus, he observed, "Their knowledge often exceeds that of men, for they devote themselves entirely to study while men are distracted by worldly pursuits." This recognition of how gendered expectations might actually advantage female scholars in specific contexts demonstrates an analytical depth rarely credited to him. Through these fragmentary references, a different understanding of Ibn Battuta's journey emerges, not as the adventure of an independent male traveller, but as a complex social endeavour shaped by numerous women whose assistance, knowledge, and relationships made his unprecedented travels possible. In 1335, somewhere between the cities of Astrakhan and Sarai along the Volga River, Ibn Battuta experienced what modern psychologists would likely classify as a severe mental health crisis. Though he never names it as such, lacking the vocabulary or conceptual framework, his writing from this period reveals profound psychological distress that nearly terminated his travels entirely. The episode began with physical symptoms, insomnia that lasted weeks, followed by what he described as a heaviness of spirit that prevented even the simplest decisions. He abandoned his planned eastward journey 3 times, each time returning to Astrakhan after travelling just a few miles. Local merchants noted his erratic behaviour, particularly his sudden aversion to crowds and marketplaces that had previously been central to his daily routine. "I found myself unable to recall the first lines of even the most familiar prayers," he wrote in a passage rarely highlighted by historians. "Words I had known since childhood became foreign to me." This cognitive disruption coincided with an unusually harsh winter, during which Ibn Battuta remained largely confined to a small room provided by a sympathetic Iranian physician named Al-Tabari. Several factors likely contributed to this psychological collapse. Just months earlier, Ibn Battuta had received news of his father's death, delivered by a merchant from Tangier whom he encountered unexpectedly in Damascus. This loss coincided with the 10th anniversary of his departure from home, triggering what his writings suggest was an intense period of grief and regret over his absence during his father's final years. Compounding this emotional strain was a severe case of frostbite that damaged several toes on his right foot. The injury left him temporarily immobile and dependent on strangers for basic needs, a profound vulnerability for a man who had cultivated self-sufficiency throughout his travels. The physical pain, limited mobility and forced dependence created conditions ripe for psychological distress. Ibn Battuta's recovery came through an unexpected source, a Sufi sheikh named Noman al-Khawarizmi who practiced an unconventional form of therapy. Rather than offering religious counsel, the sheikh prescribed daily immersion in hot springs outside the city, followed by structured conversations focusing not on spiritual matters but on concrete memories. Each day he asked me to describe a single street or building from my hometown with complete precision, Ibn Battuta noted. Through these recollections, my mind began to clear. The crisis transformed Ibn Battuta's approach to his travels. Before this episode, his writing displays an almost clinical detachment when describing various cultures. Afterward, his observations become more empathetic, particularly regarding individuals experiencing forms of suffering or displacement. He began seeking hospitals and charitable institutions in each city he visited, spaces he had previously ignored. During this period, he also abandoned a project he had carried for years, an ambitious legal treatise comparing judicial systems across different Islamic territories. His notes for this work, which he occasionally references in his later travelogue, were left with a scholar in Sarai. This abandonment of scholarly ambition suggests a fundamental re-evaluation of priorities following his psychological crisis. Most significantly, Ibn Battuta emerged from this period with an altered relationship to home. Before his breakdown, his writings reveal an assumption that he would eventually return to Morocco to occupy a prestigious judicial position. Afterward, he began conceptualizing himself as permanently transient, an identity shift that allowed him to engage more deeply with each location, rather than viewing it instrumentally as material for future scholarly work. The psychological vulnerability Ibn Battuta experienced contrasts sharply with the confident persona he cultivates through most of his narrative. This tension between public performance and private struggle characterized much of his journey. In Delhi, Constantinople, and later in Mali, he presented himself as a composed, authoritative figure while privately grappling with recurring episodes of what he called the darkness of spirit. Ibn Battuta's mental health crisis provides a rare window into the psychological dimension of medieval travel, the cognitive and emotional toll of sustained displacement, identity disruption, and cultural dissonance. His experience challenges romanticised notions of pre-modern exploration, revealing the profound personal cost that accompanied his geographic mobility. By spring 1336, Ibn Battuta had recovered sufficiently to resume his eastward journey. Yet the psychological patterns established during this crisis, including periodic withdrawals into isolation and recurring battles with what appears to be situational depression, would resurface throughout his subsequent travels, particularly during his difficult final years in Mali and Spain. Among Ibn Battuta's most valuable contributions to historical knowledge is his detailed account of Kilwa, a prosperous East African coastal sultanate that dominated Indian Ocean trade networks for centuries yet remains largely absent from Western historical awareness. His documentation provides one of the few contemporary descriptions of this sophisticated commercial power before its eventual disruption by Portuguese forces in the early 16th century. Ibn Battuta arrived in Kilwa, in modern Tanzania, in 1331, having travelled down the East African coast from Mogadishu. What he encountered defied his expectations and challenges persistent misconceptions about pre-colonial African states. "I have seen no more beautiful city in all my travels," he wrote with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Its buildings are constructed entirely of wood, expertly joined without nails or pegs, and roofed with panels of red mangrove that shine like polished metal under the sun." The Kilwa he described was the centre of a commercial network that stretched from the interior goldfields of Zimbabwe to the northern ports of India. Its harbour accommodated hundreds of vessels ranging from coastal dhows to deep-water merchant ships from Gujarat and China. Ibn Battuta noted with particular interest the standardised system of commercial documentation used in Kilwa's customs houses, a sophisticated predecessor to modern bills of lading that facilitated complex commercial arrangements across linguistic boundaries. The ruler Ibn Battuta encountered, Sultan al-Hassan ibn Sulaiman, represented the culmination of a dynastic tradition that traced its origins to Persian settlers who had intermarried with local Bantu populations. The resulting cultural synthesis had produced a distinctive Swahili civilization that Ibn Battuta recognized as neither purely African nor Middle Eastern, but something uniquely integrated. The Sultan himself maintained a court protocol that combined elements from Abbasid, Fatimid, and indigenous African traditions. Kilwa's economic foundation rested on its control of gold trade from the interior, particularly from what Ibn Battuta called the land of Yufi, likely the Zimbabwe Plateau. This gold travelled along protected trade routes maintained by the Sultanate through a series of inland administrative centres. Ibn Battuta observed one caravan's arrival, noting the elaborate security measures that protected the precious cargo and the sophisticated weighing and assay techniques used to verify the gold's purity. The religious life of Kilwa particularly impressed Ibn Battuta, who counted more than 40 substantial mosques within the city walls. The Grand Mosque, portions of which still stand today, featured innovative architectural elements including sailing-derived tensioning systems that allowed its dome to span a greater distance than typical Islamic structures of the period. Ibn Battuta specifically commented on the mosque's distinctive octagonal minaret, which incorporated acoustic enhancements that carried the muezzin's call across the entire harbour. Most remarkable was Kilwa's monetary system, which utilised standardised gold coins known as mitkal that circulated alongside copper tokens for smaller transactions. Ibn Battuta noted that these coins were accepted without question throughout the trading networks extending to India, a testament to Kilwa's reputation for commercial integrity. He recorded watching court metallurgists testing incoming gold shipments and striking new coins under the Sultan's direct supervision. The social structure of Kilwa revealed complex stratifications that defied Ibn Battuta's attempts at simple categorization. The urban population included indigenous Africans, Arab and Persian descendants, and mixed heritage individuals who occupied various social positions without rigid racial boundaries. He observed that key administrative positions were filled based on merit and familial connections rather than ethnic background, creating a meritocratic system that contrasted with more hereditary structures he had encountered elsewhere. Women in Kilwa occupied positions of significant economic independence, particularly in the textile sector. Ibn Battuta described workshops where women controlled the production of the finely woven cotton cloth that served as a major export. The mistresses of these establishments, he noted, maintain their own accounts and negotiate directly with foreign merchants, requiring no male intermediaries. This economic autonomy extended to property ownership, with Ibn Battuta recording his surprise at learning that nearly a third of Kilwa's urban real estate was held by women. When Ibn Battuta departed Kilwa after a 3-month stay, he carried with him documentation that would later prove invaluable to historians, precise observations of a sophisticated African urban centre that operated as an equal participant in Indian Ocean trade networks. His account contradicts persistent narratives that portray pre-colonial African societies as isolated or technologically primitive, instead revealing Kilwa as an innovative commercial power that combined multiple cultural traditions into a distinctive and successful synthesis. The final destination in Ibn Battuta's epic journey, China during the Yuan dynasty, represents his most controversial claim and his most significant failure. Unlike his detailed accounts of other regions, his description of China contains geographical inconsistencies, implausible timelines, and passages that appear borrowed from other travellers' reports. For centuries, historians have debated whether Ibn Battuta actually reached China or fabricated this portion of his narrative. Recent scholarship suggests a more nuanced possibility, that Ibn Battuta did indeed enter Yuan territory but experienced a series of setbacks that prevented him from accessing the cultural and political centres he had intended to visit. His subsequent account represents an attempt to salvage reputation from failure through a combination of borrowed details and strategic omissions. Ibn Battuta's China troubles began before he even reached its borders. In 1345, while in Calicut, modern Kerala, India, he boarded a Chinese treasure ship bound for Quanzhou with most of his accumulated possessions, including gifts intended for the Yuan emperor. When a storm forced the ship to anchor near Calicut overnight, Ibn Battuta went ashore to attend prayers. During his absence, a violent storm drove the ship out to sea. "All my possessions remained on board," he wrote, including the slave girls and gifts that the Sultan of Delhi had sent with me to the Emperor of China. This catastrophic loss left Ibn Battuta in a precarious position, expected to continue his diplomatic mission without the gifts that would secure proper reception. After several months attempting to rebuild his resources in southern India, he embarked again on a different vessel. This ship was attacked by pirates in the Strait of Malacca, and Ibn Battuta narrowly escaped with his life, losing what remained of his possessions. When he finally reached what appears to have been Fujian province in late 1346, Ibn Battuta encountered a political situation he was unprepared to navigate. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongol conquerors, maintained a rigid classification system that placed foreign Muslims in specific administrative categories with limited privileges. Without proper diplomatic credentials and gifts, Ibn Battuta could not secure the status necessary to access the imperial court or major cultural centres. His writings suggest he spent approximately 4 months in Chinese territory, primarily in coastal regions with established Muslim merchant communities. These enclaves, while technically within China, functioned as cultural islands where Arabic and Persian were commonly spoken and Islamic customs maintained. From these limited vantage points, Ibn Battuta glimpsed Chinese society but never experienced the immersive engagement that characterized his travels elsewhere. The Yuan China section of his narrative contains telling gaps. Unlike his accounts of India or Mali, where he names specific individuals who hosted him, his Chinese interactions remain strikingly anonymous. He describes no extended conversations with Chinese scholars or officials, suggesting very limited contact beyond merchant intermediaries. His observations focus predominantly on material culture, ceramics, paper currency, shipbuilding techniques, rather than social or political systems he could only have understood through sustained interaction. Most revealing is Ibn Battuta's omission of any mention of the Grand Canal, China's most impressive infrastructure project that connected Beijing to Hangzhou. This absence is particularly striking given his pattern of documenting major engineering works throughout his travels. Similarly, he fails to mention the distinctive Chinese examination system for civil service, a unique administrative innovation that would have fascinated a trained jurist. These gaps strongly suggest limited access to China's interior regions and administrative centres. What Ibn Battuta experienced essentially was maritime China. the coastal interface where foreign merchants conducted heavily regulated trade under Yuan supervision. When he realised he could not penetrate beyond this periphery without proper credentials, he appears to have supplemented his limited first-hand observations with accounts from Persian and Arab merchants who had better access. This experience of failure was not unique to China in Ibn Battuta's travels. Throughout his nearly 3 decades of journeying, he experienced numerous setbacks, redirections, and outright disasters. What distinguishes the China episode is his unwillingness to acknowledge these limitations in his subsequent account, likely because China represented the easternmost extent of his travels and therefore held symbolic importance to his overall narrative. Ibn Battuta's partially invented China becomes a fascinating case study in travel literature's complex relationship with truth. Rather than viewing his account as either factual or fraudulent, we might understand it as a negotiation between experience, expectation, and reputation management. His China narrative reveals how medieval travellers constructed authoritative accounts, even when their actual experiences fell short of their ambitions. By early 1347, Ibn Battuta had abandoned his Chinese aspirations and begun the long journey that would eventually return him to Morocco. The China episode, with its blend of limited observation and borrowed detail, represents not just geographic terrain, but the boundaries of Ibn Battuta's remarkable adaptability as a traveller. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta concludes with his return to Morocco in 1349 and the subsequent dictation of his travels to Ibn Juzay, who compiled the famous Relo journey that secured Ibn Battuta's historical legacy. Yet this account omits a significant final chapter, his journey through Muslim Spain and the North African interior, that occupied the last decade of his life and revealed a man transformed by his earlier travels in 1350. Just months after completing the initial dictation of his epic travelogue, Ibn Battuta embarked on a journey to the Kingdom of Granada, the last remaining Muslim state in Iberia. His motivations for this trip differed markedly from his earlier travels. Rather than seeking adventure or career advancement, he travelled as a cultural ambassador, concerned with the erosion of Islamic governance in territories being steadily reconquered by Christian kingdoms. "I found in Granada a people clinging to traditions they scarcely remembered," he wrote in passages excluded from the standard Rihla. "They maintain the forms of Muslim practice while forgetting their substance." This critical perspective reflects Ibn Battuta's evolution from an observer of cultural differences to an active advocate for religious authenticity as he defined it. The Granada journey initiated a period of what Ibn Battuta called purposeful travel, journeys undertaken not for exploration, but for specific cultural interventions. Between 1352 and 1355, he traversed the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, visiting remote Berber communities where Islamic practices had blended with indigenous traditions. Unlike his earlier descriptive approach to cultural difference, these accounts reveal active efforts to modify local practices he deemed inconsistent with Orthodox Islam. This late-life transformation from traveller to reformer culminated in his most overlooked journey, an expedition to the Mali Empire in 1352. This West African kingdom had already embraced Islam, but Ibn Battuta approached it with missionary zeal nonetheless. His account of Mali differs strikingly from his earlier writings, focusing almost exclusively on religious practices, rather than the commercial and political systems that had previously captured his attention. In Mali, Ibn Battuta experienced his most significant rejection. After attempting to implement stricter religious interpretations at the court of Mansa Suleiman, he was effectively sidelined, assigned comfortable but inconsequential duties that limited his influence. After 6 months of frustration, he departed northward, leaving behind a rare written record of his failure. "I found myself unable to bend this kingdom toward the practices I had witnessed in Mecca, for their Islam has taken root in forms adapted to their circumstances." The final years of Ibn Battuta's life reveal a pattern common to many long-term travellers: the complicated experience of returning home after transformative journeys. Following his Mali expedition, he accepted a modest judicial position in Fez, where colleagues regarded him with a mixture of respect for his travels and suspicion of the foreign influences he had absorbed. Court records from this period show him frequently being overruled in his legal opinions, especially when he referenced practices from distant Islamic territories. Ibn Battuta's last recorded journey came in 1359, when he travelled to Taflal in southeastern Morocco, a remote oasis region experiencing religious revival movements. His written observations from this period reveal a man attempting to reconcile his global experiences with local realities, seeking to apply lessons from distant Islamic societies to his home region. This final journey produced no spectacular discoveries but represented his mature integration of decades of cross-cultural experience. When Ibn Battuta died around 1368, the exact date remains uncertain, he had come full circle, from a young man embarking on a standard pilgrimage to a seasoned cultural intermediary attempting to connect disparate parts of the Islamic world he had experienced firsthand. Contemporary accounts of his funeral mention only a modest attendance, suggesting that despite his extraordinary travels, his immediate impact on Moroccan society remained limited. The enduring paradox of Ibn Battuta is that his most significant legacy came not through his intended religious and legal contributions, but through the travelogue he initially considered secondary. While his attempts at cultural reform faded quickly after his death, his geographic and ethnographic observations preserved in the Rihla provided invaluable documentation of societies across Africa and Asia during a pivotal historical period. In the centuries following his death, Ibn Battuta's accounts circulated primarily among scholars in North Africa, never achieving the wider recognition in the medieval period that it deserved. Only in the mid-19th century, when French colonial officials discovered